outside the main entrance to reduce the usage of single-use plastic bottles. We encourage everyone to make use of this facility and join us in our efforts to protect the environment.
A very good morning to our esteemed dignitaries, respected members of the media, and our honored attendees. It is with great pleasure and privilege that we welcome you to today's event as we embark on this exceptional journey of leadership, innovation, and insight.
True leadership is not merely about navigating calm seas, but about inspiring trust, fostering innovation, and steering through the storms with vision and resilience. Inspired by these profound words, I, Siddharth,
And I, Pragya,
representing the PGP batch of 2325, have the distinct honor of welcoming you all on behalf of the Indian Institute of Management, Raipur, to our flagship event, the Leadership Summit 2024. This year, we converge under the transformative theme of building business owners, setting the stage for a journey that promises to be both enlightening and inspiring.
in today's rapidly evolving global landscape, the role of leadership has never been more crucial. Leadership today is an amalgamation of innovation, strategic foresight, and a visionary approach that transcends traditional boundaries. As we confront the complexities of the modern corporate environment, leadership is evolving not merely as a directive force, but as a catalyst for profound change. In India, a nation fueled by diversity and aspiration, effective leadership transcends conventional limits, fostering a culture of resilience, adaptability, and relentless growth.
On the global stage, leaders are now tasked with mastering the art of guiding diverse teams while tackling unprecedented challenges. The fusion of data driven insights and a nuanced understanding of cultural dynamics empowers leaders to make informed decisions that propel their organizations to new heights. Yet, in this era of rapid technological advancements, the core of leadership remains deeply rooted in empathy, integrity, and a steadfast commitment to empowering individuals. It is the synergy of technological acumen and human centric leadership that will distinguish the next generation of visionary leaders.
The Leadership Summit 2024 at the Indian Institute of Management, Raipur, is meticulously designed to explore the evolving paradigms of leadership. Under the compelling theme of building business owners, this summit aims to delve into the critical strategies necessary for cultivating leadership that is not only driving business success, but also instills a profound sense of ownership and accountability. By bringing together industry pioneers and thought leaders, this summit will spark discussions on navigating the complexities in today's environment and shaping the visionary leaders of tomorrow, positioning India as a global beacon of leadership excellence. Let's show our appreciation with a hearty round of applause.
I now have the privilege of inviting our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Rupesh Sangi, founder and CEO of Ergod, our distinguished guest of honor, Ms. Kamolika Gupta Perez, former Group Vice President and Managing Director, India, South Asia, ServiceNow. Our respected Director, Professor Ramkumar Kakani, our respected Dean External, Professor Satyasiva Das, our beloved Professor Kamal K. Jain sir, and our esteemed Chairperson of Corporate Relation and Placements, Professor Rashmi Shukla, along with our co-chairperson of placements, Professor Smriti Pandey, to kindly proceed to light the ceremonial lamp. And I warmly invite the students of IIM Raipur to present the Saraswati Vandana in parallel. Please join me in giving a big round of applause.
सामान्यतु सरस्वती भगवती शेषजाड्यापहा
I respectfully request our esteemed guests, Ms. Kamolika Gupta Perez, Mr. Rupesh Sangi, along with our director, Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, and our chairperson, Professor Rashmi Shukla, to kindly take their seats on the dais as we commence this momentous event.
I invoke the Supreme, whose divine presence illuminates this light, to bless us with auspiciousness, prosperity, wisdom, and abundant health. We extend our heartfelt thanks to the students for the beautiful rendition of the Saraswati Vandana.
With this auspicious beginning, I now have the privilege of introducing Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson of Corporate Relations and Placements. Professor Rashmi Shukla is a distinguished faculty member in the Economics and Public Policy area at IIM Raipur. She holds a PhD from the Indian Institute of Management, Indore, and specializes in economic growth and development, strategies for emerging economies, and digital economics. With extensive experience in both research and academia, Professor Rashmi has contributed significantly to the field through her publications in prestigious journals and presentations at numerous international and national conferences. I now invite Professor Rashmi Shukla to kindly address the audience. Let's have a huge round of applause for ma'am.
Namaskar, good morning, a very warm welcome to the Indian Institute of Management, Raipur. Welcome all who are physically present here with us and who are joining us virtually. On behalf of my entire team, I welcome our chief guest, Shri Rupesh Sangi ji, CEO and founder of Ergod. Our guest of honor, Ms. Kamolika Gupta Paris, former Group Vice President and Managing Director, India South Asia at ServiceNow. Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur, all other eminent corporate guests, Professor Satyasiba Das, Dean External, Professor Kamal Kumar Jain, our distinguished professor in OBHR department, my esteemed faculty members, my amazing staff members, my dear brilliant students, welcome you all to the 8th Leadership Summit of IIM Raipur 2024. With this year themes as building business owners is very carefully crafted to directly in line with our mission of IIM Raipur. Dear friends at IIM Raipur, our mission is to cultivate future leaders who can not only build new business empires, but can also take 100% ownership of their working verticals in their existing business empires, who will not only have the ability to drive innovation at the grassroots, but also have the expertise to create the magic of excellence across diverse industries. Our rigorous academic curriculum combined with real world experiences ensures that our students are not only academically prepared, but also industry ready. Our 2-year MBA program is designed with core excellence in marketing, finance, OB, HR, IT, strategy, with the right mix of elements from economics and public policy, humanities, and liberal arts. We thanks to the IIM Raipur's visionary leadership that we have been practicing diversity, equity, and inclusion in reality. I am delighted to share that our current second year MBA 23-25 batch, having 379 students, has an excellent diversity ratio of 60% females with us, and they're coming with a diverse academic and professional experience. Our first year MBA 2024-26 batch, we have 330 students with 40% of females with on an average 18 to 20 months of work experience and with an amazingly rich mix of diversity in terms of their academic and professional experiences. The success of our alumni base in various corporate roles is a testament to the effectiveness of our educational approach and the dedication of our extraordinary faculty team. The convergence of academic excellence and leadership training at IIM Raipur prepares our students not just to navigate the business world, but to redefine it. The skills they acquire here are not merely for career advancement, but are aimed at empowering them to become owners of their own destinies and creators of impactful solutions. Today's summit, with its focus on building business owners, is a crucial platform for exchange and inspiration. It offers a unique opportunity for our students to engage with industry leaders and gain insights into current trends and explore pathways in entrepreneur and business success. For our corporate guests, it is an occasion to witness the talent of IIM Raipur and to forge connections that could lead to meaningful, lifelong collaborations. In closing, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our corporate partners for their unwavering support and for joining us today over weekends, spending time, curating time exclusively for IIM Raipur. Your presence not only highlights the value of the relationship between academia and industry, but also inspires our students to strive for excellence in their own real life. Orchestrating an event of this size, scale, and impact requires all strings of the system to work in 100% synchronization. And on behalf of my entire team, I extend my sincere gratitude to the director, IIM Raipur, Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, for his visionary leadership, and to the Dean External, Professor Satyasiba Das, who planted the seed of the first leadership summit in 2016, and all other top management of IIM Raipur for extending their gracious and wholehearted support for making this event at this grand level. Just to share the hard work of my student team, they have been working day in, day out from the past 2.5 months to make this happen. Let us use this summit as a springboard to foster new ideas, drive innovation, and shape the future of business ownership. Together, we can build a community where leadership and entrepreneurship strive together. Thank you so much for joining us today to embark on an outstanding journey ahead with multiple fascinating panel discussion lined up in these 2 days. And I'm sure that these 2 days will be defining moment for our young generations. This is our first year of MBA sitting in front of you, and they are one of the excellent talent pool that you will, very soon you are going to cherish the insights from them as well during the networking sessions and lunch hours. And I will, with all this, my dear students, I would like you to take the best use of this leadership summit. This is for you, okay? And again, to all my corporate esteemed guest. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I will take a pause and let the Leadership Summit begin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Shukla, for your insightful words. I now have the honor of introducing Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur. Professor Ramkumar Kakani began his career as a technocrat in the corporate sector before transitioning to academia, where he has focused on finance performance strategy. Previously, he served as a professor and head of Center for Governance at IIM Kozhikode, and he has also held faculty positions at XLRI Jamshedpur and Labasna, Missouri. His international academic experience spans across Denmark, Nigeria, Singapore, and the UAE. In addition to his academic roles, Professor Kakani has served as the director of the Government of India's National Center for Leadership Development and Competency Assessment. He has co-authored several books in the domains of finance and public administration, published by renowned publishers such as Cambridge, Sage Routledge, and McGraw-Hills. An active case writer and researcher, Professor Kakani's contributions are widely recognized. With great pleasure, I now invite Professor Ramkumar Kakani to deliver the welcome note. Let's celebrate the moment with a generous round of applause.
Chief Guest Sri Rupesh, Ms. Kamolika ji, Chairperson Placements, Professor Rashmi, Dean External, Professor Satyashiva, esteemed faculty colleagues, and my dear students. A warm welcome and namaskar to each one of you. I'd fail in my duty if I do not acknowledge the presence of esteemed corporate guests who are also there in as part of this. Thank you so much for giving up your quality time and weekends and be part of this particular event. Let me start by sharing a small story. There were these birds and which were living in a certain locality of a forest, and they found that a old eagle, which was blind, essentially was in search for, you can say, was struggling to, you can say, be alive and was very ill. So the rest of the birds said, you see, we do one thing. Let us find a way and give her some accommodation in this particular tree itself, says that she does well. And the old eagle also said, you see, I'll do one particular duty if they are doing so much for me. I'll ensure that when these birds go for fetching the food during the day, I'll protect them. So it happened, however, after about a week, a cat came and it saw that there were a lot of little, you can say, birds which were, you can say, and eggs which were there. And it thought, okay, I can have this for months together. But the moment it came near, the old eagle came down and said, you see, what are you trying to do here? So the cat realized quickly that, you see, this particular eagle is firstly old, and second, it is also blind. So it started by saying, look, I've come here to just seek your, I've heard so much about you. I've come here to be a disciple of you and to learn from you the wisdom that you are having. So then the eagle got impressed. What it did is it said, okay, you can stay in the place where I am staying. And in that small, you can say, burrow or whatever you can say, where the eagle was staying, the cat also started saying, and slowly, steadily, the population of the kids and the little birds essentially started going down. This made the rest of the birds worry. But seeing the situation that the birds were having meeting with each other, the cat made her escape, saying, "Now is the time for me to take a move." And then the rest of the birds said, "Let us see what essentially is there." So they started doing investigating that who could be the culprit. And suddenly they found that in the eagle's nest that was there, they found a lot of, you can say, leftovers of the little birds that were, you can say, killed and other things. So what happened next? The rest of the birds decided that it is the eagle which has been eating the birds. So they went and they all ensured that the eagle had its last. You can say last time, and they all ate up the eagle and killed it. Summary of the story from Panchatantra. Don't have friends. You do not know much. And we've got corporate guests whom we cherish and welcome them and look forward to listening to their wisdom. A warm welcome to you. And don't have eagles like Ram Kumar Kakani. That's in lighter way. Thank you so much. A warm welcome to you. We look forward to listening to each one of you, and we would love to cherish. And I can assure you that our young students essentially are fantastic, and we all eagerly look forward to listening to each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those enlightening words. Your insights always set the perfect tone for our events. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to formally welcome our esteemed guests for today.
We are truly honored to have with us Mr. Rupesh Sangi and Ms. Kamolika Gupta Perez. To mark this occasion, I would like to invite Professor Ram Kumar Kakani to present a bouquet to our guests.
Thank you, sir. Once again, a warm welcome to Mr. Sanghavi and Ms. Perez. We are deeply honored to have you with us today. We now continue with our program. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce our chief guest, Mr. Rupesh Sanghavi, who exemplifies the entrepreneurial spirit at its finest. Beginning with a humble reselling of a used book, Mr. Sanghavi founded Ergod Incorporate, a leading e-commerce company with over 3 million SKUs available in more than 150 countries. His visionary leadership has earned him recognition as a finalist for the EY Entrepreneur of the Year award, and Ergod has established itself as one of the top resellers on platforms such as Amazon, Walmart, and Target. Beyond his business acumen, Mr. Sanghavi is a devoted family man, a passionate reader, and a mentor to aspiring entrepreneurs. It is our privilege to invite Sir to the stage to guide our students with his insights. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. So, so good to have you. And thank you for this honor and thanks for inviting me. I would love to talk about the journey that I lived through. And lot of it goes to my education. Coming from a family where I'm first of many things, first engineer, first one to do business and so on. Um, in my the purpose I'm sharing my journey with you is because I feel that many of you would be able to relate it to it. And if I can do it, who was in your shoes maybe 25 years ago, I'm sure you can do it as well. With that, I'll I grew up in India. I needed a scholarship to complete my education, needed a scholarship to go even outside India. And I was from a non-English medium school, so even my English was very poor, no computer skills. Somehow made it to US to do to do my masters. And since then, I mean, education, no matter where or in what form, I think it's always a transformative journey. And especially beyond bachelor's, it's so much more, one can learn so much more. With that, I was working in corporate life for a few years. It all started. Now, this is where I'm sharing my journey, relating my journey with how it all started. So always wanted to do something. Just for me, the spark or the start was, is this a opportunity, the sporting opportunities in various ways. So I'll share my story and I'll share story of one of my friend, how it that started. So I was buying a book online. I mean, I was buying a book. Actually, I needed a textbook to continue education. And like the textbooks are very expensive in that part of the world. I wanted to see, like I explore different option and just not looking at textbook. And that's why this spotting opportunity matters, is I sort of realized or stumbled upon a opportunity where I can actually buy a book for less than a $50 and sell it instantly for $1,600. I was like, wow, this looks inspiring, and I did it. This is where the action kicks in, that don't overthink on anything, because as they say, you miss 100% of shots you don't take. That's one of my favorite line I live by. So always be action oriented, even if it ends up being failure, so what, you've learned one more way of not doing something. So that's when I pulled the trigger. It went very well. And that's that's when the second point, that taking initiative, like I started buying more books which I knew nothing about, but I started trading those old used books, and it started really working well. One of the key differentiator that I can say was introduction of technology very early on. Fortunately, in my first corporate experience, I was it was a simulation engineering. So I was kind of a mix of chemical and computer engineer. So I sort of developed few programs that made all of it scale up very quickly, because in those days, eBay, like my source from where I bought the books, had like 10,000, 20,000 listings, and I created an automated bot way back in 25 years ago, which would actually go through each of those listings and will tell me which one, the one I should be investing in. So combination of technology and perseverance. And like later on in the presentation, it will also come that make a good use of your time. For 3 years, I stay like for 3 years, I did moonlighting. That is, while doing a full-time corporate job and actually doing good at it, I was able to use my weekends and evenings to create this business. And so a lot of time we underestimate the value of time we have beyond our official day, be it as a student, professor, or as a corporate achiever. So that so then one thing led to another, and then eventually we developed a team of almost 700 people across the world. Coming back to the spark, uh, I mean, just like I thought it would be an interesting to share. One of my friend that I know wanted to buy a filter for the house, and while buying a filter, he called like he thinks that, oh, these filters are way too expensive for what they provide. So he calls manufacturer says that, oh, sorry, we do not sell filter like to individual customer. This guy comes back and says, okay, how about like if I'm a business, and he said, yeah, we can sell you a filters. Okay, then they sold them house filter, 12 filters for the price of 1.5 filter he would have paid in the local store. Okay. Now, like, so he, instead of when he wanted one filter, he ended up ordering 12 filters, paid 1.5 times. But imagine that rest of the like 11 filters he sold, and now that business is like $60 million business. So, I mean, sometimes a spark can come in any form. This was like, I mean, real life example I wanted to share. And then, of course, taking initiatives, because not that this is a Einstein movement that world would come recognize as next scientific principle. But every time when you get a spark, take some initiative and then act decisively, because everything that we do in life comes with the risk. But risk to reward ratio, usually look at the reward side. As they say, a pessimist may sound genius in a short run, but it's optimistics that build the world. So always be optimistic, be on the bullish side, and trust, have a faith that things will work out. Uh, Now, as I mentioned, execution and scalability is very key, because nowadays technology has become such an important tool. I mean, that it almost feels like a disabled person without having a technology on your side, disabled person or a disabled company, right? I mean, how many of you can live without your phone for a day, okay, comfortably? So that's a piece of technology. And so always focus on execution and scalability. This is the one book that, I mean, to me, it's my Bible. It's called Execution by Ram Charan and Larry Bossieri. Because as they say that there are plenty of ideas that one can have, one would have, but it's execution where rubber meets the road. That's what it matters. At least that's what I've experienced in my career, as well as for those who have built career with Argod. That's our company. Entrepreneurship. Now, this is another way. Now, everybody doesn't have to be founder. Everybody, like, but this entrepreneurship is when you work in a large scale organization. What matters is like, how do you differentiate yourself? Not in a political way, but more in a creative way, more in a functional way. And that is what, to me, the entrepreneurship is, that everybody would not be a captain. Either a Virat Kohli or Rohit Sharma can be a captain, but everybody, like both of them and many other cricketers have created space for themselves by being an entrepreneur, being finest member among their team. So for those, I mean, I suggest the entrepreneurship as one more step closer to being having a distinguished career. In our company, we have a very loose control. We have a very flat structure. And I think that's how most of the modern companies are, where, let individual, give them a freedom, give them a tools to grow. And I'm sure they will give you a lot more in return. While all of this sounds good, I mean, I'm a big preacher and big believer of AI. Uh, I mean, I mean, to me, I'm from a generation who have seen the world before e-commerce, or like, I mean, I've worked with black and white monitor. And so like before and after, right? I mean, and many of our distinguished guests are in the same boat. So I would say that, like, look, I mean, the way internet changed our world, after that, the next change of the world movement was smartphone. Okay, because like up until 2007, there was no smartphone, and then it changed the world. Now AI. So like 10 years from now, we'll know the company whether they adopted AI or they uh, rejected it, right? I mean, so this is how I think of AI in every aspect of life. We better learn it and live with it rather than hate it. I mean, I'm sure none of you are, but I just wanted to preach AI. And I mean, at even in our organization, we have seen some of the transformative steps or work done through the use of AI. And then, keeping a timeline in mind, I wanted to also talk about power of self-learning, because just as much as a lot of time, like, I mean, we have in our company, we have a zeal program where we actually support education of anyone working for us. Okay, which is great, but we do not have a lot of L&D program, because, like, I mean, in-house L&D program, because the need for learning is so diverse nowadays that it becomes very difficult to have a common learning. Like, I mean, we are not teaching history and geography to everybody anymore. Now it is a time for specialized learning. I'm sure many of you might have like came across a news that somebody learned how to build a nuclear bomb and actually took some steps, like by just learning online, by just learning on YouTube. So think about it, what one can do by having a master user of YouTube. And that is what we promote within our organization, is self-learning. And also along the way, when I mean, our company is now more than 15-16 years old. So along the way, I mean, once you start something, it does not, it would not mean that there would be an easy ride. I'm sure many of you must have shared that there would be ups and downs. There would be, it's gonna be a roller coaster ride, because one thing is, one has to be cut out for it to weather any storms, weather any problem. I mean, in first few years of business, I used to tell my team that we are innovating model almost every year, because my original source was buying books and selling like only in United States, and then original source went away. Then like I found another source that also went away within 2 years. So one after another, you have to keep innovating, keep uh, exploring different ways of achieving the same objective. What is the difference? A lot of time I tell this to my team, that what is the difference between a novice chess player versus a professional chess player versus a grandmaster, is how many steps can you think in advance. Okay, same thing, those who have a vision of 1 to 3 years versus 3 to 5 years versus 5 to 10 years, that is what differentiates between a achiever and an ordinary, well, I mean, achiever at a different level. I mean, I'm sure, like, take an example of Elon Musk, right? I mean, who would have thought in 2005, 2007, when he started, that electric car is going to be the future? He believed it in and was heftily rewarded for it. Same thing that when Jeff Bezos started Amazon, like nobody would have thought that buying online would be a thing. So anytime whenever like you have a vision of next few years, you believe that is how the world is going to be transforming. That's what you follow. Right now, I would say AI is the way to go. AI, machine learning, robotics are the key areas that is going to transform the world as we see it. As you can also from the fund, by the way, like I mean, talking about other experience, that our company is completely bootstrapped, meaning self-funded, and a lot of time, I mean, we as a, I mean, like I've seen other companies in a similar space. There are some fantastic organizations, but many more often than not, when you, when you give destiny to someone else, I mean, when you give power of decision to someone else, they can take you to the different direction. So I still believe that at least make sure that you stay as much independent. I mean, I would still advocate funding big time because that fosters the growth, but at least try to stay independent as much as you can. Yet another thing is never underestimate power of profitability, because lot of time, uh, I mean, at least this is what I've learned over a period of times. Like in short term, one can sacrifice profitability, but if it's not thought through, company would have a very like would have a shorter runway. Um, so in constantly keep learning is yeah, as I mentioned that like now we have so many venues to learn that I, I mean, almost and world is changing. I mean, like sometimes we work with Amazon. They have a million plus people as a workforce. Now imagine the what the I mean we have to match step by step the output of those million plus people. Every day they are changing Amazon, and every day we have to change. Amazon being one of our top channel through which we sell. So we'll have to, and same with goes with Google, same goes with Meta or Facebook, right? So every time when we are working with large organization, constant learning to match with their footstep is going to be very key. Now this productivity and time management, as I touched upon earlier, that uh, uh, I mean, like the whole company is built in a moonlighting way. Another thing about I mean, what I think what helped us is that not having to not I mean not having to rely on some of the, like some of us must think, sorry, some of us still think that we must have say a programmer or finance professional or a HR or whatever, right? I mean, but when you are a one man army, this is the best time to uh, check all the available resources. In first 5 years of our company, 5 to 6 years, yes, I was a programmer, but I needed a lot more programming and technology support. And I used to go to a website which is similar to upwork.com. So I don't know if many of you know it, but the freelancing culture in this world is so profound that it is like it is a very good, I mean, it is a very very good idea to make use of those resources. So yeah, I mean, maximize each moment productivity. Like I mean, as I said that, I mean, I used to enjoy genuinely, I never missed weekend or evening because I used to enjoy what I do. Smart work, not hard work. That is the power of work. And like of course the last one is eat that frog, right? I mean, some people, I mean, I'm not perfect, but at least start with your most difficult problem first in on your in your day rather than procrastinating it. There is a saying called eat that frog. I think there is a book also called Eat That Frog, and I live by it. So I just wanted to share my experiences, that what led to this journey where we transform. Now, just summarizing what I wanted to include is one is entrepreneurship mindset. Is I think we all have inbuilt into it. Like, I mean, if you are here, like to get to IIM Raipur or any IIM for that matter is not an easy journey. You got to be among the top 10% based from your community, from the country that we have, right? So you are definitely top 10 or maybe perhaps top 5% of the ambitious, aspiring individuals. So all of you perhaps have this entrepreneurship as a mindset. Then obviously nothing happens overnight. As much as, I mean, not like, as they say, Rome was not built in a day. So, or like sometimes they say that, oh, it looks like an overnight success which was 15 years in making. That is how it is. That give time, be like, always be uh, persistent about what you believe in and what you do. Eventually you will get recognition and results that you are craving for, and then keep moving forward, right? That's the only way to move forward in life. Is you cannot go back yesterday or even last moment. So this is all, like, I mean, always be like a water, try to find your next way. Okay, where, like, I mean, so we have had so many moments where it was hard or it appeared hard, but we found the way, fortunately. So this is all in my opinion. And by the way, I should have acknowledged and recognized IIM Raipur, Dean, Dean and esteemed guest, everybody. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak and talk to you, share my journey. I'm here to answer any of your questions now or later. So please feel free to ask any question. The harder, the better. Thank you. Any question? Should I wait? No. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words.
It is now our pleasure to introduce Ms. Kamulika Gupta Perez, a distinguished leader with an illustrious career in technology sector. An MBA graduate from IIM Calcutta, Ms. Gupta has demonstrated exceptional leadership and strategic vision throughout her career. Her journey includes pivotal roles such as country leader for applications, outsourcing, and management at IBM India, where she spearheaded transformative initiatives. She further extended her influence as the Director of Enterprise, Mid-Market, and SARC at Google Cloud India, driving innovation and growth across the region. Most recently, Ms. Gupta served as the Group Vice President and Managing Director for India and South Asia at ServiceNow, where she played a crucial role in steering the company to success in one of the most dynamic markets globally. Her ability to navigate complex challenges and deliver exceptional results has made her a highly respected figure in the industry. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Kamolika Gupta Perez. Let's hear a thunderous round of applause.
Thank you for that lovely, warm introduction. I trust all of you can see me and hear me clearly. I don't have slides. I am just going to talk to you about the theme of the day, building business owners and what it means to me. And hopefully some of that resonates with you. First of all, thank you for having me here, Professor Kakani, Professor Shukla. And again, a huge round of applause for that amazing, amazing keynote that we heard from Rupesh. Thank you so much. It's amazing being here in such august company and looking forward to the interactions with the student body and the faculty, later on during the session. Want to hear your thoughts, want to hear if anything that we are saying is resonating with you, causing some questions, clarifications, anything. So, I want to spend a few minutes talking about the theme that was picked today, because I think that was really interesting. And I think, both drawing on what Rupesh talked about and I will talk about, it's about really building business owners, right? And I think there's a lot of talk that happens on business leadership, right? We're all about building business leaders at institutes like IIM Raipur and other IIMs, or also in the organizations. But what does it mean when you change that word to business owners? And I think there's a very significant difference. Now, ownership as such means a lot of things to a lot of people, right? But why is it, important, or why is the nuance important? Because when you operate in a business as an owner, as opposed to an employee who's coming and just doing the job, I think it creates a whole world of difference to how you actually operate and how you really navigate your way through the organization. What are you looking for, and what is your mission in that place in which you're operating, right? Secondly, I think in a very real sense, in today's world, a lot of you may actually end up being business owners. When we passed out of IIMs, which is a long, long time ago, most of us were really, looking for the next job, right? Entrepreneurship as an option, the whole ecosystem probably hadn't developed as much in India as it has today. But today you have that golden chance, I think, to really look at, examples that we have amongst us of people, of leaders who have built their business and really, really go after building your dream. But either way, whether you stay in an organization, whether you build a business of your own, I think the fact that you are working with a mindset of owning that business makes a huge difference from just looking at it as a job and something that you have to do 9 to 5, right? And I'm sure I don't have to tell this to the first years of IIM Raipur. As we said earlier, you are all here because you want to make a difference, because you want to do something extraordinary, because this is not about just doing a job. This is really about having a mission and a purpose. And hopefully some of what we say resonates with you on that front today. Now, what does business ownership mean? Now, again, there are many different descriptions of it. It's about being an entrepreneur, as Rupesh mentioned. It's about taking ownership of the business. For me, as I have progressed through my career, it means that you are able to take a look at all the different parts of the business and visualize how they come together to really fulfill the business's objective and drive the business forward, right? And that is really crucial, because while you may start out by having a role in one or the other department, being able to really visualize what this means for the business, how are the different functions, the different teams of the business interdependent on each other, and how you also need the support of your peers in other functions for you to fulfill your objective, and therefore also for the business to fulfill theirs. This is really important, right? So whether you are, like I said, you're working in a general management function, or you're taking a functional role in an organization, being able to visualize the full extent of the business is important, and to be able to take responsibility for it. Now, I'll give an example. For example, in the world of technology, right, you have technology companies that come to market with new products all the time, right? Right now, there's a slew of AI offerings that's coming to market. There's all companies are trying to obviously capture this whole wave of interest, wave of hype around AI, and the number of product introductions, innovations, etc., has gone up significantly, right? And this happens. There's a roadmap that all technology product companies especially have, and they keep on churning out new products. But these products don't succeed in themselves, right? It's very exciting to think of, okay, here's this innovation and here's this groundbreaking idea. But those ideas are the hard work of really bringing the entire organization together and making sure it works on the ground. One of the fundamental areas, for example, is making sure that you are not just taking your organization with you, but you are taking the whole channel ecosystem, your business partners along with you. You will never be able to enact change if you don't solve for the larger ecosystem. So here again, the product managers and the people who actually do these launches, the measure of their success really is about how they're able to take not just their company along, but also think for their channel partners, think for their enablement, think for their success, and to be able to also solve for that. Some of the biggest differentiators between tech products that work and tech products that don't is their handling of the larger ecosystem and taking those things to market successfully. So that's an example of ownership, not just in the work that you're doing, but solving for the ecosystem, ultimately for your end users or your customers, to get that benefit. In fact, some of the best examples of ownership that I have seen have come from the junior most people in my organization. Because here are the people who are in touch with our customers every day. They're working with them on a daily basis to solve their problems. And this approach that I must solve for the customer first, and then for the company or for myself second, right? Because everybody has their targets and metrics that they're trying to go after. This approach is very often what distinguishes a winner from somebody who is also in the race, right? So this kind of an attitude that I will be here because I'm here to solve my customer's problem, and ultimately my customer's success is my success, is again a great example of ownership. And believe me when I tell you this, that people like these actually stand out no matter which organizations that we're talking about. I mean, we we have a lot of our peers from the corporate sector here today, and I'm sure all of us sit down, annually or biannually to do appraisal cycles. But the person who always stands out is the person who went beyond his or her job to take that extra step to say, how do I make my colleagues successful? How do I take ownership for his success as well? So that is a very fundamental difference in the mindset that we have. I'll give you a few examples from my own career, about where, approaches like this came into useful for me. And very often you don't realize the benefit of these approaches, right? I mean, when you're young, you just come out of MBA school, you're sort of trying to figure out life, you're trying to sort of take a career journey. In my case, for example, even though I have a career largely in technology, I actually graduated as an economics graduate, right? So, and this is something that people are very often surprised by, and sometimes it surprises me also. But I think the way that my career evolved very often was taking opportunities as they came, not being scared to go into unknown areas. And again, very often going into areas that I was not very familiar with, but I decided that this was a challenge and this was something that I would like to take up. So, for example, very early in my career, I was in the consulting domain, and I was, I was a rookie consultant, which meant that I used to work with many levels of project managers and managers who were sort of working above me, right? And my dream always was at that point of time, early in my career, that, these major client presentations that happen to the board of an organization, right? It was my dream to do one of those, right? And typically this was left up to the senior project manager who would then, present the overall story. And my thinking was that, it just looks so cool. I never thought about anything else at that point of time. I was like, it looks really cool. I want to be in the boardroom and I want to tell the CEO about what his strategy is. And when I told my senior that this is my dream, and I have this one particular project which I worked on really hard, and maybe I'll get a chance to go there and talk about this in the boardroom. And he said, okay, fine. If you're feeling you're so keen to do this, why don't you go ahead and give it a shot? And I did. And I also learned that it was not easy, because when you're there, you're representing the firm, you're defending your conclusions in front of a C-level audience, and you're taking their questions, and you have to come up with credible answers so that your research and all the work that you have done doesn't look out of context, right? So it was about putting my hand up for something that wasn't necessarily my role. It wasn't something that I need not have done that. I could have done my job and gone out of that room, and probably nobody would have been any the wiser. But the fact that I did it, I think, taught me a lot. I think, to this day, I actually look back and I say that, some of my confidence in speaking in boardroom situations as I also matured in my career, right? Or speaking in public gatherings like this came from situations like that, right? And it was because I put my hand up in the beginning and I said, okay, I want to do this. I want to do something that's different. I want to help out the team, and I want to really get that exposure. I think that also paved the way for me making such presentations more in the future, right? So this is just an example of what I call ownership, very early stages of my career. Later on, when I again moved into the domain of technology, one thing that did strike me was that my background was not in technology. So for me to be able to run a team, and in those days we had very large teams in IBM. So we had teams of about 400 plus people working on very, very complex delivery programs, delivering something for a very large outsourcing contract or a very large corporate firm. And there would be complex programs that we were delivering for capabilities in banking or telecom, large enterprises like that. And I knew that this opportunity came up to lead one of those large delivery programs, it would be absolutely a learning opportunity for me. But for that, I actually needed to understand what the business was doing in greater detail. So for that, it was necessary that I actually sat with the developers. I actually sat with the people who are actually running IT operations. And these are very large IT operational firms, large numbers of people sitting in one room, to understand exactly how that works. And I think, again, moving out of the comfort zone, but taking ownership for the overall outcome, really benefited me, because then when I was sitting, across the table from the CIO, I was actually able to really have a conversation on what really mattered in his business. And, being very, very technology focused, as CIOs usually are, if you did not have the answers at the tip of your fingers, that was a loss of credibility for you. So I think more importantly, though, it was about me being on the spot to take the calls about what goes live, what is the release management, anything that the team needed on the spot from their leader, which I could then give in an informed way to say, this is how the overall delivery must be done. So, examples of how these things work. And I've always found that if you go beyond just the limit of your job and really look at what makes the organization successful in a broader way, in a larger way, then I think, that is something that always works for you. Example from my time in Google. So Google Cloud was a very interesting stint because I went there when Google was just about starting off its cloud business in India. So we were like about 10 people team that was kind of starting off the business. And we were like a startup within Google. So within Google also, a lot of people didn't know what the cloud business was all about, right? Because Google, it's all about search, it's all about the ads business, it's about YouTube. What does cloud really do? So we actually had sessions where we had to tell other people within Google, what is it that the cloud business actually does? And here again, cloud was, like I said, we were the smallest business within Google at that point of time. We were also the third or the smallest as far as the market was concerned, because we had players like AWS and Microsoft who are very, very big in the cloud domain. Now, when we are operating in that kind of a situation, that we're quite small as far as Google is concerned, and we are also very, very small in the market, the very obvious thing in our mind was to really ride on Google's presence in the market and really build the business, right? But this was not an easy task because the Google businesses had always grown independently. They also operate independently. They don't function as, like a cohesive business. There are business owners, and for each of these, there are separate CEOs, and they all work separately. But for us to succeed, we actually had to use the power of Google, bring it together, and say, go to a customer, let's say a very large business house in India, and say, what can we do for you as Google together? And that was the business, that was the job of the cloud business, because we were the ones who actually had to run that narrative to say, here is our overall Google relationship, and this is where cloud can also become a significant partner for you. So here again, while we were of course solving for the business, but we were in a sense taking ownership for Google's overall footprint with these customers. And the results really surprised us, because a lot of people said, hey, we've been having these conversations with Google separately in separate parts of the organization. It's great when you come together. Obviously, you bring it together with a board level executive, and you are able to have a conversation about how I can actually do a strategic partnership with Google. And this conversation totally changed the game for us and really, really opened up both the way of larger partnerships as well as for the cloud business to grow, which is now, grown many, many times from where we started. It's now a business of 300 people plus the development center, massive, massive business for Google in India, which actually grew on the strength of taking ownership beyond your boundaries and really, really expanding the business. Now, you may be wondering, what is it that is so, critical for us, in terms of getting this right, right? Like I mentioned, there are 2 or 3 different aspects. Number one is that, your ownership really, really makes you stand out from, people who are maybe on a different path, right? And that's fine, right? And if you want to be on a leadership path, showing true ownership, going beyond the pale, and taking up some of those challenges, I think is really, really important. Like I mentioned, for a business owner also, it's really, really important. But the most important one is what I've held for the last, is really about the world that we are in today, right? You've heard of the world, the VUCA world, everything is disrupting, et cetera, right? How does it disrupt for a CEO? For a CEO, there's disruptions every single day. Every single day we wake up, there's a new technology innovation that's come. There is something that's happening, let's say it could be, from the regulatory perspective. There could be something that's come up from the consumers, from the people actually who use technology, who say that we want to see XYZ change. So the CEO's job is getting more and is really dealing with this disruption at scale. But it also applies to jobs at every level. Because at every level, you will find that your definition of what a job is keeps changing. If you look at technology right now, right? AI is the wave, right? Is it actually going to be a wave that really sustains new streams of revenue far into the future? Or will it be something that becomes a foundational capability expected from all technology and therefore available everywhere? Some of those things, the jury is out. But for you, all of you, who are going to be graduating in a couple of years, very, very important that you stay on top of this. And when you look at businesses that rise and fall, and that happens very often in technology, you have NVIDIA that's that's riding a wave right now, right? 10 years back, they were not really in this game, right? You have Apple that has consistently been at that game for quite some time. You have companies, fitness companies like Peloton that came out of nowhere, had a huge wave, and then again now coming back into the game. You have Uber, who had a very successful IPO, and then the company just tanked, but now under a new CEO, they've actually seen profitability for the first time. So being able to understand composite businesses, not just a function, being able to understand which business is going to see the wave in the next few years. And right now, the waves are shorter and shorter. Every 3 years, the wave changes. A new player comes to the fore. Extremely important that you absolutely think as a business owner to understand where you want to direct your energies. Your career decisions and career choices will be bound by many more variables than they were in the past. In the past, somebody went into a great company, it takes care of its employees. I work here, for the next 20 years or maybe 10 years. That is becoming rarer and rarer, right? And even on behalf of the companies themselves. So I think being able to understand where this is going, being able to take advantage of waves like AI, and we can definitely talk more about what that means in more detail, in the question and answer or interaction sessions, but making sure that your career stays on point with what is the next wave of the future. If you look at my career, you can look at it and say it's all been technology. But within technology, I've actually moved from services to product to hyperscaler, which is cloud, as well as to leading a SaaS company. So I went where I thought the next leading edge of technology was going to be, right? And it wasn't always easy. It's not always that the opportunities present themselves and the time comes. And the question to ask now is, where is the next wave of AI, going to lead us? So having the ability to look at the business compositely and to be able to chart your course accordingly is going to be a very, very important skill, not just at the CEO level, but also at the level of at every level in the organization, right? So that's probably the last message that I wanted to leave you with. Thank you so much. You've been a great audience. Hopefully some of this resonated, and I look forward to hearing your questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And with that, we are thrilled to continue the Leadership Summit 2024. The sessions ahead promise to be filled with powerful discussions, inspiring ideas, and fresh perspectives.
Now, we would like to begin the fireside chat and request our esteemed guests and respected faculties to take the conversation ahead.
Over to you.
Thank you. So I heard both of you talking, and I could clearly see one particular aspect which was clearly coming out in your you can say not just presentation but speech. Also, the last part which you mentioned, being able to identify the wave. So, given that we are in a generation wherein, in some sense, the information, there is a overload of information, quality of information in some sense because of AI, ML, etc., is going to be difficult. And given also the fact that somewhere you would agree, the wisest essentially always say, identify the plants with small roots and great fruits. So, in that sense, what is your suggestion for our young friends out there who look forward to taking up some of these aspects and ensure that they have the benefit from leaders of your level and class? So, maybe first Rupesh ji and then Kamalika. Ma'am. Yeah.
Sure. What I I've read many books on entrepreneurship and like general management. One of them is Stay Hungry, Stay Foolish. Love it. Now, yes, wave is very important. New idea is very crucial. But more often than not, at least in my study, I think how well you do something, how appealing you can make is far more important. For example, at least the way I see is Google was not the first search engine, or for that matter, Facebook was not first social media out there. And even 15 years later, there are new social media companies that come up, like WhatsApp, right? Just a better execution of text messages is a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar company. So sometimes what matters is your execution, a quality of execution, in my opinion.
I thoroughly agree, and I think the quality of execution is really important. I think something very interesting in when you ask the question, see the wave itself is probably like, for example, the AI wave is probably broadly known, right? It's when you actually try to break it into what in AI exactly, right? And where is exactly the wave of monetization or the wave of the scaling businesses really going to go, right? That can have very unexpected results. Like for example, right now the wave of AI is really benefiting the hardware companies, for example, right? And that's where we see the biggest degree of growth and revenue, etc., coming in. For all the other technology companies, like the Microsofts or Apple, etc., it's still a potential that they see in the future. It's not yet something that has made its way substantially into the revenue books, right? But I think when you're choosing the way, the one thing that I always anchor very strongly on is where is your own passion, right? Because at the end of the day, business is hard, right? It is hard to keep on doing that, the daily grind and trying to get your results, not to get discouraged by it, and then keep on going back. So choosing a field where you have passion, I think really helps you to go through those hard times. So if you for example, your passion is coding, by all means choose a job that's close to developing new products. If your passion always go by, my question always starts with asking my customers, do you truly see any value in this, right? So for example, for a very high profile AI launch that happened in the market, I actually asked one of my, my CIO friends, do you see any value in this? And his answer was, and he's a group CIO of a very large conglomerate in India. He was like, he actually gave it back to the company that they actually tried it out for a few months, right? So you get very strong feedback from the market on exactly what is working and what is not. And if your passion is in product development, then or product management, then go there, right? So I think let your passion drive you. You can identify the broader way, but within that, where you really want, where your heart is, where you really want to make a difference. I think that carries everyone through, a lot of hard times of the grind that lies ahead.
Excellent. So the key take homes, the way I understood, are quality over quantity, pick up things which are passionable. Third, from a young generation perspective, identify things which are possibly scalable, but not as easily replicable as they would like to. Great. And initially, when I heard both of you, I clearly understood that building business owners, or what possibly can be a very, you can say, important take home is we should not be behaving as employees, but we should be looking forward to as taking decisions as owners first. Second, being open to going into unfamiliar terrains. Hmm? And also, in some sense, looking forward to solving the problem for the ecosystem and not just for your division, your section, your department, or your firm. And these were also a few key takeaways that are there. Now, the floor is open for our young friends to ask questions, and then we take it further from there to ensure that some of our, you can say, the wisdom that is there within leaders, you can say, is taken further. Those who have questions. Yeah, there. Maybe you can just go ahead, come here and ask the question in case it is going to take some time.
Jennifer Akhtar, CDP Bank 2426. So my question is for Rupesh sir. So as you told, you were the first one to start a business in your family, and you come from a middle class family. So what all challenges do you overcome while starting the business? And I would like to ask that
advice do you want to give to the budding entrepreneurs to start business in specifically in e-commerce as the market is very competitive, like there are so many competition in e-commerce and how to overcome that and how to start a business, especially in e-commerce.
Sure. So based on my experience, the first part is what are the challenges that you overcome? And looking back, I think being believer and persistent about it is going to be the biggest challenge that was the biggest challenge I face, and perhaps that's a challenge you may face as well, because we all have this inherent need like need to be recognized. So when I mean, think of my path: chemical engineer, then computer engineer. Like I did, and I was actually doing well in my corporate job. And then like suddenly I quit job, and like people would ask me, "What do you do?" I say, I sell used book." And they say, "Okay, but what do you do full time?" Implying that how can a used book can give you enough money to sustain your family. So yes, first 2 3 years I had to, I had to navigate through those challenges. So as a, I'm sure you are a star in your family being at IIM. So, and it's true for everybody. So yes, like take everybody's input or opinion with a grain of salt, but continue to believe in yourself is going to be the key. About e-commerce, I think there are plenty of opportunities. Maybe if you ask somebody who started business 10 years ago and who are successful today, they will say that market was saturated then. Market is going to be saturated now because just everything is moving towards that. What I believe is, like if there are multiple ways to do e-commerce, one is product side, service side, and so on. But if you are thinking of a product side, I would say that learn to do marketing more than product development, because I think I believe that anything that is flashy product may not last for a very long time. But if you become an expert at selling an ordinary spoon, ordinary product, that is through marketing, the spoon is never going to go out of fashion. That's just to give an example. So focus more on marketing than product would be my advice. Thanks.
Fantastic. I think the key take homes were persistency, especially during those zones of experiences of fortitude. And also the key takeaway that, especially when it comes to product, better to focus on the marketing of the product than the product per se. In some sense, in possibly the time that you are allocating for it. Very nice. Next, please. Please, please.
So, when we came out of college first, right? And like I said, we were way back then, the top jobs were like, consulting, FMCG, etc. And people didn't want to go at that point of time into sales jobs because they wanted to move directly into brand management or strategy or something like that, right? Because they were seen as, hard grind, you have to sell the spoon many times, you have to convince, many people, in this case, selling soap or, something similar. And, there was a sense that, this kind of job is not something that I did MBA for, right? And standing now, I can't tell you how wrong all those viewpoints were. Because when you come, even into the corporate sector or you're a founder of an organization, you realize that so much of the job is actually selling, right? Whether you're working in a bank, working with high net worth customers, whether you're working in a telecom company, whether you're working in technology like me, so much of the job and what the chief executive really carries the ball for is the revenue and the sales to your customers. So to be able to understand how your sales is actually working on the ground and really being able to understand what drives that, what drives your customers' decisions is super, super important. And the reason I mention this is because very often we have that. We have visions of the kind of glorified job we do. We'll be sitting in an office, lovely air-conditioned place, where I sit and, make decisions about other people in the organization. But very often it's those hardest grind jobs that teach you the most about how to run the business. I thought that was a good. point, I'll jump to what.
Yeah, fantastic point and very nice take home also in terms of what you're mentioning. That is jobs, some of these what I call as key jobs which are part and parcel of the corporate folklore, such as strategy, branding, iBanking, etc. may sound very great, front end iBanking, but important to have that width and experiences of sales and other aspects that are there. We had someone out, please go ahead. Yeah, maybe first you and then we can pass the baton there.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. My name is Akanksha Dongre, PGP batch 2426. So my question is to both of you. As we are talking about building business owners, that how much does a leadership style influences a culture in an organization? So it's my question.
It is everything. This is actually everything. And I'm talking even of organizations who have very strong cultures. Like, for example, Google had a very, very strong culture of things that they believed in. But in the end, the subculture of the team was set by the leader, right? And that's why, as all of you move on into leadership roles, it's very, very important because the organization looks to the leader to set the culture. And it is therefore up to the leader to really set those parameters and create that very inclusive space, very judgment-free space, space where people can speak up and talk about it, make it as participative as possible. It is really the leaders, owners to do that, right? And as you go in leadership, you understand that people may take certain assumptions from your behavior that you may not even intend. So it's very important for the leader to communicate the principles on which the organization stands, the team believes in, something maybe as simple as just having lunch together every day as a team. That builds a culture, right? So all of these things build the culture. Culture is what we live every day. It's not a set of values that's written on the wall. And how the leader, even if the organization has a very strong culture, how the leader translates that culture for his or her team is really, really important for the actual lived experience of the people in that team every day. So I would say it's very, very good.
I would 100% agree with that. It's as they say, culture eats breakfast for the strategy, or something along that line. Culture eats breakfast for strategy, right? So culture is very, very crucial, and it is more often than not. Culture at organization level is a reflection of CEO or founder. Culture at a team level is a reflection of a manager. So every time we are a leader, your team is a reflection of how you think and how you do. If you want to get a good gist of it, read a book on Steve Jobs' biography. It's amazing. It shows that how that one talented person has set the tone for centuries and for the almost humanity. So culture is very, very crucial, in my opinion, and I agree.
Very nice. Actually, in some sense, it emphasizes what uh, I've been teaching as part of the financial accounting course, wherein I typically ask them what are the weaknesses of the balance sheet. I end up saying that aspects such as human capital, social capital, investment on culture, etc., are definitely not captured in the balance sheet. And these are things which you should be aware of, apart from, of course, things like marketing, branding, etc., etc. Right? We have someone there. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Simran Jadhav, PG batch 2426. So my question is to Komalika ma'am. Ma'am, like we'll be passing out from this institute, getting placed into different companies and in different positions, mostly junior most positions. So at this stage, we'll be trying to prove ourselves to make a mark. But at the same time, how will we contribute in being business owners? And how will we take our organization with ourselves?
Great question. And this is, I think, to kind of reiterate what I said earlier, is that I think ownership is something that can be displayed by anybody at any stage of the organization. It doesn't matter if you're junior or senior or what stage of your career you're in. As a junior person, when you enter the organization, you think, or it's natural to think that I'm just here, somebody will tell me what to do, and that's pretty much going to define my job. But what I would recommend is one is of course the job that you have to do and to do that to the best of your abilities, which I'm sure you will, right? But since you're working in that organization, take an interest in the business of that organization, right? Where does their revenue come from? What is the cost structure like? What is it that they spend money on, right? What do they spend it on marketing? Do they spend how much do they spend on product development? How does the organization function? So one of the things, I've worked for a lot of organizations in my life. And in the beginning, when I joined an organization, I always make it a point to go and have lunch with people from a different function, right? Because that teaches you more about how the organization works and how these different organizations function. In fact, early in my career, I used to be a supply chain consultant. And when we were actually trying to do consulting assignments for organizations, we used to go and spend time in their manufacturing facilities and their depots to actually see how things work over there. And that really gives you a much better idea of how the organization functions and that will then inform your insights in what you're trying to do. You may be an intern or a trainee in marketing, but if you know how your products are made, how are they packaged and how they get to the market, next time you're trying to run a campaign, you'll understand what it takes to turn around a packaging design, for example, in a short amount of time. Right? You'll know somebody in the packaging department who could be a friend who can basically, give you that help. And you'll be able to tell your boss and you'll be much more valuable for it because you have all of these insights about how the organization functions. And that shows ownership beyond just the job, which may be just turning around a creative briefs or something like that, right? So I think this is an example that I took, we can talk about other functions as well, but just showing that you're thinking for the company, then for what, makes your team or your you or whatever it is successful, and then thinking about what is your job. In that order, I find that there are always instances.
Fantastic. The way I understood is, of course, thinking more about the organization or the larger context. Second, spending time with people from other domains, other functional areas within the organization, giving you a much better understanding of the organization itself. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir. I'm Pratik Ramwell, PG 2426. So, sir, my question is, you mentioned moonlighting while you're doing the job. It has been an ethical dilemma for me also while I was working to choose between one job and the business. How do you cope up with it? How do you convince yourself that you gave your full to your job that you're working and also maintain a proper timeline for whatever entrepreneurship or another job that you're doing? So I wanted to know more about it.
Sure. Now, I'll give you few examples. One is that, okay, as long as you know you are giving 110% to the organization that you are part of, that should be the number one priority. Second, I mean, if you look at many of the well-known companies or the inspiring companies like Google, they actually promote that, as far as I know, 20% of the time you can spend on your pet project, which is also kind of promoting that moonlighting or entrepreneurship in some other form. In my case, I did inform my manager that this is what I do on weekends and evenings. There was absolutely zero conflict. I was more than 100% available. I was getting 4 or 5 out of 5 ratings in my annual uh, appraisals. So by all account, I was doing what I should have been doing for the responsibility I had. And I think, see, when you have a multiple responsibility, your natural system actually inspires you to do better because you have a limited time. See, if I spend time on a work which is distraction for me, it means I'm not spending my time on the passion I have. So if anything, it actually, I feel, made me a better contributor as a team member than otherwise I would have been. So even within our company, we promote that. As long as it's transparent and it is obvious, we promote that. And I think it's a right way to take a ramp uh, from being a part of organization to owner.
Thank you. So essentially there are 2 to 3 parts to it, but very quick contra example is, for example, going during summers and essentially watching a YouTube or watching something which is of our choice on our mobile or on our system, or doing some work of ours either, or maybe going through an Instagram post or whatever, reels or whatever it is. And I have heard this year enough number of people. I think there's a company which is, I think, asked about 4 to 5 of the interns to move out across the board with no hesitation after having kind of watched this behavior. That's more an example of moonlighting. While our Rupesh ji mentioned that what he did was moonlighting, but moonlighting, the way he's mentioning, is perfectly okay as long as it is informed. That is, don't keep it uninformed. Keep the organization informed, number one. Number two, the activity should have no conflict of interest with the organization's larger objective that is there. In other words, you like, let's say, birds, or you kind of go like, let's say, going to for some adventure travel, etc. on a weekend. Fine, one can always convert that into a business at a later point in time. Is that a question of moonlighting or not? My sense is no, because given the 2 conditions which you mentioned, uninformed should not be uninformed and should have no conflict of interest. I guess these are very great thumb rules which you mentioned. Yeah, please, sir. Look forward to our guest here wants to have a quick, you can say, elaboration or thoughts. Please go ahead.
And I see these words of Vishal, the young latest CEO on MD chairman on board, right? He always says this when he conducts culture sessions. Culture is a necessary condition, not sufficient. You need food on the table for the customer. You need to have a great culture. But if you don't do good business, winning and making money, having only culture doesn't help. So food at the table of the customer is important when you continue to run culture. But for Rupesh Bhai, he traveled with me in Indigo yesterday, and I heard all your conversation with the doctor. I was sitting in 1D, and he was sitting in 1A. I was humble enough to listen to you because we have a diarrhea of speech. We don't normally listen. Question to you, and this is a little quick, okay? And I can comment on moonlighting. So Vishal is the person who went all the way about moonlighting. And I talked about moonlighting in my section, right? आपके लिए एक question है. You went to corporate, started your own. You are an entrepreneur. If you want to retrace back into corporate life, because we make any bag of money, okay? We also make, by the way. Yes. Okay. Yeah, people don't talk normally. They have any bag of money. If you want to retrace back to corporate, tell us why and why not. That would be interesting for this case.
Thank you. Thanks, Praveenji. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. I'm quite impressed that you heard my conversation, that next sit conversation with doctor. She was, by the way, quite talented from Raipur. Impressive. There was a doctor sitting next to me in flight. Now, the question is fantastic. One is, if I ever want to go back to corporate life, why and why not, and reasons for both. So I would say why is okay. Maybe I'll give my first passionate answer is why not. Why not is because I feel I'm animal out of cage. It is hard to put me back in. Thank you. Just on a personal note, I've been to 100 countries. Okay, just as a traveler. Okay, I can work from anywhere. I don't think there are many corporate culture which will allow me to do that. So that is why not I would not want to go back. And why? Perhaps the one and only reason is there is a loneliness at the top, which I recognize. Working with the great minds like Kamolika or any of all of you in audience, Shailesh or anyone, right? That is one thing that I dearly miss because sometimes the best ideas are combination, amalgamation of many good ideas and many good execution talents. So that is something I would love to go back and experience that what it looks like to be working with many talented individuals as good or as better than you. So that's why I would.
It's a fairly, very honest submission. Uh, Kamalika ji, ma'am, any closing thoughts from your end? We'll wrap this up and then we'll move to the tea break.
I think we are, in spite of all the bhukaness, we're living in very, very interesting times. And I think much of the challenges we have in front of us, I think the opportunities are also great. And one of the things that I always tell my kids and my family is that if I graduated from an IIM today, I would absolutely found the business. I would probably never go into corporate life. So that's just my personal example. But I think you have all the opportunities. You have great inputs from the institute that you are studying in. This will continue to be a bedrock and foundation for you, no matter where you go. So make the most of these 2 years. All the best, and keep your light shining high. And I'm sure all of you will achieve fantastic success in your lives. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I would now request Professor Satya Siva Das to come to the stage and felicitate the guests.
Miss Kamolika Gupta Perez. Mr. Rupesh Sangi. I would now like to request our guests, our faculties, our chairperson placements and co-chairperson placements to kindly commemorate for a photograph.
Yes, sir.
So I used to come to, yeah, come to your old campus regularly. I used to teach you credit.
Oh, very nice. What was that for?
Those days we used to be learning and development.
Uh-huh.
And then I taught one.
Yes, sir. Now we would like to request our guests to proceed for the high tea. We request the students to remain seated while the guest leaves.
The high tea would be in the IR lounge. All of you may leave. Report back in the next 10 minutes.
Check, check.
Check.
IT, could we please have the first panel poster?
लैपटॉप बंद हो गया। हाँ सीपीयू बंद हो गया। सीपीयू बंद हो गया। सीपीयू नहीं, लैपटॉप वर्क नहीं कर रहा।
ठीक। नहीं लैपटॉप तो अभी उसमें मतलब पासवर्ड वो लगा ना कुछ, तो उधर दे दिया, यहाँ से कर दिए ना। हाँ मैंने देख यहाँ पे लगाना है ये, ठीक है, ये केबल मैंने निकाल दिया, ये जो लैपटॉप में लगा है ये लैपटॉप ये मैंने निकाल दिया, इसको लगा दिया, ठीक है। जैसे वहाँ से कोई लैपटॉप कनेक्ट किए डिस्प्ले यहाँ पे
तो ठीक है, कनेक्ट करके देना है उनको।
वो तो वो कर लेंगे, वो कनेक्टर में लगा दिया ना, कनेक्टर में लगा दिया वो तो। हाँ
ये सोफा भी थोड़ा खटकाना था, सोफा का भी थोड़ा खटकाना था। किसी को ये सोफा कैसे लगना था, वो वाला ऐसे होगा और ये वाला मतलब
और इधर काम है, निकल गया वो, क्या चीज है? चलिए मैं नेट क्यों नहीं आ रहा देखो तो, स्विच आईपी नहीं देख कर रहा हूँ डिपेंड एक काम हो गया था।
नहीं दो क्योंकि ग्लासेस भी दो रखते हैं, लेकिन इस बार में खाली ये चार लोग हैं, लास्ट वाला का अभी चार
एक माइक और ला के देना है इनका, चार माइक ला No, I need to take care of it. I don't know. I will ask. We need one person back with because my friend has it online IT consult. Okay, I'll ask for ask him. I'll be back. Come back after.
कहाँ गया टेबल पर भी आते फायर
ऐसे ही बोल हाँ
पूरा पूरा बहुत अगर एक दो लोग बैठ जाता ये बीच वाले सोफा से पूरा
हाँ
लेकिन ज्यादा आगे आना ही थोड़ा सा स्प्रेड कर सकते हैं, थोड़ा सा स्प्रेड कर हाँ ये सोफा को थोड़ा इधर जाएगा
Check. एक दो तीन चार पाँच, हाँ पाँच ही चाहिए, अभी तो पाँच ही चाहिए। बट मतलब बोलेंगे We request everyone to settle down fast. We'll be beginning shortly. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life. And the way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. Good morning to everyone present here. I, Roshan Matthew,
And I, Revati Pandit of PGP Batch 2325,
warmly welcome you to the first panel discussion of the day on the topic, the journey of self-discovery. This theme is not just about understanding who we are, but about realizing our potential, embracing our strengths, and acknowledging our areas for growth. To gain further insights on the topic, I would now request the distinguished panelists and the moderator to join us on stage. I request the audience to welcome them with a round of applause.
I would now like to take the privilege of introducing our esteemed panelists. I am honored to introduce our first guest, Shri Abhishek Mohanty, Head of Talent Management and OD at Merino. Sir is a seasoned HR leader with 18 plus years of experience who excels in talent acquisition, development, and employee engagement, leveraging his legal background to enhance HR practices. His passion for building strong company cultures and fostering employee growth will be a key highlight in today's discussion. We welcome you, sir.
I now have the pleasure of introducing our second panelist, Shri Rupesh Sangi, the founder and CEO of Ergod Inc., a global leader in e-commerce. From humble beginnings, Sir has transformed Ergod into a powerhouse with over 3 million SKUs and partnership across 150 countries. His dedication to mentorship and his passion for personal growth have garnered multiple nominations for EY Entrepreneur of the Year. Sir, we are honored to have you here with us.
Our third distinguished guest for the discussion, Shri Soren Paul, Country Brand Lead External Business Partnerships at Pfizer. With over 28 years in the pharmaceutical industry, Sir has been pivotal in transforming healthcare in India. His focus on cultivating future leaders through through integrity and innovative strategies, underscores his commitment to customer centricity and digital transformation. He aims to deliver value through innovative omni-channel marketing strategies that enhance customer experiences and foster growth in the evolving pharmaceutical landscape. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
It's a privilege to introduce our fourth panelist, Sri Subramanian Chidambaran, Chief Strategy Officer at Cummins India. With a rich background from McKinsey and Siemens, Sir brings a unique blend of strategic expertise and Indian philosophy. His work on Cummins' Destination Zero and his interest in Sanskrit and Carnatic music reflect a holistic approach to innovation and purpose-driven leadership. Sir, we welcome you to our panel discussion today through the virtual mode.
I would now take the privilege to introduce the fifth panelist for this discussion, Shri Sumit Sangwan, VP Sales and Marketing at Havells. With over 20 years of experience in sales, marketing, and P&L management, Sir has driven significant business results and customer satisfaction. His impressive career spans roles at Samsung India, Oyo, Tata Tele, and Bharti Airtel, making him a valuable addition to our panel. We are honored to have you, sir.
I would now take the privilege to introduce the moderator for this discussion, Professor Satya Das, Dean External Affairs at IIM Raipur. Sir is a distinguished academician and consultant. He brings extensive expertise in corporate strategy, innovation, and policy research. His experience spans over leading multidisciplinary teams on complex projects across Europe, USA, and India. Renowned for his analytical approach and deep knowledge of sustainability and regional economic development, Sir is well equipped to guide today's discussion. We welcome you, sir.
I would now like to request Professor Satyasiba Das to welcome the panelists with a bouquet. Shri Abhishek Mohanty, Shri Rupesh Sangi,
Thank you very much. I like that you guys are listening. These are out from campus.
Shri Soren Paul, Shri Sumit Sangwan, Shri Subramaniam Chidambaran, sir, we thank you for joining us online. I now request Chairperson Corporate Relations Rashmi Shukla ma'am to welcome Professor Satyasiba Das with a bouquet.
Thank you, ma'am.
I request the moderator, Professor Satyasiba Das sir, to take the panel discussion ahead.
Okay. Once again, good morning and welcome to this panel. It is indeed a privilege to having all of you, including Mr. Subramaniam in the virtual mode in this panel. And I'm sure it will be a great learning for our students and also a great opportunity to have experience from your side to the faculties also. No, it is always very, very difficult to start anything. So I was struggling after we had a discussion yesterday, how to start. And for some reason they have given us a very complex thing, discovering self. And it's always a question, how much we have discovered ourselves is also a question when you are in a panel. So I thought first I'll start with a small videos, which perhaps many of you perhaps have seen. Could you just connect to me to my laptop? Computer is making sure it's me in darkness, looking for you. Yes. A small music albums, I think a music number that came few years back. I'm not sure when. Uh,
Sun, sun, Kafka is खामखा है ये लाइफ खामखा is खामखा है ये लाइफ पिघलती जैसे बारिश ये लाइफ मचलती जैसे हिलिश ये लाइफ टप 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 के मौत के थपके गिलियम की फिल्म सी जैसी लाइफ जैसे कोई फिसला के कच
How many of you have seen this music number? No? Nobody? But have you observed a particular word that is being used in the beginning? This one, bit a tongue twister word. Anybody knows what is the meaning of this word? Yes. What's the meaning of that word? Absolutely. Is one of my favorite writer, and in fact, one of the most prominent figure in the literature world. It's very interesting to observe, also say that what he actually, his writing was so unique that subsequently, let me just open up a very interesting slide on him, that a term is being coined, telling about the principle of his, all the story he has narrated in an extremely complex way. And if you look at the meaning of this word, dictionary meaning of that is saying of relating to or suggestive of Frank Kafka on his writing, especially having a nightmarishly complex, bizarre, and illogical quality. Okay. And when he was being interviews in one of the very early interview in New York's Time, and he mentioned that he said in an interview in his Manhattan apartment is when you enter a serial world in which all your control patterns, all your plans, and the whole way in which you have configured your behavior begin to fall to pieces when you find yourself against a force that doesn't lend itself to the way you perceive the world. You don't give up, but subsequent part is very important. You don't give up. You don't lie down and die. What you do is struggle against this with all your equipment, with whatever you have. But of course, you don't stand a chance. That is Kafka case. Okay, it's a very interesting term. So my past, when we are discussing, is because most of you are pretty young. And I always remember it, I usually tell you people in the class, there you are in a emerging adulthood. You are not truly an adult. So the value systems is being formed at this stage. And this is a time when you enter into the corporate world. Corporate world provides a very interesting set of challenge, both in the personal and professional life. So first we'll try to understand from our guest, what is really a management career and how it is gets shaped in the subsequent, perhaps in the very past 5 years, 7 years, or 10 years down the line. I'm sure that must be changing over the period of time. And what is being expected from the management world in those past 5 years? Is it really as complex that this picture there? Or is it really, is world has perceived that thing in this way? Or how it should be for these peoples? Or how it is really is for these people? Anybody to start? Maybe we can start with Sumit from that.
Good morning, everyone. So, okay, other team has a responsibility. So, good morning. An interesting question. Frankly, the good part about your video is that it's something really, really related to the topic you have given us. Okay. It all depends on the self-discovery and how you see this picture. So, I see, we are all sitting here. We can't do self-discovery for you guys, right? But what we can do sitting here is give you that clarity which helps us, right? We can give you those pointers, and maybe I was discussing with someone, even if you pick one point out of the discussion today and implement it, so it's a successful session, right? So I'll tell you my story when I answer this. When I started my career, and I'm an army brat, who is, how many of you from who's an army brat? You know? Okay, great. So one sitting on the rice as well. So my dad was in the army, my brother was an Air Force pilot, and the natural progression was in Navy Fauji Banwa. I also go to the army, and I cleared my SSB in 2003. Was supposed to join army, and it didn't happen. Right? That was the moment when self-discovery happened. The Fauj is not happening. What I can do in corporate, which actually helps me live that life. The first thing which came to my mind on self-discovery was the boss, I lead a team, right? And lead team of people, you know. So that self-discovery, if you guys start happening, you know, if it starts happening with you guys at early stage, it really helps you. Because मुझे तब पता चल गया था कि मुझे एक ऐसा काम करना है जिसमें बहुत सारे लोग हो, and I lead them and I deliver something out of that. So sales is something which clearly happened at start of my career कि मुझे sales करना है. So 2003 I was very clear कि life भर मुझे sales करना है. मुझे sales इसलिए नहीं करना था that I wanted to move to product. So you know, usually people do sales and eventually मैं marketing में चले जाऊँगा, product में चले जाऊँगा. I always wanted to do sales because I was very clear at starting of my career कि मुझे team lead करके कुछ मचाना है. Right? So मेरे लिए कभी प्रेशर नहीं था. So what I request always to youngsters, especially college में, आप treadmill पे आप लोग भागते हो, you guys go to gym. Your speed at treadmill is right now at 5 to 6 kilometers per hour. So you can do this self-discovery. सोच सकते हो. Imagine करो if your speed is 12 kilometers per hour on a treadmill. Can you think? Can you do anything? So people sitting here are on a treadmill which is at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour. Self-discovery is really difficult. But at your stage in college, the speed is 6 to 7. Please utilize this next 2 years to self-discover. तो ये chaotic चीज नहीं दिखेगी. ये दिखती इसलिए है because हमने वो 2 साल जो हमारे पास टाइम था, वो incubation center की वजह कहीं और ही निकाल दिया. Right? So spend your time in self-discovering yourself. ये picture बहुत clear हो जाएगी. I think it was always clear for me.
Thank you, thank you. Maybe we can move to Soren to understand this. How was the discovery?
As intriguing as the topic, and you started with Kafka, how how it can really completely take away the very fact that we are all logical human beings, right? But in the advent of adversary, logics go out of the window, right? And emotions and one's ability to regulate emotions, those part of empathy, understanding the other side of the story becomes so very important. When on Friday, I think Dr. Das, Professor Das talked about that this is one of the topic, and he talked about that probably the positioning statement that you have created is building business owners. I was wondering, and this has been there, and this, I think, I've been talking about all the people that I've touched during my line management or different roles that I did. And I did training, I did sales management, I am in marketing, quite a large number of years that I have been in this organization, almost feel like a relic. I've been saying, somebody talking about I'm an old furniture. But what it does to me is the ability to now understand how youngsters who join the corporate bandwagon, how it is important for them to understand that which are the important behavioral innuendos which will help them hold, and they will be alive and kicking throughout the time in the first 5 years, as Dr. Das talked about. I think one of the important matter that everyone needs to understand is that you will get a job where probably you would be first as an individual contributor, right? These 2 years of grueling, IIMs, what they do to you is being able to, create the management steel. Probably, diamonds are formed under pressure. And that pressure is actually tactics for your brain to elasticize, because, neuroplasticity at earlier age is better than for somebody who's going to be turning 50. And I'm cognizant of the fact that probably I have smarter people in the room. And that's where it starts. As an organization, we are always trying to fill our rooms with smarter people. If I'm the smartest person in the room, then I'm in the wrong room. And that's where I think the basic labyrinth thinking of an organization starts. And that's why we look forward for young minds to come into the organization, bring a fresh breath of perspective, and shake up the fundamentals which we thought are the holy grail of the way that we do business. And that's what I think IIM brings in. Now, probably at a later point in time, I'll talk more about it, but I think the few fundamental important things, and amongst it, one of the important one, I think Dr. Das also agreed, and that's something as an organization in Pfizer in 2024 to next 5 years we have taken up, is something which is known as actionable attitudes. Now, those are those things which will help bind the organizations and the people inside the organizations. As the big behemoth of an organization is like a cycle's wheel. There are spokes which are interconnected, and if they don't talk to each other, and if they don't move, that cycle spoke is not going to be on balance. It's almost like a bicycle which can only have balance when they are moving forward. Very, very important is, probably at a later point of time, I'm going to talk about actionable attitudes, which each one of you need to be very cognizant about, that you can learn it in these 2 particular years. And one of them is very, very important, where God is in details. And remember, I think going forward in the next 30 years, 35 years of journey, you would have to be a student. And I continue to say this, and I'm saying this today also. I still feel at the age of 50, be a student of pharmaceutical management. I will continue to be a student as long as I'm not hanging my boots and trying to do something different as to what I'm supposed to do, right? So with this, I think the very labyrinth of the topic of self-discovery would be different for each one of you. And I think each one of you will rise up to the occasion and ensure that you are in the right path, because you need to be head over heels in love with what you do. And being able to select the organization of your choice should be the way in which you have been able to attach your purpose with what makes you happy, is something which is going to be very, very important. At the age of 30, 35, people get into the dichotomy and they say that what I'm doing is not what I love. And I think that's something will not happen to you. Initially, you will not understand. But once you join in and you know the intricacies of the job that you are going to be given, you will have to fall in love head over heels with that. And that's where, like when you sit in front of the driver with the wheel in front of you, outside the windscreen, you can only see, you don't see the destination, right? So when I'm in Mumbai, from my place to BKC, where it's about a 25 minutes drive, I know I'm going to be reaching that destination for sure. But what I see in front of the windscreen is hordes and hordes of cars, rickshaws, and whatnot, right? Only when you move near and you take a decision and you take the chance of going left and right, you meander through that road and reach where you want to reach. And eventually, after about 25 minutes of significant amount of decision and chances that you have taken, you have been able to reach. So your life also going to be like that. What got you here is not going to get you there. But mind you, what you are learning in this, next 2 years is going to certainly, get you up and ready for the next 20, 25 years. And there would be a lot of experiential learning through which you would be able to keep your foot on ground and say that, hey, I'm still the student of this game. As long as you have that in mind, you would be able to cross any mountains, and every single mountain will be the base of another one. So keep climbing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll go to Mr. Subramaniam to have his opinions and his discovery first, then we'll come back again.
At the outset, a very, very good morning to all the panelists.
Can you increase the volume, please? Just a second, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Are you able to hear me well?
Just 1 second. What happening? Is there any technical difficulties? Sir, please try again.
Are you able to hear me well now?
Yes, it is better.
Okay. So very good morning to all the panelists and everyone present in the hall. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person because of some health issues, but I hope to be there in person soon and meet all of you. So this is, as all the panelists have mentioned, it is a very intriguing topic indeed. To the question Professor Das put, I would just extend the point that Mr. Soren already mentioned. The fact that learning is actually a lifelong process. So I think in these initial years, as you step in to the corporate world, after your 2 years at IIM, when you're stepping into the corporate world, the initial years are the founding years. When I have realized that I spent a lot of time in understanding things. I spent a lot of time learning things. And I continue to learn even today. But those initial years become very important in understanding the fundamentals of how does a business work? How does a corporate work? Because I'm not sure how many of you who have come into IIM Raipur have prior work experience. And even if you had, the kind of work and the nature of work that you're going to be doing after you graduate from here is going to be different. So the whole point is to say that how does an enterprise work? What are the essential aspects of an enterprise? What is the meaning of a work culture? What does it mean to be a boss? What does it mean to be a superior? What does it mean to be a colleague? What does it mean to be a subordinate? All these aspects you need to start observing. You need to start figuring out role models within your organization. You need to start seeing what are the different leadership styles people are using. So what I did in my initial years was literally do that. Learn the fundamentals of all these aspects. And whichever business you're getting into, spend time in understanding the business. So keeping a very open mindset. I think that is very, very important. Not reaching a point to say that, okay, now I have known it. This is, okay, now I know what it is. No, we never reach that point. And probably when we reach that point is where our learning stops, our growth stops, and we probably become least attractive even to a future employer, right? So I think even if you take the pure lens of employability, the lifelong employability and attractiveness in the market, what is very important is how open are you in your mind to learn things, to observe things, to interact with people, to understand things, and to start picking up what is it that really suits you. That comes at a much later stage. The initial years may not be the years when you start forming your own ideology or your own style. That will still take some time. But initial years, I have learned, is a lot to do with learning and setting your foundation right. So this is what I would say, Professor Das.
Thank you, sir. We'll come to subsequently to Rupesh. Yes.
So, hello. Yeah, on this one, I would say that, okay, at least my path to self-discovery, so to speak, is primarily, I mean, all of you must have heard this saying that your friends not are not the one who are with you when you have everything, but your friends are the ones who are with you when you have nothing. In an exact similar way, I would say that think of you then when you have no outside obligatory duties to do. And then what you find yourself enjoying the most is where your center of self-discovery is, in my opinion. Lot of time outside study, if I find myself cooking lot more than anything else, I enjoy cooking, right? Maybe there is somewhere I feel satisfaction being a creative chef. I'll give you my example. 99, 2000, even though I was a chemical engineer, believe it or not, my idea of meeting with friends was to go to cyber cafe. Now, maybe I did not relate to it at that time, but then I realized that I love spending time online and with technology far more than spending time in chemical plants. So all of us have, I mean, I feel what I'm speaking is a very practical way of finding where your true passion is. Okay, so whenever you have got nothing to do, maybe on Sunday afternoon, when you are not on influence, even within your first circle, be it your parents, sibling, friends, who are constantly trying to mold you or see you in some way, for see yourself what you enjoy doing the most, and perhaps that would be the best way to know who you are. And once you know what gives you the most pleasure, trust me, you will not work any day in a life. In my personal experience, even if I stress out, you know what I do? I go to my work, and that is the most relaxing place for me. So with that, maybe it will be like, maybe it is some application you can use.
Yes. Thank you. Maybe we can continue with that.
Sure. Great. So think of three circles in your mind. Just visualize three circles. So the first circle is your competency, what you're studying to kind of pursue here at IIMS, right? The second circle is an organizational need. So you all aspire to be working at a place. That's the organizational need. So we are going to come here at placements and pick up folks in HR, sales, marketing, ops. Now, what happens is we come here, look at your competency, and we hire you. The third circle, and which is what Rupesh just alluded to, is the most important circle, which is the passion. Now, again, visualize the three circles meeting, and there is a small segment, the intervening point, where all the three circles come together. Only that small percentage of space or number of people where your competency meets the organizational need and meets your internal passion, right, are going to be ever successful in your life. Unfortunately, 80%, the Pareto principle kind of holds true everywhere, most importantly in corporates. 80% of us do a 9 to 5. We are there for the monthly payroll, and that's about it. And organizations and folks like me in HR, we are aware of it. But we need that 80% as well. It's only the 20% which really push the curve and kind of run the entire show. So the choice is with you, whether you want to be on the 20% side or the 80%. Either ways, organizations are not going to get impacted. You're impacting yourself. So last night while walking, I think Yatharth from first year, I don't know if you're here. So we had a chat, and I was telling him that it's very important. How do you get onto this journey of self-discovery? Doesn't come overnight. It's not like you sleep over, have a dream, and you know, this is what I want to do. I'm a law graduate, an economics student before that, but I moved into a career in HR with American Express being my first company. And 6 years down the line, I chose to be an entrepreneur, and I failed. I took a sabbatical. I did that for a year and a half, and I thought I was going great guns, but I failed. And I think, Praveerji, to answer your question, why would somebody being an entrepreneur want to come back? Well, I had no option but to come back because I failed. I needed a corporate job to pay up all the liabilities that I'd created trying to be an entrepreneur. So the next 10 years, I worked again. The bug bit me again. In 2018, I again took a sabbatical, again wanted to be an entrepreneur, failed again, right? So again came back to corporate in 21, and here I am. So it's not an easy journey. You got to find what you look at. I mean, Rupesh, I'm very happy for you. You found what you love, and he's been successful at it. But 99% of us fail in striving. But I think earlier in the day, somebody said, if you've not done something, I think you only said that, right? If you've not done something, 100% you failed. अगर आपने try ही नहीं किया, you failed from the very beginning. You miss 100% of the chances. So I think a lot of learnings from you, Rupesh. Excellent journey that you've had. So my request to all of you would be, speak to your heart, speak to yourself, see what it wants to tell you. Pursue your passion, not somebody else's dream.
Just like to put one thought of, seed of thought in all of your mind, just occurred to me right now. And I think from where, Professor Das was talking about, on Friday, you have all heard Rupesh, right? Everyone loves those entrepreneurial stories which have really come full circle and being able to create value in the society, in the organization for them, for people at large, right? Now, the very bedrock has been talked about, the positioning statement for, your institution is, building, business owners. Just think about what would be that organization if there would be hundreds and 200s of Rupeshes with the same mindset working, but each one of them working as a separate business unit. And that mindset, where will this organization go over a period of time? I think that's what is being intentionally curated in your mind, and that's what I think this institution, great institutions like IAMS and I must say, to the entire enriched faculty members and the deans and all of you have been able to formalize, because there must be a compelling vision through which you want to really walk through. And I think there cannot be a bigger compelling vision for the fact that when you take up the baton of a job which probably initially would be an individual contributor, it is important to have that entrepreneurial mindset, because it's going to be your job. If Elon Musk had been sleeping on the floor of Tesla, I'm sure to some way or the other, when he started his job, he might have had, burned midnight's oil, day in and day after to get where he got. So I think, if your paycheck is 10, and if you're not giving 15, and while nobody's watching you, is the mindset which needs to, get built up. And the catchword is, nobody's going to be watching you. And that's the part of integrity that's going to be very, very important. With a small little story that I'm going to take 1 minute. And in fact, I saw that quite some time back, had an indelible, impression in my mind. It was a father who was telling his son the values of integrity, and he took a fabric out, a very strong fabric, and he asked and given his son, he tried to tear it apart. The son tried all his might from all corners. He could not tear it apart. Right? There's something that the son did. I don't exactly remember what was it. Then he took out a small little, scissor and cut it in one part of that cloth, right? And he asked the son to, tear it apart. And he could tear it apart. And what he told, that small little loss of integrity that this particular cloth had is almost similar to your life. You're going to make that choices right up early in your career. And that's going to actually define who you are and who you will become, right? At the end of the day, you can be anything that you want to be, right? Yesterday only, I was talking, we use only probably around 6% of our brains. And anybody who goes to about 8 or 9, they say that, the Einsteinian brain, right? At the end of the day, what value that you create largely is rooted to the integrity through which you have been able to create that value. And I think that's going to be very, very important. And when I see and beautifully the way Rupesh has been giving examples and anecdotals, and also Komulika and talked about, these are leaders who have reached to the echelons of organization, but largely rooted through these basic fundamentals which will take you forward. And I think these are something that you should not ever forget, and have that green and growing approach and the studentship, stewardship that in your mind, which will take you forward.
Can you connect me to my laptop, please? So let me the part of my student and can you connect me to my laptop? Yes. So what we begin with that capsicles, what we have thought of corporate life is perhaps is not that complex. We can learn a little bit from the experience of our guest and their wisdom. So what I have taken as a point, and I'm summarizing it for my student, what all of you have mentioned, discover when life is slow. Sir mentioned in the beginning, I think Sumit mentioned that thing. And bring clarity, bring aspirations, cultivate and learn actionable attitude. That's a very important thing. Self-discovery will be different for each of you. It will be different and it will be very individual. Particularly, Rupesh mentioned self-discovery is a personal. It has three different interesting dimensions I have mentioned. I'm really sorry for my bad handwriting. So it doesn't come overnight. So what we are saying that self-discovery is possible. It is a slow, it's a long process. The next 2 years is very important. Developing entrepreneurial mindset and actionable skill is very important. And we have to be the top 20% by intersection of these three important circle: competency, organizational need, and passions. So gentlemen, I will ask you to take and be free to fill in wherever you want to fill into those. I think we have enough important point here in the past open up statement. I will ask and request you just focuses a little bit on how they can create a self-identity, even if it is a slow process, authentic themselves. How can they harness the action skills over the period of time? And how can they learn it? That's also a very important thing. So rest of the time, totally in your personal way, whatever the way you want to fill that knowledge, you can fill. How can they learn those actionable skills? What are those actionable skills they should have? And the last part is how they can create a identity in this complex world which demand a lot from them. Okay.
I would like to take that. Before that, I see there are people, getting into Navy. I also remember my time. So I just want to ask you guys a question, right? To wake you up. How many are you guys feeling कि complicated है ये जो बात कर रहे हैं? It's little complicated. थोड़ा सा ऊपर से जा रहा है. So I would actually want to see raise of hands that you still not got that answer which you're looking for, and it's okay, so that we can actually help you guys answer that.
Yes, that's
right.
very important to have the right.
थोड़ा सा English ज़्यादा हो जाता है लगता है, right? So if you feel, because there is no point having this discussion here on the panel till then you guys get that clarity. And let me tell you, in next 2 years, don't look for motivation. ठीक है, professor से motivation की उम्मीद मत रखना, right? And especially from our also. Look for that clarity, right? वो YouTube पे motivation videos please मत देखना अगर देखते हो. Look for that clarity, and that's why we are here. So again, repeat my question. You don't have that clarity, अभी तक नहीं आई है तो please हाथ खड़ा करो. Then it makes sense. ठीक है, मुझे नहीं आई है, right? मुझे तुम्हारी एज तक नहीं आई, because it kept on changing. So let me tell you one very simple thing. कि ये इतना complicated नहीं, it will happen by sometimes by design, but most probably default होगा. ये गलती से हो जाएगा, unconsciously, right? And मेरे साथ भी unconsciously हुआ है. Imagine Harsha Bhoglia. So when I'm sitting in IIM, I think the first guy comes to my mind is Harsha Bhoglia was in IIM Ahmedabad. What is he doing right now? क्या कर रहे हैं वो? Okay, now when he was studying in IIM, right? He went and did a test match ka commentary like that. He was not even paid for that. When he came back, he was so happy कि यार जो मैं कर रहा था, it makes me happy. That feeling came. So what Rupesh was saying, something about feeling. If that feeling happens, boss, right? Then it will be done. वो self realization अपने आप आ जाएगा, right? So most important thing here is the feeling. आपको ये अच्छा लगेगा, वो सेल्फ रेगुलेशन आ जाएगा. जैसे मुझे लगा कि सेल्स करके मुझे अच्छा लगता है, तो मैं सेल्स ही कर रहा हूँ पिछले 21 साल से. एंड समथिंग हैपेंड विद मी लास्ट ईयर एंड अगेन इट चेंज्ड, right? Somebody from IIM Udaipur, one of my old colleague who was working, who was doing some PhD, he said, I have never been to a college before last year. He called me and he said, Sumit, वो जो guest speaker आने वाला था वो आ ही रहा है. Can you pitch it? And it was a short notice. And I used to head Haryana and Rajasthan का sales, and I was traveling Rajasthan में आ जाऊँगा, right? And that session was a solo session, guest speaker था. It was a 1.5 session. I somehow loved it. That feeling was such amazing feeling कि boss मुझे तो ये करके नौकरी से ज़्यादा मजा आ रहा है, right? तो क्या मैं नौकरी छोड़ दूँ? तो वो feeling आई, and this feeling is still there. मेरा HR यहाँ कोई नहीं बैठे हुए, ठीक है? Report भेजना भी मत, ठीक है? So I got that feeling कि boss ये तो अच्छा है. And somebody from IIM Udaipur said कि वो बंदा जो आया था, and we did a good talk XLRI में कि आप आ जाओ. And again I went to XLRI, then I went to IIM Sambalpur. Today I'm here, and somehow I feel कि I'm not wasting my weekend. I'm actually enjoying my weekend. What Rupesh said कि जब stress होता है वो काम की तरफ जाता है, जब मुझे stress होता है तो मैं यहाँ आता हूँ, right? ये मेरी self discovery है. And maybe after 2 years you see me as Sumit Sangwan, not Vice President Havels, right? You see me as Sumit Sangwan who is doing this job, and maybe वो self discovery mode में हो. So कई चीजें by design नहीं होगी, by chance होंगी. बस अपनी आंखें और कान खुली रखना, right? और कुछ ना कुछ टकरा जाएगा, right? That's what I want to do.
Beautifully said. Very beautifully said.
Yes, we can continue.
Yeah, I think, such beautiful anecdotes, right? It open up our mind. And I think as individuals, at whatever level you are, there would be times when you will start doubting yourselves, right? And that doubt is basically for the unknown. And it happens to me all the time, right? The only thing that I do, which I can tell you, and I think I learned it, about 10, 15 years back, and that has helped me significantly, is that you attack the day before it attacks you. You attack the problem and try and see and break it down into manageable action plans. And then you will be able to find some solution out of it, right? Easier said than done. I think I don't know how many of you remember when Saddam Hussein, kind of, blown off all the wells, and, it was blazing, and there were no company who could find a way to douse those flames. And I don't know whether you remember, and, in case studies also, it has come in many, many places. The way that there's only one company who had been able to, douse those flames, and those are like the center of that particular flames going up is such that any rod or metal which goes and stays there for more than 2 minutes, they were melting. That was the core temperature of it. So there were about 12 companies who all failed. There is one company who did something which nobody thought. They planted a ball in front of a crane, and a bomb in front of a crane, and they put the bomb and a timer in such a way that the bomb would explode right in the middle of the furnace, which is there. Now, the moral of the story is, if you want to douse the fire of doubt in your mind, आपको कूदना है. Beyond that, if you sit and procrastinate, you will not be able to find, that solutions. That is number one. Number two, and when I say it, I'm basically talking about action. So let's say, for example, out of many, many, syllabuses that you have over here, there would be some that you would really detest. You don't like to come out in the morning and go to that particular lecture. No offense to, all the, faculty members over here. It happens in everybody's life. But then, I was seeing that movie called Kota Factory, and they was talking about, organic chemistry, and somebody was saying, okay, if you minus organic chemistry also, you might still be able to get that particular number that you would be able to hold good to get into where you want to go. What I'm trying to say, the actionable attitudes are very, very important. There are a few things that I noted down, and this is also part now of our organization as being some 4 or 5 very important parts of actionable attitudes. And one of them is embracing uncertainty. I think by all means you are going to be doing that, because life is going to send you a lot of curveballs, and it'll unsettle you out of your normal placid thinking or the way that you have been wired, right? And that is what is going to be part of your job, and you have to take action. You have to take that chance and go forward. Just like in a car, as I said, in front of आपको सिर्फ सामने गाड़ी ही दिखता है, and you see complete roadblock, and only you go near to it, you take a left or the right turn to be able to go forward. And the second one is progress over perfection. I don't want to speak about it. I think enough and enough is being talked about it. In organizations which are really time bound with deliveries, you can't wait beyond a particular point for all data points. There's something called hunch and there's something called gut feeling. So none of the feeling comes from gut. It's always in the limbic system. In some odd connotations, they talk about gut feeling. You'll have to do that. And you would be able to do that while you are in the job. You would be able to get the nuances of the job only when you go deep. And that's why we keep on saying God is in details. The job that you've been given to, you have to go layer beneath where others are going, and you need to feel confident, because that is when you get clarity. And once you get clarity, you have brevity of speech. And when you have brevity of speech, you'll be able to make people understand, because communication is not about talking. It's being about also listening and active listening in order to make the other person understand what you want to do. So those strategies that you want to really bring about the change for the job that you have been given or the organization is going to really, really be binding on you. Very important for you to follow through on that. Last but not the least, anchor in trust. I talked about that particular story. That is I think that is like that circle. One of our colleagues talked about circle. That circle needs to be there at all point of time, because in any organization, in any level that you are going to be, that anchoring in trust is going to be very, very important, because organizations are built on trust, and that trust creates equity, and that equity has long lasted, indelible print in the minds of consumers that you serve. And last but not the least, and I talk about it, it's about compassion, right? Now, all of you, I heard about 380 people every, year who joins, and you are amongst that 1%, probably 1 or 2% of the people who come and join over here in IIM. Now, usually our brain is wired in such a way that we see everybody around us as competitors. It doesn't help, because you are in one IIM, there are another 15, 16 IIMs. And also there are people who have not been able to go through IIMs. They will have their experiential journey, and you just don't have any competition. The only competition that you have is being able to stretch your mind, and you are your biggest competition. So I'll end by saying something that has changed my life completely almost 15 years back. And I was a very laid back, personality in what I am today. And it was about a person called Sanjay Vanchu in Pfizer, who was, around 125 kilo. I'm just painting the picture of a person with a significant, truncal obesity. And there was this one meeting that we had where a, hypnotist was called. He was also a motivational guru. तब के ज़माने पे वो चलता था, people used to call motivational guru for the organization. In short, I want to tell you, he picked up Sanjay Vanchu, and there were 4 chairs which were put. And he asked Sanjay Vanchu, that particular person, to, be in supine condition, sleep over these 4 chairs, right? And then he whispered something in his ears and tried to take the middle 2 chairs. And immediately it did not work. But the second try, to my astonishment and almost everyone, there was like a murmur in the 700 people who were there in the room. Sanjay Vanchu was like a rod in between his heels and his leg. And I'm talking about a 125 kilo man. It is just impossible. Again, the chairs were put in, and he was taken away, and the spell was, taken away. And he was asked, what did you hear? He told that the person or the hypnotist, told him that you are the strongest rod in the world, and nobody can bend you. Nothing, no force in the world can bend you. And, he uttered it 2 times and he felt asleep. Now, what I'm trying to tell you, the change that has happened to me is that human mind can do things which we do not know, right? The potential is immense. I don't want to be sermonic. Neither I want to be Gaur Gopal Das over here, neither Sadhguru, in trying to tell you what I'm trying to tell. But actually, none of you, including all of us who have traveled, our lives, actually know us. So that self-discovery, which is going to be very, very personal, will come to you as like you are holding the steering as you move forward. You will take the chances to go forward. But remember that you are only a fraction of what you are. And I'm not trying to motivate you because it's something that has happened in front of me, which changed me completely. Probably I have been able to change myself because if I don't change myself, I'll not be able to change others. And that's the fundamental thing about human beings.
We
Thank you.
move to maybe Mr. Subramaniam just to understand. Sir, we are discussing about how can they create the self-identity and how can they learn the actionable skills?
Yeah. Are you all able to hear me well?
Yes, now this is perfect.
Okay, great. So I think adding on to what my fellow panelists have been speaking, in my own journey, one thing that I have discovered is that there are certain established assumptions when you go into the corporate, right? Like for example, one thing was that you typically move into a strategy leader position or you become a chief strategy officer as a stepping stone to becoming a business leader or a CEO, which is there even today in many of the organizations. But very soon I realized that I don't want to be a CEO. I am not interested in becoming a business leader, right? I like doing strategy. So this took time for me to understand, but once I understood that, I have been making it clear to all my leaders or the organizations I go into to say that this is what interests me. They say that, okay, if you're doing that, then probably your career path or your growth journey could be limited. I say, I understand that. But this is the thing that interests me. So if I get up in the morning, I love doing the work I do in strategy. So that is what keeps me on. So I take it along with its pros and cons. So what is important, just extending of what people said, right? That the three circles and the concentric space, it may not come without any challenges, right? You would have challenges, you would have to compromise on certain things, you would have to give up on certain things, but you do that because your passion, your interest overweighs that. And that passion itself helps you excel in that particular space. And excellence is what matters at the end of the day. Whatever work you do, if you excel, you're going to be known for doing that. So the first thing that I discovered is do not go by the standard, well-established assumptions to say that this is how the path should be. No, your path could be different depending on what interests you and what you'd really like to do. Similarly, when I joined McKinsey after my Lucknow, I had never known what management consulting is before. So I joined McKinsey. Within a year's time, I realized that weekends, like Monday to Friday, I'm at a particular project site. I'm working on a particular project. And Saturday, Sunday, I'm at home. And most of the times, most of my colleagues, what they used to do is they used to chill and relax in the weekend because you have worked all the week. Very soon, I realized that I am wasting my weekends. So I had a passion in me, I had an interest in me to know more about Indian culture and tradition. And I felt that to uncover or unravel more of that, I need to know the language in which most of these literature or texts are. And that's when I decided that I need to learn Sanskrit. I'll try to figure out how do I do that? I have a full-time job. How am I supposed to be learning a full-time language now? That's when I hit upon a program which was run by the Mumbai University, which was a weekend course. I started off that 1 year into McKinsey. And by the time I left McKinsey, which was about 4 to 5 years later, I was already doing my MA in Sanskrit, that too in a weekend course. So I had progressed from a certificate to a diploma to an advanced diploma because it kept me engaged and I started loving it. Even though I was paying the price for it in terms of spending the time all through the weekend. So all through the week you are at work. In the weekends you are here in the college and you're studying a language, which can be as difficult as it can get as you age. So, but still I wanted to do that. I spent the time, I took out the time from my busy schedule to do that. Then I finished my MA in Sanskrit probably 3-4 years down the line. After I joined it, for a year or two, I took a sort of break where I was just teaching. And then again, I felt, no, I'm still wasting my time in not really pushing this forward. And currently, I'm doing my PhD in Indic studies, which is also a part-time thing that I'm doing. So I feel my journey is still not over there. Now, all this, when I tell people, they ask, how do you get the time? My answer to them is, if you're really passionate, you find the time, right? It is not about where are you getting the time. So what I'm trying to say in essence through these examples that I discovered is that definitely, as most of my fellow panelists also spoke about, try to find what is it that really excites you. What is it that really brings happiness to you? Very, very important to discover that. Once you have discovered that, do not wait for a day to say that after I retire, I'll start working on this. That's not going to happen. The day is never going to come. If you're interested in something, start the work today. In whatever capacity you can. You may not be able to do a full-fledged work. You may not be able to just leave your job and get into that. That's perfectly fine. But in whatever capacity you can, start the work today. Build your skill set, build your capabilities in that area right now. Start today. You never know, one day your passion could itself become your occupation or your full-time profession. But for that, you need to develop your skill set and capabilities to that level that you can take that call. Because as many of my fellow panelists said, you sometimes come back to the mainstream because of other commitments and liabilities that you have to say that, okay, now I cannot survive on that alone. Let me get back to a mainstream. So when you have to decide or make the decision to say that now the corporate life or the mainstream life is enough, now let me pursue my passion full time. Probably at some level, you will also need to have that kind of an ecosystem that gives you the confidence, that gives your family the confidence that, okay, things can be taken care of, even if I leave this completely. That can only come if you have built that capability and skill set of yours to that level where you can decide to make that shift or that switch at a later point in time. So these are some of the thoughts that I would leave all of you with. And happy to answer any questions if you have.
Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. So I am just looking after multiple times my watch. So I want keep around 20-25 minutes for my students. So we have 5 minutes for both of you. I know I really want to love to listen to both of you, but maybe in the questions form. So for both of you, the same questions remain same. How to create a self-identity in a complex world?
In very short, think about it. I think about it every day. If you are willing to be something that nobody has been, or if you are willing to go where nobody has been, then you should be willing to do what nobody has done, or you are willing to travel to where nobody has done. So that tells me that when you are willing to go extra mile, that extra mile rewards you handsomely. And sometimes that many a times it's not that 100 rupees perhaps you pay at the restaurant that counts less than maybe 2 rupees you pay for the tip or 5 rupees you pay for the tip. So my point is that always be willing to go extra mile to stand out from the crowd, and do not be limited by your imagination or assumption. Assumption is the most limiting factor one can have. In I mean, in one of the interview I had seen that, I mean, assumption is almost like a cage around you. I'll give you my one more personal experience that right when I arrived at, like when I did go to Texas for masters, I was late compared to all other students. The only available job on campus was to be a janitor. Fortunately, many other students passed on that job and I took it. I had no qualms about it. And that one job led to so much of positive consequences after that, that I don't have a time to describe. My point is, do not be limited by your assumption. Thanks.
What a wonderful statement. We'll definitely keep it in heart.
I'm so fortunate to have met such an inspirational person today, Rupesh. I mean, honestly, I mean, really heartwarming. So let me just quickly share a personal anecdote. We have a 11-year-old daughter, me and my wife, and and she studies in an international school. So every time she would come back home, and this is 3 years back, her Hindi notebook would be full of colorful sketches. Maths would be full of doodles. Science would be full of, I mean, everywhere there would be art in every subject. And I used to get very irritated in the evening. And I used to always tell her, it's Hindi. Why do you have to draw and color and sketch? And it took me almost 6-7 months to realize that maybe this is her passion, right? And maybe, I'm using the word maybe, like Sumit rightly said, it's a journey. Ye pata nahi chalta hai, right? So we put her into a session and coaching for art and craft, and she's really taken on to it. The second part, because she's in an international school, she doesn't like to go out and play soccer and get sweaty. So what she chose, be inside in an air-conditioned environment and take to shooting, rifle shooting, right? And she's found a passion. So she's very good at rifle shooting and art and craft, but she's figuring it out, right? And this is what I tell all my folks at work as well. It's a journey. आपको नहीं पता आपको क्या अच्छा, what is it in life? Very few people like Rupesh will find it very early in life. But for the rest of us, like I think Sumit said, just be at it. Be passionate about everything that you do. If you're studying, be passionate about the class that you are in. If you're working in an organization, which is probably the first thing you'll do when you pass out from here, be passionate for the role, right? So today, when I look at my management trainees in sales that we hire every year, a few of them really outshine the others because they're really passionate about how do I get this product cracking? Not everybody. Again, the 80-20 Pareto principle, right? So choice is yours. You decide where you want to be and how passionate you want to be. Life will move along. Whether you want to move along with it or not is your choice. Thank you.
Kind of, yes, sir. So I am again taking a small privilege to summarize what we discussed so far. Remember what we are discussing, that how you are going to discover yourself, okay? And discovering yourself in a spiritual world, in a personal world is very different than discovering yourself in a professional world. And most of our talk is mostly focusing on, but these three worlds are very interconnected. So, and also influence each other. Can I have my computer slides, please? Okay, very important thing I think comes from the Sumit in the end, I believe, yeah. Discover of life. It may happen by design, by learning, by reading book, but most of thing is spontaneous, serendipitous. So stay open, learn as much as possible whenever you can, learn in whatever form, and it is too inspiring to really even learn from being a janitor. I believe you are not just like Rupesh. I also worked for a few days as a janitor. So, and of course, then as a management consultant. So, second thing is learning by doing. So, action skills is not that set of things you will just read by book. You have to learn it by doing. A very important point I took it is there. Try to understand the collaborations rather than just focusing on competitions aspect. Done is always better than best. Don't worry for a perfect answer. Uncertainty will be there. Okay, sometimes your gut feeling is the most important guiding principles in life. Commitment and trust and communications are the three very important things in the corporate life. And next point, we got questions the established norms and assumptions. And Subramaniam sir mentions, so excellence comes basically from your interest and passions. And you can see I am Lucknow MBA and a management consultant by McKinsey. So most of you aspire to be persons like him, but same times have a MA in Sanskrit. So it is very, very important to discover yourself beyond your work domains. Life is not just work. It has a lot of beautiful things is associated with that. Okay, prose poetry. You must have seen that movie, The Dead Poets Society, isn't it? So poetry is really something that describes love and passions in life. So that's very important. So I add one point to Subramanian sir's point. It's not just about curiosity and self-awareness, having aspiration, and sometimes also understanding you are very vulnerable, that things may change is also very important. So focuses, I was thinking your passion is fall down over the period of time. So focuses on today. Whatever you can learn today is important. So time never will come. Your classic dialogue here, assumption is the most limiting factor. So go extra mile if you want to be rich in that top positions. Push yourself. Always willing to go there in all forms. And you can express yourself in many ways, as sir mentions, even in prose, poetry, horse riding, agriculture. There are hundreds of professions are there. We can complement ourselves. So summary, discover your passions over the period of time, slowly, steadily, and stay curious and the same time focus. I hope I have able to do a justice for your wisdoms to bring it as a summary. We have exactly 20 minutes of time. So the floor is open. We'll take a couple of questions together for the panel. Please go back to the slide things. Okay, good. So then you can target the questions to our panelists. A lot of hands I can see. That's a good thing. We'll take few questions together so that it will be easy, so that we can cover a lot of people. Let's start from this side and we'll collect the first set of questions from my right side. Then we'll go to the middle and to the left side. Don't worry, it's just for convenience. Okay. Can you have a couple of questions together?
Good afternoon, panel. I am Gitanjali Rekmar, PGP batch 2426. So we often come across a lot of success stories, and little do we come across people who take failure with pride. So Abhishek sir, you have to be a man of steel to actually accept that you have failed in front of such a large crowd. And this whole journey of self-discovery definitely comes with a little bit of self-doubt. And so, sir, you beautifully touched upon the subject, but I would love to hear it from you. A man who has not only failed twice, but chose to rise with such grit and determination.
Okay. Few more questions together. Yeah. So you can have a note, sir, please. Yes.
Hello, this is Tejashri.
By the way, remember Subramaniam sir is online also. Yes.
Okay. So my name is Tejashri, PGP batch 2024 and 26. So my question is, we talked about self-discovery and ways how can action help us in, how does action play a major role in discovering yourself? And you also said that we have to be very careful while completing our 2 years here. But when we are focused and we are very conscious about this particular thing, there is one more thing which is there, FOMO. Fear of missing out. So it's a very big thing. So even if you discover that you want this particular thing and you start working on it, but other people are doing other things, so you feel, okay, if I don't do this thing, I don't do this particular thing, I'll be missing out on something very important. So how do we deal with that?
One, please. Yes. That's in fact is a very important question. How to make yourself immune from the society and societal pressure. Please go ahead.
Hello, sir. My name is Ceremonial, PG batch 2426.
So I wanted to ask, what if self-discovery happens more than once? I am doing a particular job which I like, but then at certain point I'm at a good position and I feel that okay, I like something else right now. So what is that confirmation point where my liking is enough? I can convert it into a career because obviously there are risks. I can't go back. Maybe I don't have a coming back if I fail.
Can you start with these questions, answering any of those things?
Sure. So about coming back, see, life is far wide open and opportunistic than we make it out to be. Just like perhaps there are no doors that are permanently closed, in my opinion. Like, I'll make it quick. Give an example. Alan Greenspan, one of the Federal Bank chairman in US, he was a music major. Okay, Carly Fiorina, head of HP, one of the strongest technology company at that time. She's a history major. So point is like, lot of us are held back with that fear of what if I cannot come back. There is no closed door forever. Take a risk, take a plunge, and if nothing works, you will come back.
Great. Yeah. So, Gitanjali, I'll come back to you, but let me just take Simran's question first. So it's quite a dilemma, right? And the example that I shared, now my daughter has two choices. She's good at drawing and she's also good at shooting. And I constantly have this discussion with her and friends at work that there is 100% possibility you may be good at three things. The choice that you have to make is, do you want to focus on one and nurture that particular talent so that you excel in it? Or do you want to be kind of testing waters on both sides and eventually not take the risk, right? Because there's a risk. And it's absolutely a personal choice, right? So it's probably good to nurture a couple of things initially and then figure out where is your inner strength in which part of it, and then get on to that one. But of course, at certain point in time, you've got to take that call. Coming back to you, Gitanjali, I think failing twice, yes. And people have often asked me, so when is the next stint going to be? So I'm from Orissa, and both my stints have been in Orissa because I always wanted to do something in the home state. So what I've told myself is my next stint is going to be after 14 years, not 10, because I did my first two after 10 years. So the next one is going to be after 14 and not in Orissa. So, right. So that's a jinx that I want to break. And there's no shame in failing, because that's, if you've not tried and if you've not done something, there's no learning. And what I've learned in my 4 years of 2 sabbaticals, 2 years each, I don't think any corporate experience, any education would ever have given me that. So it's kind of a huge learning when you do something on your own, if that helps answer you. Yeah.
Subramaniam sir, being an alumni of IIMs, I would request you to attain that questions, because I always personally see the student of that FOMO questions. They always have a hard mentality, and they love to do something, but they still want to stand in the entire queue. So how at that times I am Lucknow student have dealt with that, and what would be your advice on that?
Yeah, I think it's a very relevant question, and we all go through that, especially when you're doing something which is not what the majority is doing. This is the natural feeling that you start to have. I think it is a matter of practice. I think it was Tejashri who asked that question. It's a matter of practice, Tejashri. The first thing that you need to have it very clear in your mind is that just because a majority is doing something, that doesn't mean that is the road to success, or that is the only successful path. Get that very clear in your mind, and let's all get it clear in our heads, right? And I think the panel discussion has given enough light on that topic, that if you're doing something different, means that there is a possibility that this is going to be something else. This is going to be something people haven't tried. This is going to be something that's going to be great. So have that hope right from day one. The second thing is, yes, the FOMO is a real feeling. The ways you could bridge that FOMO is, you are not doing something that the rest of the team is doing. Can you take what you're doing to the rest of the team? So you're doing something different. You're trying out something different. Can you take that to the rest of your friends? Can you take that to the rest of the community? Probably you will start figuring out that there are people who are interested in your area also, but who haven't expressed it or who haven't had the daring or the courage to take up that or switch to that. But the moment you start sharing it with them, they say, okay, I'm also actually interested in this. This seems interesting. I will also want to know more about it. Like this has happened to me many times. So when I talk about generally in work, I don't talk about any of my passion areas. But when in some of our informal settings, when I do, and I say that I'm interested in Indian tradition, I'm interested in music, etc., somebody says, oh, I was learning this, I was doing this. Then you start developing a group automatically. Then you can start so then the feeling of FOMO is no more there because you have a group to whom you can share it with. So this is one practical way in which you can bridge that. And liking multiple things, just extending what Rupesh also mentioned, liking multiple things is never a problem. We have had polymaths, as he gave examples, even in the past, even now, you have people who are excellent in multiple things. They are maybe known for one or two things, but they are excellent in multiple things. So do not take that as a handicap. Being good in multiple things is always great. But when you're doing something, be focused on what you're doing at that point of time. Focus is for that point of time, and that is essential. Being distracted doesn't help in anything. But being excellent in multiple areas is always, it's a plus. I don't treat it as a minus.
Interesting. Second big section here, couple of questions. By the way, you can in the lunch also, you can have an interaction with the panelist.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gaurav Kumar, teaching branch 2426. Sir, you all have so many years of experience which lead to develop that instinct or gut inside you that you can judge what is best and what is worst for you at individual level and at organization. But at this early, we don't have that rich experience which can act as a guide and we can take decisions on that. But our decision today will impact our future also. So what you will suggest that we should still go with our instinct or we should be more towards that logical side in taking our decisions at this point of time. And Sangwan sir also said like कि हमें नहीं पता होता हमें क्या करना है, but still we should think कि instinct क्या बोल रहा है. So that is my question.
Okay, we'll take it. That is important questions. Of course, persistent and grit is the most important element here. There is one question. Yeah.
Good afternoon, panelists. My name is Neha Bhagi, DB-2426. So my question is, during this complex corporate journey, how does one stick to your own principles and stay true to them?
Okay, that's also a very critical ethical self-identity question. How to become, say, persistent from the day one? Yes. Yeah, you can go have questions also. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir, and the panelists, everyone here. So how do we find the courage to pick ourselves up after a failure? Because it's not that failure that will demotivate us, also societal pressures, family pressures. How do we come over that? How do we get that courage?
Your name, please.
I know that's simple.
Thank you.
Yes, three important questions. I'll take one question still. I know you have a lot of interesting questions, but I have been one. I am spending too much of time. One more question from this side, from the left side. The person in the first row, yes.
Hello, sir. I'm Renali. Sir, you spoke about how finding passion is a journey. So, what are the limitations an individual faces while finding the passion in terms of the circumstances they come from, the upbringing they undergo, and etc. What are the limitations they come across while finding the passion?
Good. So we'll take only those 4 questions. I'll request all of you to have one minutes or maximum 2 minutes of time, considering the things. Sir, we can start with you. Any of the questions you can.
Gaurav asked the question first. See, there is not a right or wrong answer when it comes to passion or how we this self-discovery. The most important thing is why self-discovery, right? Self-discovery is important because after the conscious mind है, right? It's a gate to your mind, right? वो जो सोचेगा वो सबकॉन्शियस माइंड काम करने पे लग जाएगा because subconscious mind is working 24 hours, right? So if you, I don't know if you know that or don't know that, सबकॉन्शियस माइंड 24 घंटे काम कर रहा है, सोते हुए भी काम कर रहा है, राइट? लेकिन उसको जो भी सोच है वो कॉन्शियस माइंड दे रहा है, तो उसका गेट है. तो इफ यू डोंट सेल्फ डिस्कवर करना क्या है, राइट? तो कोई उसके पीछे काम करेगा नहीं. इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट यू थिंक एंड सेल्फ डिस्कवर अपने आप. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर मैंने सोचा कि यार 30 साल की उम्र में आई विल बी हेडिंग अ स्टेट फॉर सेल्स, राइट? तो मेरा सबकॉन्शियस माइंड मुझे उस टारगेट की तरफ लेके जा रहे हैं. मैं 30 हो गया, मुझे बनना है 35, मुझे मल्टीपल स्टेट करना है, 40 साल की उम्र तक मुझे इंडिया का सेल्स हेड बनना है. आप कॉन्शियसली बार बार बोल रहे हो, सबकॉन्शियस में वहां लग जाएगा. अगर आप किसी कंपनी में स्टक हो गए एट सर्टेन पॉइंट, आपको पता है बहुत 38 का होगा, अभी तक कंट्री का एंट्री में 2 साल बचे हैं, यू स्टार्ट योर सबकॉन्शियस माइंड वर्किंग. मे बी आप कंपनी छोड़ दोगे या यू शिफ्ट योर डिपार्टमेंट. तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, पहली चीज. दूसरी चीज, मैम ने जो बोला पैशन के बारे में, जब तक अपने माइंड को फ्री नहीं करेंगे फ्रॉम द थिंग्स व्हिच यू आर डूइंग एवरी डे. फॉर एग्जांपल, पीपल लाइक अस, 5 दिन नौकरी, 2 दिन ओटीटी, तो पैशन कहाँ से आएगा, राइट? पैशन तब आता है जब 5 दिन नौकरी तो 2 दिन कंप्लीटली बोर हो जाओ, कंप्लीटली खाली बैठो, घर पे वही कमरा हो जिसमें कुछ ना हो, ना टीवी हो, किताबें हो तो ग्रेट. सो then your passion comes, free your mind, बोर हो जाओ, ठीक है? तो बोर होना अच्छा है. 9 से रात को 9 बजे तक अगर आप यहाँ पे कुछ कर रहे हो एंड यू नॉट फाइंडिंग दैट टाइम किसी भी वजह से, तो पैशन आएगा भी नहीं. पता चलेगा 2 साल खत्म हो गए. प्लीज वो टाइम निकाल लो, पैशन अपने आप आ जाएगा. That's it.
There were three things, and somebody asked regarding, I'm sorry, I missed her name, gut or logic, right? There's no, it's like always you will have it in mind, a round hole and a square peg. And the idea is about to chisel out, if you are trying to put that square peg into the round hole, the edges needs to be chiseled out. When and how you are going to chisel it out to ensure that it goes into the round peg is something that you will find in your journey. But balance is very, very important. Can you ride a bicycle if you don't move? You cannot. So life is like a bicycle. You will continue to move, and only then you will find your balance. That's one. Number two, I think somebody asked an integrity question. Always, always a favorite spot of mine. And of many things that I repent is one chance that I failed miserably in the earlier part of my career is to go into compliance. And then probably I meandered, so wide that now probably I do not have a chance to go there. But integrity is about when people are not looking at you. When you are doing things, when people are not looking at you. When you are doing things in your own curriculum, when your teachers and faculty members are not looking at you, is what is going to get built on your mind. That is going to be your bedrock as to how you conduct yourself in your organizations. Fortunately, unfortunately, over the last 28 years, there's been many, many times that we, as leaders of the organization in different roles that we have done, we had to take very, very harsh decision, brightest of the minds. But, that story that I talked about, that fabric and a small little cutting corners have really, really wretched their entire lives. Now, poor fellow, there are many, many guys who later realized, even though I have been the reason as to why they moved out of the organization, they're still with me. And they now realize, and they're doing extremely well, is being able to create that moral compass and whether, that is right. Now, it's difficult in a world where there is lot of lurement. It's difficult, but it's important right in the beginning you decide, because you may lose one war, but you will win many, many battles going forward if you are straight in terms of the way that you want to do your business. And the last, part, I think, coming back from failure, one door closing, there would be many other doors, just that you did not find the door. And even if you know that there is a door, you have not gone there and knocked, right? And that's the only thing that I want to talk about. Failures will come. We all are laden with failures in our lives, and it might go another one day to talk about our failures, very interesting ones that has come up over here, is a glaring example of the person that he is with all the failures that he had. And I would talk about myself, this entire room will be filled with stories of my failures. But at the end of the day, you will find your place, provided you have that student mindset and the learning mindset, and that will going to take you forward. Yeah.
Last comment maybe from your side. It's okay.
So to me, I think Neha is the one who asked question about integrity. I think they are the lighthouse in this corporate world. Will never go out of fashion, will never be outclassed, because everybody knows the shortcuts to success, or at least thinks that it is a shortcut to success. But being if your impression is someone who stands up for the right thing, speaks your mind in the right uh, tone and the word, I think you will have a much better and clearer path to uh, and lot more visibility to the upper management. And I would strongly urge you to always resist temptation to taking anything that looks like a shortcut. Because if there are no shortcuts in life to be successful, and integrity is the most it's a very important bedrock in my opinion. So with that, please.
Can I just answer Sai?
Sure, sure.
So, Sai, to answer your question on how do you pick yourself after failure, right? I don't think there is an option. You have to pick yourself up. How you do it is a choice that you make, and you have to find a path. But to all of you, failure is your best teacher, right? I'm an HR professional, and I keep talking. We have these performance reviews every year in organizations. And there are people who get scored 1 and 2, which is on the lower scale of performance. And my only statement to each of those folks who get rated a 1 and 2 is you have two options. One, be disappointed, quit a job, and go find another. Two, fight back the organization, prove yourself, and make sure that you're a 4 or a 5 the year following. But again, it's a choice that you have to make, whether you want to quit or you want to fight back and prove yourself.
Absolutely. Can you back to my slides? By the way, I'll have a very sincere thanks to all of you having such a wonderful discussions and sharing time with the student. By the time the panel get warm up, unfortunately, time is over. That always happen. It was a very complex and a wonderful topic, but at the same times, it has required a lot of deliberation time, retrospections, and learning. So that's my comment. Last statement. One of my again favorite persons in the world, Oscar Wilde. So one of his statement is wrote, "We are not nouns, we are verbs." So if you will confine yourself as a noun, I am a manager, I am a HR person, I am a teacher, then the life will close. Okay. So I write, I act, I never know what I am going to be next. I think you can be imprisonated if you think you are yourself as a noun. So be a verb and continuously learn and find out your passion, where you should focus and learning that passion. Okay, that's all from my side. And thank you once again, all of you, and particularly the panelists, for such wonderful discussions.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panel members and the moderator for their valuable insights on the journey to self-discovery, with a view from various parallels, and for sharing with us their enriching experience. I would now request Professor Saroj Kumar Pani to hand over the memento from IIM Raipur to Shri Abhishek Mohanty.
Also, our thank to Mr. Subramaniam. He's in the.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Anubha Dhadich to hand over the memento from IIM Raipur to Shri Rupesh Sangi. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Professor Smriti Pandey, Co-Chair Corporate Relations and Placements, to present the memento from IIM Raipur to Shri Soren Paul. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Corporate Relations and Placements, to present the memento to Shri Sumit Sangwan and our moderator, Professor Satya Sibadas. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, we would like to thank Shri Subramanian Chidambaran for joining us through the virtual mode.
Are you sharing his memento or not? I think we are going to send the mementos over the post.
We request all the panelists and Professor Rashmi Shukla, ma'am. We request all the panelists and Professor Rashmi Shukla to gather for a photograph. All the faculty members, please join. Thank you so much. We request all the dignitaries and the faculty members to proceed to Tandula for lunch. The next session will commence at 2 p.m. We request the students to remain seated while the guests leave. Thank you. Thank you. Well done. You all may.
Hello. अब ये नॉर्मल है, ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। उधर पीछे आगे करना सही है या पीछे करना, सोफे को अगर करना पड़े तो? यहाँ इतना आगे? इतना आगे? आवाज नहीं आ रही, आप थोड़ा तेज बोलो। हाँ हाँ, सिंगल सिंगल नहीं हो पाएगा।
Hello. If anyone wants to take a break to refill their water bottles or any convenience break, please take it now. Do not refrain from leaving when the panel has started. If anyone wants to go right now, please go right now.
Yeah. Can you see me now?
Good afternoon to everyone present here. We warmly welcome you to the second panel discussion for the day on the topic Unlocking Innovative Horizons. Innovation is the driving force behind progress and success in today's rapidly evolving world. The ability to unlock new horizons through creative thinking and groundbreaking strategies is what sets leaders apart. Our panel will explore how visionary leadership and innovative approaches can pave the way for growth and transformation in various industries.
We would now like to invite all our panelists and our moderator on stage, please. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. We would now like to take the privilege of introducing our esteemed panelists. Our first distinguished guest for the discussion is Shri Chandra Prakash Jain, AVP HR at Teleperformance. With nearly 2 decades of global HR expertise, Shri Chandra Prakash has led HR operations across 80 plus locations and a team of 200 plus people. His experience with companies like WNS, Standard Chartered Bank, and Deutsche Bank, coupled with his certifications in HR analytics and quality auditing, positions him uniquely to discuss innovative HR strategies and global business solutions. Sir, we welcome you today.
I'm honored to introduce our second guest, Shri Anjani K. Jajodia, Chief of Staff at ONDC. A visionary leader in India's e-commerce sector, Sir drives strategic planning and transformative initiatives. His work with ONDC and his tenure at Zomato has showcased his ability to enhance profitability and business growth. His insights on navigating the e-commerce landscape and driving business success would be invaluable to our discussion today. Sir, we are honored to have you here with us.
Our third honorable panelist of the day, Ms. Maya Fouquet, Lead HR at GeoBP. With 18 years of diverse HR experience across multiple industries, Ms. Maya's expertise includes talent development, performance management, and HR technology. Her background in managing change and culture integration will offer valuable perspectives on fostering innovation within organizations. Ma'am, we welcome you today.
I'm honored to introduce our fourth guest, Ms. Reena Evans, Senior Director of Operations at ACO. With over 18 years in operations and supply chain management, Ms. Evans has excelled in enhancing efficiency and customer experience across digital platforms. Her track record in leading teams and driving success in dynamic business environments will contribute significantly to this discussion today. Ma'am, we welcome you to this discussion.
I am honored to introduce our fifth guest, Shri Saurabh Kumar, CEO of Retail at Kaleshwari Refinery Private Limited. He will be joining us virtually today. With over 20 years of experience in transforming businesses across various sectors, Shri Saurabh has a strong track record of driving revenue and profitability growth. His expertise in business planning, performance improvement, and strategic innovation will provide us with deep insights into driving success in a competitive landscape. Sir, we welcome you.
Thank you.
I would now like to take the privilege to introduce the moderator for this discussion, Professor Sumit Gupta. Sir is a respected academician in the Department of Information Technology and Systems at IIM Raipur. He holds a PhD in Information Systems from the National University of Singapore. His extensive research in areas such as strategies for value reconfiguration in online platforms add depth and expertise to today's conversation.
I would like to request Professor Sumit Gupta to welcome the panelists with a bouquet. Shri Anjani K. Jajodia. Shri Chandra Prakash Jain. Miss Reena Evans. Miss Maya Fuke. And we would also like to welcome Shri Saurabh Kumar, who has joined us virtually. I would now like to request Professor Sanjeev Prashar to welcome Professor Sumit Gupta with a bouquet. I request the moderator, Professor Sumit Gupta, to take the panel discussion ahead.
Hello. So welcome all to the panel. And we have 1.5 hours, and we would like to broadly understand the challenges that your industry is facing in terms of competition and the innovative approaches that you are taking to overcome them. So let's start with one by one. And let's start with this. Let's just have a brief introduction of your own industry, what you are doing, and how it is adding value to the ecosystem.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure actually to be here, and I'll probably quote an incident as well to do that, but probably at a later stage. But thank you very much. I am Raipur for having us here. This is Chandra Prakash Jain. I'm the Vice President at Teleperformance for HR Operations. What I do is I am the global head for the GPS or GCC as they call it, which is the consolidated back office shared services for HR operations for Teleperformance. Now, what does Teleperformance do? Teleperformance is the biggest customer experience company in the world. Okay, it's 500,000 employees, or I can call it 500,000 employees globally. We are spread over 100 countries, and we have over 100,000 employees in India alone. This is almost a 45-year-old organization headquartered in France, and any contact center that you can think of, or you can imagine, right from Microsoft, Google, IBM's, Amazon's, they are our clients, and we have their back offices with us. So we do an omni-channel, a service delivery for them. And from an HR standpoint of view, I'm currently managing the global business shared services, like I said, but this is spread across 3 countries, India being the hub. And of course, I do manage operations from Philippines and Egypt as well, with over a total of 500 workforce currently servicing the 100,000 employees of India and 500,000 globally. So that's about me.
And about your company, the work the Teleperformance does in the society.
Yeah. So like I mentioned, Teleperformance is a customer experience organization. So anything that you can imagine, that if you were to make a call to the contact center, to the call center, to the back office, email, chat, video calling, all of these companies are supported by us. But we are not only a call center organization. We are moved into a lot of analytics. We do a lot of research. We do a lot of KPO work. We do claims insurance. And I think in healthcare and pharma as well. We have over 350 clients globally. Okay. Yeah, in India, we are a very fast growing organization. Today, we are 100,000 plus. We aim to be 150,000 plus by the end of next year. We have a very high churn rate as well, but at the same time, we have a very high growth rate as well. So accordingly, we are trying to now, match with that. And yeah, from a work perspective, I think, what is going to be interesting is we are definitely looking at a lot of areas which are niche and which are progressive and going forward. So AI analytics and digital transformation is something that we actually are pioneers, or I can say the leaders in the industry. There are a lot of support functions that we also manage, HR being one of them. But our biggest support functions are IT, F&A, HR, and workforce management that we do for a lot of our clients. So from a management perspective, I think we are very interested to understand what the new gen and what the next gen is actually going to bring to us in terms of capabilities, in terms of their innovation thinking, and what exactly can be a differentiator for us if we were to bring some of the bright minds that we see here to be part of our organization going forward in future. So
yeah. So thank you, Chandraprakash. Anjani ji, you are from ONDC, and we would love to hear about your experience with ONDC, but what ONDC does and how it, what is its prime objective and so on. So please.
Thank you, Professor, and good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me here, and it's indeed a pleasure to speak to such bright minds of the country. I am Anjani Jajodia. I'm a chartered accountant by profession. I started my career as a management trainee with ITC, spent around almost a decade there doing various roles around finance, strategy. And thereafter, I moved to Zomato for 2 years, wherein I was heading finance for 2 of their businesses. After that, currently, I'm working as a chief of staff to the managing director, helping him shape up the strategy for ONDC. How do we make this unique project successful? So a little bit brief about ONDC. ONDC, as it stands for Open Network for Digital Commerce. The primary motive of ONDC is to democratize digital commerce and completely transform the way everybody has a journey in e-commerce today. So the currently, if you see globally, e-commerce market is a oligopoly market, and almost 70% to 80% of market share is held by top couple of players. While in India, this is even more difficult. We don't have more than 2 or 3 players in any of the segment, be it food delivery or be it ride-hailing ecosystem or be it the goods delivery, fashion, anything and everything. Now, inherently, there's a challenge in the industry that the seller side always faces a very high concentration, because the platform-centric approach prioritizes the profitability and the interest of their stakeholders, because of which what happens that the smaller players who account for 90% of India's economy or the business houses, the MSMEs of India, are left behind, and they do not get an equal opportunity to capitalize on the benefits of digital commerce. So ONDC is trying to unbundle various components of digital commerce, make it interoperable, so that there's an equal discoverability on both the sides of the journey, be it the buyer side or the seller side, and everybody in the ecosystem benefits, right? And it also challenges the fundamental high rent seeking tendency of the platform centric players. We started our journey in January 2023. We were doing around 1,000 transactions a month with 2 domains. Currently, last month we ended with more than 12 million transactions a month, with a robust pool of 6 lakh plus sellers and service providers delivering to 1200 plus cities. And 50% of our businesses comes from tier 2 plus cities, and uh, currently operating into 11 domains. And my managing director very often says that anything which is catalogable and can be put into an internet in form of an SKU has a place in ONDC environment.
Yeah, thank you, Anjani ji. It's interesting to learn. There is a platform which is now catering to small players, because although digital platforms are supposed to be neutral, in fact, all social media platform talk them to be neutral. Anyone, all the e-commerce platform, they cannot be by design and by purpose. So that's interesting to hear that ONDC has completed 12 million transactions, and we'll come to learn more about that. We'll invite Ms. Maya Fouquet to give her understanding. I mean, what does Geo BP doing now in a very commoditized, heavily commoditized market?
Okay, so thank you, Professor. I'm part of the GeoBP brand, and not many people may know about this brand, but people will definitely have heard about Reliance and British Petroleum. GeoBP is a merger between Reliance and British Petroleum. Uh, why Reliance? Because everyone has experienced in some or the other way their capability of scaling up the operations. And British Petroleum, who is into a business of retailing fuel, and with their global experience, these two brands have come together, and this new entity which has been formed, we are 4-year young organization. We are into a business where there are a lot of PSUs which are there since decades. And from a presence point of view, they have 40, 50,000 petrol stations, which you would have seen. And we are 1,700. So where do we stand? But I think the entire thought about coming into an existence was to offer future of mobility. And when we talk about future of mobility, it is not limited to petrol and diesel, but we are talking about EV and different gases. We are talking about offering full fledged experience. So when you get onto a road with your vehicle, all your needs to support you and help you in that drive would be fulfilled by a mobility station. And that's the vision we carry. And when I'm saying you, it means a mom who is driving a scooty, or there is someone who is a Audi owner, or there is a truck driver, or there is someone who is having a road roller. Any form of vehicle which you are having, and your cafe needs, your washroom needs, anything, whatever we are saying, we are trying to offer an comprehensive experience to a customer, which is a completely different value proposition, so to say, in this kind of a business. And that's where we are. And from an HR point of view, there are very well-known brands which are there, which is Reliance and BP. And from an HR point of view, we want to create our own identity. We want to have our own DNA, own personality, so to say, in the market, where people know us as GeoBP. So a lot of culture, transformational work, which we are currently doing in HR, which is what my role is. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
from
so
my side.
thank you. Would love to hear about what kind of innovations in HR you are carrying, and I mean GeoBP is carrying on. Yeah, thank you. So Reena, I would like to hear from you. You are into digital insurance now. Many financial services actually have gone digital, and the market is completely different. So again, a digital platform. And so would love to hear about what exactly is Eco Insurance doing now, and how is it targeting the heavily regulated, SEBI regulated market, so-called, I mean, the heavily regulated insurance market. So please.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Hi, everyone. My name is Reena Evans. I have started working with Acro just a couple of years back. It's a very interesting segment, I must say. Just a brief about myself, I have about 17 years of experience, in which 12 years precisely from startups. So since the time India, I think, started this whole startup, that's when I've been a part of Flipkart, I worked with Alibaba. I worked with Swiggy for about 5.5 years, and I'm now in the space of insurtech, we would say, than purely an insurance, because it's a kind of a solution that we are building here in India, where insurance still is a post product. It's not somebody who sees as a need and one should have it. So that's only because there is no awareness about why should we have an insurance. I think post-COVID, a lot of thinking has changed, but that did not still change how Indian audience accepting insurance. Now they just wanted something with a very basic minimum, but that doesn't still give the full potential of the market that we have. So just to elevate a bit about ACO has their own license to manufacture insurance products. So we specifically are the only D2C in India, along with all the big players or the traditional insurance market that we say. We have eliminated any mediator, dealers, brokers in between, and any insurance product that you buy in general insurance, health, life, travel, you will get it directly at the price from a product which gets manufactured to a customer. So here, the beauty of the product that we have developed is everything is no human touch. From the time of your purchase to your claim settlement, everything is online. So there is nothing we have on the ground, which we have offices, dealers, brokers in between. So that's the beauty of the product that we started building. Along with insurance, I would say that we also started working on networking more of the facilities to provide the ease of the product that we have designed. So that gave us a birth to Acco Drive, where we sell new cars. We have Acco Garages, where we sell, we have our own garages, because that's how today's market is also working, right? Multi-brand garages, etc. So we have developed our own garage system. And also as a platform, just not to engage users to buy once a year an insurance, we have the entire ecosystem of your garage, vehicle servicing, to pay your challans, find your EV vehicles, health insurance, and again, the follow-ups of it, etc. So it's a kind of a solution that we are building and just trying to cover as many lives as possible. That's the goal that we have taken. Thank you.
So thank you. I mean, insurance business going D2C is going to be quite difficult. I'd love to know how do you tackle these challenges. So over to Saurabh-ji. I hope you're, I don't know where to see. Okay. So I was going through a website, Kalishuri Refinery, and you have very enhanced, I think, premium offering for the Indian customers. Would like to know more about your offerings to the society.
Yeah, Professor Gupta, hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, thanks for inviting, and I would have loved to be sitting there along with all of you, but it's okay. I'm missing out the good event there in some way. So about me, I'm leading the retail business currently, and our company Kalishuri Refinery is a fully integrated edible oil FMCG company. It's India's second largest company as far as the primary oil, which is the sunflower oil, is concerned. And we operate in the southern states, all the 6 to 7 states in South India, with a market share in our primary markets in upwards of 50-60%. And our home markets are Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, and it's a very high, fast-moving bulk FMCG business, cutting across the entire segment of edible oil. And being a fully vertically integrated, we actually get crude from guess where? We get crude from the place where none of you would want to get crude from, which is Ukraine. All of you sitting there are eating Ukrainian oil. You know, the point that I want to tell you all. And believe me or not, the proportion of sunflower oil which we all eat is quite great, and I'll cover some of the aspects later. That's about our company. Other than edible oil, we are into staples, which is the regular, all the kinds of food that we eat, and a bit on the hair product. And I'm currently looking into a very new business model that we are innovating. That's into big box modern retail. We are innovating the industry and bringing out something new to change the way the businesses happen in modern retail. That's the initiative that I'm pretty much focusing right now. And prior to this, I've led diverse businesses, which includes cargo, logistics, and travel retail over the last 8 years with the airport company, which is GMR Airports. So that's about it. Mr. Gupta.
Yeah, thank you, Saurabh ji. So we'll come back to you with more questions. Let's move on to the second part of this discussion, where we would want to understand the primary challenges you are facing. You see, in terms of digital business strategies, two important strategies which are most companies are taking. One is platformization. In fact, that is the way ONDC has come out. And the second is servitization, where you are trying to move into services from the product differentiation. I mean, moving differentiation from products to services. In fact, many companies are building differentiation services. In fact, some of your companies may be example of that. Given that, let's first discuss about what are the challenges you are facing, prime challenges, the core challenges in terms of moving into digital businesses, right? As the businesses are becoming digital, the competition is coming from different places. So what are your prime challenges? Yeah, Chandraprakash.
Thank you. I think you're touching a very pertinent point here in terms of what are the challenges. We face challenges all the time, all the day, and especially in the competitive landscape that we are in, the economies that we are facing right now. I think, it's a given that there will be challenges. Now, we are a services industry, okay? So we are a third-party servicing industry. So predominantly, our revenues come from our clients. And we are more into services, and we are not more, a major product organization. So we don't build products, but we have started to do that. Okay, so if you can imagine that we have a very large workforce. I think a couple of challenges that actually come to us is from a digital standpoint is the expectation that every organization in the world today has from a service delivery standpoint as well, that what kind of digital technologies and platforms you are bringing to us as a customer. Okay, so our clients are asking for something such as, do you actually have AI built solutions for us? Right now, AI is a much hyped word. I can say actually a little abused word as well, because practically everybody wants AI, but they really don't know what AI actually will do for them. Okay. And most of the organizations, and of course, this is exactly what I encountered. So a couple of weeks ago, when I was IIT Roorkee doing the similar session, I made a session where I actually spoke about demystification of AI and demystification of AI and the impact of that in HR specifically as a function. So in fact, there was a lot of data points that we actually discussed. Although 75% of the organizations in the world and the CXOs, when I'm talking about, claim that, that we are looking at AI, we are trying to bring in AI, we already are on the path of AI. But only 25% of the organizations actually on the ground have some sort of AI interventions built into them. A lot of the CXOs do not even really know what solution they want from AI. Now, that is the challenge that we face when you sit in front of the clients. And we have 350 plus existing clients, plus we actually go in for RFPs and bids every quarter, every month. And we have new bids coming in. And the expectations from this new gen of clients, if I can call them, is that, what do you have for us as far as AI, ML, let's say analytics and digital transformation perspective. And for us, it is actually an uphill task, although we are doing it, that, we are actually trying to create customized solutions for each and every customer of ours, trying to understand the needs, and then trying to then build in a technology layered with AI for that. Now, that is a challenge. Now, AI is a technology which has been there for ages. But the key differentiator, and I want to tell, obviously, all of you bright guys out here, is that, the differentiator in AI will come when you actually use Gen AI and not just AI. AI has been there for ages, right? Without knowing, I think, many of us have been using AI. But what is going to make the difference and to provide a bottom line impact, you need to have generative AI, which actually generates content for you. And that is where I think, we are actually focusing right now, is to have Gen AI-led solutions for us, in all our client solutions for all our practices within HR. And at the same time, I think, we have to create awareness as well. Now, what we have is the second challenge that I'm coming to is about the workforce. So this is a new workforce that we all are grappling with. This is a generation where we actually have, all the gens working together. So whether it is the millennials, whether it is the Gen X, the Gen Ys, the Gen Zs, and shortly Gen Alphas will also be into the market. And so the baby boomers and so on. So we are actually dealing with a situation where we have employees who are 50 plus, employees who are 20 plus, right? So it's a diverse workforce that we actually are dealing with. And since we are into customer experience, you can imagine that most of our workforce typically is into the lower age category. So we have 55% of our employees falling in the 20 to 30-year age group. Now, their demands are different. Their ways of working and functioning are different. I think their expectations from the organization are different. So one of the challenges that we face in HR is how do we meet these diverse expectations across the various age groups that we have? Agile mindsets, flexible working, the kind of working that you want to actually have. I'm sure, COVID actually forced us into work from home models, but now it is very difficult for us to bring back people from work from home models into the brick and mortar model that we have. And we did see some productivity impact. But largely, I think, COVID, while it was not a good thing at all, right? But it had its own benefits in terms of the adoption of technology increased across the world. Everybody started to use technology, even if they hadn't used it before. And we started to work in a very agile environment. What we built is something called as a cloud campus solution. A cloud campus solution is a remote working solution where anywhere in the world, you have your managers, you have your supervisors, sitting, and you're actually remotely monitoring the work that we are trying to do here. So we took a leap in as far as work from home model is concerned. And now I think, we are progressively actually encouraging work from home models. We are going to our clients with a solution that why don't you actually do this? Because it'll save you cost and it'll save us cost. We are actually taking it to that level where we are offering almost a 15% discount to the customers if you were to go into the work from home model. At the same time, we are actually assuring them that, there won't be any dip in the productivity. Your productivity actually will increase as well because, you're now giving your employees what they want. They have the flexibility to work from wherever they want, whenever they want. And also at the same time, we have the cloud campus to ensure that, we are not actually going beyond the privileges that we are getting, and the employees don't abuse them as well. So it's a win-win situation for all. So the two key challenges that is, one is the digital expectations that we have, AI analytics, and they want everything to actually, get transformed very quickly. And the second thing, of course, is how do we meet expectations from this very dynamic workforce situation that we have?
In fact, I feel that elite performance is sitting at the trove of data. And they
Yes.
can do a lot more with data and give consultancy to
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Anjani ji, we would like to hear from you about the core challenges that you're facing. Particularly, all platforms need to scale. They need to clear this chicken and egg problem. So we would like to share about your share of challenges at ONDC.
Yeah, so Professor, I would like to touch upon broad 2 or 3 aspects when I discuss this. One is that how e-commerce has shaped up our entire economy and what has been the egg and chicken there, vis-a-vis the egg and chicken in the demand and supply side, and the egg and chicken when it comes to the technology development side of it, right? So, of course, it's a clearly egg and a chicken problem, and every day when I meet my clients to convince them that ONDC is the next UPI movement of India, and this is 2030 would look very, very different to what it looks like when it comes to e-commerce. At the same time, it is also important to protect the brick and mortar store because they are the backbone of the entire economy. And that can have a very rippling effect that if brick and mortar store completely goes away, uh, uh, we can't even imagine the rippling effect it will have on real estate prices and the demand supply on the physical ecosystem. If you see that the end disposable income today, or I would say that economy today is behaving like a toy. I mean, every now and then there's no stability. I won't say economy is unstable, but yeah, there's a predictability in economy today has like completely gone for a toss, and best of professionals have not been able to understand how things are going, because the technology layer on the core economy has made it very difficult. Well, AI and Gen Zs and machine learning are still maturing to predict those models. Because of which, what happens that on one side we say that economy is crippling. The Westerns are under recession. India, nobody knows what's happening because share market shows a very different picture. But when you go to FMCG players who are struggling to maintain margins and profitability, they blame it on high inflation on raw material side. So we really don't know what's the true state of Indian economy. But at the same time, customers are more than willing to pay premium for convenience, right? And that's where players like Zomatos and Swiggy's of the world, despite charging many allied fees, are able to demonstrate profitability. Right. The other day I was telling my so during Raksha Bandhan, my wife said that, hey, I forgot to buy coconut, so we really need to buy a coconut immediately, and it was like 10 p.m. in the night, and I said, okay, let's order it from Blinkit. I was shocked to see that the price of coconut was just 52, but the total cart value was 108. Effectively, what happened that the allied services or allied charges are more than the cost of the product. Right? And if I were to tell my father that, I want to blink it, he would get very agitated because it has a rippling effect. One is it erodes your pocket very swiftly, and you do not know where your money is gone. I mean, I still maintain a discipline of giving my hisab to my father. Where did I spend my salary? Some days I struggle. How do I tell him that my credit card bill accounts for most of the blinkets? He would just sway me around, right? And of course, we cannot underscore the uh, negative impact it is having on our health and entire socializing part of it. Second, when it comes to the egg and chicken of the demand and supply part of it. In ONDC today, we really struggle whether we bring the supply first on the network or we bring the demand first on the network. Because it's a very tricky situation that if I bring in entire MSMEs or supplier base of industry onto the network, and if they do not get, and there's a cost attached, guys, nothing, no lunch is free. So there's always a cost attached to join the network. There's a tech deployment which is required, and tech is the most expensive bandwidth today. So the founders or the leaders of the company are always looking for a very immediate ROI. They do not have the patience for a long-term visionary ROI, right? And what happens that if I bring the entire supply on the network and some of the big brands do not get an immediate encashment or ROI of that demotivates the entire segment to join the network. So that can be a big, the top one risk or top two risk I foresee for my organization, that can it jeopardize the success of ONDC. And even on the demand side, the customers are spoiled by convenience as well as choice. So even if you want to buy a plain black founder specific t-shirt, till the time I do not show you various shades of the same black color, you will not want to buy that. So if you do not have the right assortment or fancy number of assortments, you will not want to transact. So it's a egg and chicken problem there also, which ONDC is trying to solve, right? And then third comes the technological development part of it. Just imagine when I said that there's a cost required to integrate into the network, there's a bandwidth, there's a capital allocation. The cost of developing this entire network is very expensive. Today, in today's world, what happens? The platform-centric approach is very tightly bundled and knitted, right? The cost of unbundling and the complexity of unbundling various components of digital commerce from the technology side is very difficult, right? Flipkart, for example, they may have the most matured or most sophisticated technology, right? Because they are able to deliver almost 30 lakh orders per day seamlessly, managing best of customer experience. We really do not have any count of number of modules or engines which is working behind. Now, if they are to join ONDC network, or any company of those scale needs to join ONDC network, they will have to unbundle all these millions of pieces and make it interoperable. When I say interoperable, it means that piece one of their company can seamlessly work with piece two of some other company, which may not be at the right maturity of the tech. I mean, just think from a point of view that a company which is doing 30 lakh order per day, or a company which is doing 3,000 order per day, their technological stack maturity also is at a very, very different level. How do we plug that? And if that doesn't plug, the network will not work seamlessly, and customer will be impacted on the experience front, and then that becomes a topmost risk to the organization. Right? This is what is a complexity with which we are dealing. And just last point from my side, that complexity is not limited to Indian markets. The wild chance we are taking with that is that we are going to democratize global digital commerce and not only India. And we have already started doing setting up the tech pipeline with various countries, and where in Singapore we have already done that. We've already started doing golden transaction. That will completely revolutionary, guys.
Yeah, so that's interesting to hear. The three main challenges. One is your network effect. The second is I mean, it was interesting to hear that they're doing something for the MSMEs who will be left behind. In fact, that is one of the question I had and for a long time. But what happens to this brick and mortar? Can we live in a country where there is everything is digital? All the companies are digital. There are no road sellers. What will happen to the country? I mean, what will happen to them? Where will they go for livelihood? They have to go somewhere, right? So that's a good thing. In fact, my own understanding or my own intuition is that there will be differentiation between premium and mass over a period of time. And something will cater to mass, something will cater to premium segment, as happens in most of the markets. So thank you for sharing, and we'll have more thoughts later. Ms. Maya, so we would want to know more about, because you are talking from the HR perspective, what is it that the challenges that you face in GOBP now, considering that you are in a very commoditized market and people are not going to shift, even if you give them a lot of other allurements except price. Yes. And price is a major allurement in this petroleum market, right? So please share your views. Yeah.
So I'll go two steps back to really talk about from a business point of view, what are the challenges which we are currently struggling with, and then come down to the people angle to it. The kind of market which we are into, when you talk about the petrol and diesel, the prices are government regulated. So I don't have that muscle power the way on Blinkit, the same coconut which was 50, and next time when you are seeing it, it is at 108. If the petrol price is at 104, I have a 0.5 paisa is only my playing ground where I can really deal with price. So when it comes to the challenge, my price is regulated, so I cannot get lot of innovative in terms of that. Secondly, when I talk about my product, I cannot sell petrol in a gel format. Petrol is a petrol. So then where do I differentiate? Because there are market leaders who are already there. And then I think that's the point where we start getting creative. And then it is about the quality, which you really enhance by adding the additivized fuel, which improve your mileage, which improve your productivity of your vehicles. It is all about the quantity. So if I'm saying that it is 10.2 liters, it needs to be 10.2, and it cannot be ounce here and there. So these are some of the things when I'm talking about the product part of it. When I'm talking about the serviceability part of it, how much ever good product you have, and you say that my product will give 4.3% additional mileage and all. Imagine a scenario where you're driving and there is a person sitting next to you, and the person just says that the washroom is not looking clean, and let's move to some other retail outlet or a petrol pump to fill up the fuel. Now, though you have a superior product, that's not the decision-making point. And that's also one of the things that when you're offering a solution, you are actually thinking of every person who is going to enter in that arrow, and is my solution really talking about the serviceability. Talking about the third part, which is after product serviceability, which is about the people, and which is what Professor also asked. The kind of population which we are dealing with, there are people who are on the construction sites actually getting their hands dirty and working in that zone. And there is a second set of population who is really working on these EV charging batteries, and how can I really offer best of the class serviceability, who would be sitting in the air conditioned office. There are people who come from the PSUs, people who would be demanding to be called as sir, uh, people who would carry a conventional cultural background where they need to be treated in a particular way. And then there are almost 70% Gen Ys whom we hire from the campuses who are there hired laterally, very tech savvy, uh, want to express their opinions. Now, when you are having a workforce which is so diverse when it comes to coming from different industries, different backgrounds, different age brackets, how do you really marry all this to drive that final solutions? So that's the challenge which we deal from the people point of view. However, some of the good initiatives, getting leadership on board when it comes to creating that buy-in and acceptance, that why part of what you're doing, I think that is the breakthrough which we have been able to crack, and that is helping us.
Yeah, thanks. So we'll come to that in the third round about what are the innovative strategies you are taking to do that. So over to Ms. Reena. You are talking about D2C. One of the problems with all the platforms is they talk about disintermediation, but they are themselves intermediaries. And they're not small intermediaries, they're very powerful intermediaries. You cannot do anything about them. You cannot do anything about Google and so on. So would you like to share your own set of challenges in Echo, because it's a digital platform, and what kind of challenges you face here?
I think at ACO, I think the challenge is not the digital, being digital in insurance, bringing the awareness. You are digital, but you need to bring the adoption. So it's like, again, the chicken or the egg problem. The insurance is there traditionally in the market. Today you have an app, you have your beautiful products right there. But you need to drive the awareness of people understanding, going there, sticking to it, keep getting updates, etc. So I think getting that awareness is one of the problems, and thanks to the heavy interference of regulation, where today's master circle, that is one important thing, you need to create awareness. So that way there is, after COVID, a lot of awareness, and now insurance, at least a third party insurance has become a very mandatory thing to start with, while government doing its own things. At ACO, I see that while we have products, we have digital solve of it. Like say, I'll give you a good example. When we say digital, how much of it is manual in the backend? That's always differentiate, right? So today you submit for a claim, how many days it would take? So I think there we have to be sorted in many terms of calling it digital. We have our own claim settlement process. You upload your pictures of the vehicle once the accident is done, and we have segmentized saying, okay, if it is a windshield, we don't need any survey. It's a 13 seconds process to settle your claim. That's the fastest we could do in the settlement. And 98% of our claims are cleared, and that's one of the highest track record in the insurance industry when we disclose in our public. I think the problem is the awareness. The problem is the Indian mindset change on being transparent while buying an insurance product is the challenge. So if unless the mindset changes, you would not be able to complement the products, complement the process, whatever you build it. So that's one of the biggest challenges that we have.
Yeah, I can clearly understand that awareness is big, and that's in fact that's true for all digital platforms. Primarily for more for insurance, because it's a financial product, and there are a lot of frauds which happens in such a industry. And to get people to say, okay, go to digital banking, completely digital banking or complete digital insurance, it will be a very, very difficult task. And one of the differentiator, of course, is this the claim settlement process, how fast you do it. So thanks. Yeah.
Apart from it, when I talk about operations, so one is business mix is done, and next is keeping the operation cycle running. So as I was saying, AI is one of the biggest talk. I think we need AI to use the AI. We don't need AI everywhere. It is in the industry I am in, and I come from Swiggy. I used to talk a lot about it, how we were automating stuff. Here they need empathy. They need a human voice. So even if you're bringing the voice bots, etc., we need to be very careful of where you're placing them. Do we even need them? So the kind of operational automation that we are trying to do. So today, if you go to ACO, I think the touch point is pretty much into 20% comes for a claim. In 20%, maybe 2-3% need some assistance, and something somewhere is stuck. I don't think we really need an AI. Probably we need somebody to just go ahead and address how much time, why, how. All this is more important. So be connecting to the hospitals, etc. I think from that perspective, if you look at it, we don't have a very huge workforce. We are a very limited workforce from a human point of view, but we have a strategic positions there who design the right products, supply projects, even whether we want an AI, how do we automate something which doesn't really sound robotic, which still can be replaced by a human, which is at a mostly depend on a predictive analysis that helps us understand why a consumer is calling, what we have to do about it, which is still in a very niche stage. And the other biggest challenge I think any digital company always face, at least for the new age digital companies, social media. So you either get it or just go on social media, and that kills the whole purpose of the product as well. So handling both, I'm also a DRO of the company, representing two IRDA. So I do see the kind of stand that we need to take sometimes, irrespective of the platform that the consumer is coming and making or raising the voice. So we believe in that standardizing the product with the same passion that you have built, irrespective of the channel that comes for the escalation or a grievance that is reported. That is very, very one of the important things for a new brands like us to sustain in the market.
Yeah. Thanks, Trina. So over to Saurabh about your own set of challenges in terms of running the refinery, considering that there are several refineries in India, and also the e-commerce market is not so easy to pick up.
So, coming to our industry, the challenges basically, for us, multiplies, a lot. The reason is that the play between the arbitrage, or you should the cost arbitrage that exists in FMCG is in paise, not alone for our industry, but just to tell to the larger audience that it's one of the most cost conscious and one paisa is what it all takes to make or break many aspects, and that puts us on a very big challenging path when we talk about any transformation, or when we talk about any uh, uh, improvement. And be it manufacturing is one key component. The second key component is logistics. The third key component is the entire go-to market and the sales process. Uh, in each of these three, what we have seen is that our biggest challenge has been, to keep, as an organization, there is two objectives that we work with. One is how do we make ourselves lean, and how do we make ourselves more productive? That's one. And second thing is, how do we make ourselves more market relevant, and how do we keep garnering or protecting our market share? I think these are the two fundamental pillars around which we try to run the business and solve the problem. And then while doing so, our biggest challenge has been, let's talk one by one. When we talk about the cargo and logistics part of the business, the industry itself, and I think, my panelists from ONDC will also agree that it's one of the slowest adopter of technology. Hardly there is any play for people to adopt new technology. And believe me, very much agree when he was saying that there is a cost to technology. The cost of a typical large-scale deployment of a traceability or an end-to-end visibility product is very significant. Forget about the technology cost. If you talk alone about the web cloud hosting cost itself is quite high. So is with when you talk about box level tracking, you'll be surprised. The biggest brand of the world, which we all know, operates at a very rudimentary technology. In FMCG industry, you can name the biggest brand, whatever, without naming them, I'm saying. you still have boxes which, you cannot even follow FIFO, which means that you cannot even keep track of which box is made first and which box is made second, because everything is homogeneous. And it goes into batch number. So we are, if you say in terms of the technology, is about 1 or 2 decades ahead. And as an industry, many industries, and I'm just giving you an example of FMCG, cargo logistics, that's one challenge. The second challenge is the cost and productivity justification. Uh, you know, uh, that justification needs to be pretty objective, and it needs to come across as a very black and white. Yes, this is the cost advantage, or this is the productivity advantage, and with an ROI of, when somebody was talking about a near-term benefit that most of the companies are looking at. Yes, beyond 2 years, beyond 2.5 years, because people don't look at even if it's a viable project. So that's the second part of it. And the third part, from a point of view of go-to market, I think the biggest challenge is, we have millions of retailers in India, and we have billion customers, in the Indian market. Everybody, every human being, every Indian is a customer, from an FMCG and oil perspective, and that's the scale at which we operate. And even if you have cost benefit analysis, even if you have technology in your hand, in your mobile, uh, people are not ready to adopt unless they're forced to adopt. And I'll give you an example. Today, everything is ordered on web. You can order everything on web, but you will not see many, or even you will not see 99.9% of the retailers, 99.9% of the channel partners, ordering on web. They still would want an FMCG industry representatives to come to them and do their bit of work. We have been trying very hard, not me, many of us in the industry are trying very hard to make people do ordering and self-service at the comfort of their house and palm whenever they want. But still, the adoption is not so easy. So, having said so, in our, in the industry that, I've worked across over the last so many years, there are three stage gates. One is, justifying the technology. Second thing is making it cost effective. Third thing is making it adoptable to the users and the relevant customers. These are the challenges that we and many people say COVID has been beneficial in some way. Let me tell you, COVID forced us to adopt technology. I think, and some of that forcing has got retained, and but 3/4 of it is lost. So what is lost is that, yes, I still would have loved to be along with you, and I'm not so great happy sitting here and being a part of this. But what has retained 25%, and I'll again give you example, is if you talk about entertainment and movie and theater industry, they have moved down from 60% occupancy to 30% occupancy. So that's the those are the things which stays for long and it's just disappeared. But net, COVID was successful for many of us in the technology adoption phase because of it, because it forced us to do it, I think. So these are some of my takes and challenges. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh. So we'll now discuss about this, the third round, and we'll talk about the strategies or innovations that you've taken to tackle these challenges. Okay. And so over to you, Prakash.
Thank you. I think, I will try and actually link it back to the challenges that we face. Okay. I think that is going to be more relevant. Is the challenge that we actually face is in terms of digital transformation and the expectations around it, right? So what we have done is we have tried to actually be the digital first organization ourselves. So before we kind of sell it to our clients, let's try and build it for ourselves. Let's try and adopt them at our own, let's say our centers, at our own offices, at our own locations for our own employees. Now, what we have done to do that, okay, is let's start everything, where possibly, and I'm from HR, so I'll actually, talk about, what we have done in HR. So it all starts from the time actually, we start sourcing, right? There is a job opening, there's a job position which is published, and then, we actually have the sourcing started, okay? Once we have the candidate identified, what we have done is we have created portals and platforms across every single sub-function in HR. So for recruitment, we have the candidate portal where we have tried to make it as digital as possible. And there is a digital transformation project that we actually undertook, and it is called as a zero touch transaction. So that is one thing where even including recruitment, which is actually supposed to be a high touch process, but we still have kind of gone ahead and created a zero touch transaction for recruitment itself. So what we have done is we created a candidate portal anywhere across the globe. Anybody who wants to apply for the job for teleperformance, they can actually log in and they can, try and apply for the roles. The entire process of screening, scheduling of interviews, okay, everything goes online. And then you even have the first round of screenings, and we have done a pilot on this, is in terms of bringing an AI, recruiter to actually screen the candidates for the very first time. It's a pilot that we have done, and I think, we are seeing some very good results out of it, because the beauty of AI is that it actually brings in unbiased opinions out of it. Okay, it'll actually parse the resumes. It'll give you a complete fit as part of the job description that you have, the skill sets that you want. And then it will actually put in the funnel we talk about, where we have the quality candidates coming through the best of the funnel. So that is where I think we are getting more relevant CVs and profiles, okay, that come over. And then, of course, the human touch comes in where we have the final round of interviews that actually happens. So that's a very interesting part of it.
That's definitely interesting. I'm thinking about when in the country, in India, we want to be little biased in interviews by choice and by design, right?
Yes.
So how is that AI going to handle that?
That is precisely the reason why we should actually probably think of technology also as an enabler, and from a positive viewpoint is that it'll give you an unbiased opinion. Right. It will not have those. Of course, if there was a human, taking an interview, there could be many reasons why that person would like a person or may not like a person. But the technology will not do that. It will go strictly match as per the requirements. Look at the skill sets, look at the credentials that you're putting it on, and then pass you to the next round. So that's where we started off, which is the candidate portal. The next thing is once an employee comes in, right? Let's say we have offered the employees. What do? We actually did a complete e-onboarding, right? We took away the entire element of having onboarding processes which are manual in nature. So until that person actually reaches the office for the first day, okay, if it is working from office employee, then I think, that's the only time that they need to really appear, and everything else is done remotely, including the background check verifications, including the credentials that they need to do, including the UANs and the transfers and ID creations and asset allocations, access creations, everything happens remotely. So that's the first step. Now, once we have the employee in office, now what do? How does the employee go about his employee life cycle? We talk about, how do we go about and let's say marking his attendances, applying for leaves, knowing who the organization's hierarchies are, and how do we go about those things? So what we have created is, apart from the normal HRMS or HCM, which I'm sure we all have in our systems, what we have done is we have actually created an app, and this is an app for the employees alone. So they can actually do their own attendance marking. They can do their own leave markings. They can actually access their pay slips anywhere, anytime, real time. They can actually look at the number of courses that we are available. So the trainings have gone electronic. So e-trainings, predominantly most of them are e-trainings. So they can actually look at the courses that are on offer. They can actually apply for those courses. They can schedule themselves. They can roster themselves. And this, they can do it over the phone wherever they are. That gives the flexibility as an organization, because that's what I think, also touches upon my second challenge that we face about how do we deal with a modern workforce? How do we deal with a new age workforce who absolutely loves to be on mobile, who absolutely loves to be, available wherever they want, and they want to do their stuff, from wherever they can, right? So that's the flexibility that they ask for. And then going forward, even the exit administration, right? So what we have done is we have done an offboarding process, which is also completely remote. So the employee who actually is resigning and is moving out of the organization, the only thing that they would like to do is to have a formal one-on-one exit interviews. Otherwise, everything else, from their deactivation of accesses, from their submission of assets, from their delinking to the company systems and all, everything happens automatically. So what we have tried to do is create a seamless experience, a digital first adoption, but a seamless experience and an enhanced user experience or employee experience that we call about. That has brought in a lot of engagement for us. That has resulted in actually solving the second problem for us is in terms of how do we keep our workforce motivated? How do we keep our workforce engaged with us? How do we ensure that the workforce that we have actually, prefers the kind of work culture that we are trying to offer? And in the due course, they actually stay longer with us. So the longevity has also kind of increased. And I'll give you an example here because our industry, service industry, is having the highest amount of churn. Much more than any other industry that you can think of. Okay, we are dealing with a churn rate of 50 to 55%. So you can imagine with 100,000 employees in India, I actually practically have to replace 50,000 employees every year. But at the same time, I also have to grow. So my CAGR is about 15 to 20%. I add 15 to 20,000 employees every year. So that again is a very, very big channel for us in terms of how do we recruit so many people? How do we mass and hire? Right? So that's again where we actually improved our sourcing channel effectiveness. We have brought in systems which are really proven to be effective for us. And they are Gen AI systems. They are AI systems where, the sourcing itself has become so very easy for us to actually now go ahead and, get the number of people that we want, get the number of the kind of candidates that we want, the quality of people that we want. That's enhanced completely. Right. So I think, digital adoption is one. And second is the strategy of how do we cater to this new age workforce? How do we understand? So we need to understand the Gen Zs and everybody else much more in terms of the preferences, much more in terms of the kind of work, the kind of ways of working that they actually would prefer. And then we are trying to address our own systems, our own processes internally, and ensure that, they're all aligned with their expectations.
Yeah, thank you. So you have plans to take that platform to the companies later on. Right now, you're just trying to.
Yes. So that's the dual strategy that we have. The strategy is first, let's try and build it ourselves and let's try and deploy it for our own employees within our own systems, within our own processes, within our own countries, because teleperformance is huge. We are spread across 100+ countries. So we have a large play field for us to actually go ahead and try and experiment. So for example, the HR help desk that I manage. So we deployed the first generative AI chatbot in the HR help desk process in India. And then now with the success of that pilot that we have got, now we are trying to roll it out to other countries. And what we saw was a tremendous amount of productivity savings for us because the AI chatbot is successfully able to take away almost 25% of our volumes. And of that, around 15% are successfully closed. So which means the number of heads that I need to have at my contact centers or at help desk areas are actually reduced a lot. Now, having seen that success for 6 months, now we are deploying it globally across teleperformance.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And that's interesting to hear that you're now using AI chatbots as call center executives. And so anyway, thanks.
Yeah, and I think one more point you mentioned about, whether a humanoid or whether an AI chatbot actually will be as close as possible. I know we can't replace humans with AI chatbots, but what we are trying to do is we have a system, okay, called Synthesia. I'm sure you can Google it out as well. It's a very well-known tool. It's an AI tool. We have created we have a global L&D platform, right? It's run on Saba, and we have the entire group which is there on all the e-learnings and mandatory trainings. Now, these programs are universal across teleperformance as an organization, so they don't change. Now, what we have done is we have started to create content on this. We have started to actually moderate content on this and then create the content on this. Now, the content is there predominantly in English, but there are so many other countries that we actually cater to. So what we have done is we have used this AI tool. This AI tool successfully translates all of that content, okay, in all the languages that we have in play across the 100+ countries. Right. And all of it is done very seamlessly using technology. And what we need to do is create one content in English and then use the tool to convert that content into various languages and then deploy that content across all of the languages. And believe in you, in me, and I think it's as good as human.
Right.
The interface.
Thank you. Thank you. So Anjani ji, please share your own innovative ways of handling the challenges, the network effect challenges, the perception challenges, the onboarding challenges. Yeah.
Yeah. So fundamentally, if you see that we are trying to break the chain which has already been formed, wherein there's a high concentration. And if you see, ONDC is not a platform or a website. If you go to Google Play Store or say iOS and type ONDC, you'll probably find nothing. You'll probably find error 404. So we are nothing but an aggregator of all the marketplace aggregators, and we are a source code API which sits on the core layer of every technology company, right? So innovatively, this entire system is built on digital public infrastructure, which existed even before I was born, not something which we have recreated the entire experience, but it is something which was already existing. We're just leveraging the same thing to take it to the next step. Entire email, internet works on DPI today. The entire email ecosystem works on DPI today. Your SMSs works on DPI today, right? With respect to finding innovation, there can be various types of innovation which is possible in the open network ecosystem. Whether the innovation is in form of business modeling, finding a newer ways of doing business to challenge the well-protected moat or turf of the existing deeply pocketed players, or leveraging technology to make more simplified solutions to the extreme problems or the most complex problem, and create a easy to use value proposition for the customers to start adopting it. And I will give you examples on both the sides of innovation. For example, today, when you book a ride or when you book a cab, the cab driver has to shelve off almost 20 to 30% as the commission on per ride. Just imagine that if you're paying 120 rupee ride and 20 rupee goes as a commission which he has to pay to the platforms, how will that pyramid of livelihood survive at all? I mean, 20 rupee for them is a big number. Right? If today I get a 7% or 12% increment in my salary, I think I am very, very happy when I go back home. So for that person, 20% is equally very, very big number. It's much more than my increment today. Now, network has completely transformed the way auto booking or a cab booking is done in India today. Namayatri in Bangalore was the first application which joined the ONDC ecosystem to democratize digital commerce in mobility segment, and they are doing almost close to 1.5 lakh transactions per day. They have moved to a new way of doing business wherein there's no more commission. It's a subscription based model. The auto driver just needs to pay a flat 25 rupee commission when he logs into the application at the beginning of the day. And after that, whatever he earns is completely his money, right? There's no more surge pricing drama, or there's no more commission playing on drama, right? And I've seen very closely some of the P&Ls that even when the prices, there's a surge price in the fare, none of that goes to the end auto drivers or the end service providers in most of the cases. Not that it never goes, but in most of the cases it does not go, right? Added on to this, they also had a very, very strong problem, a very prominent problem of, the payment settlement. The startup ecosystem today works on a weekly or a fortnightly payment settlement. Now, these are wage earners. If you do not settle them payment tonight, tomorrow they may not be able to buy their breakfast. This is what ONDC has solved, that there's a real-time payment settlement. You move out of the cab, you make a payment, everything goes to his pocket on the spot. No weekly payment, no reconciliation, no running to their offices for disputes, etc., whatever it may be. Coming to the technology side, I will take one example. So ONDC launched, ONDC had done a countrywide hackathon around Built for Bharat in partnership with Google, Antler, and a couple of more sponsors. The objective was to crowdsource idea and solutions in an open network coding concept, and not leave the power to only the very large tech giants who would only follow too much of SOPs, but ultimately the delivery, I mean, with too many SOPs, the delivery timeline goes significantly up. The quality, I believe, it comes down. And we have seen in many of the government portals how, the top-notch industry players operate from the tech side, and how we face as a taxpayers, right? Interestingly, cataloging, for example, has been one of the most difficult problem I have encountered when it comes to digital commerce. And Professor, you may second me that it is so complex around the quality of image, the real-time updation of information, the privacy issues, whether this image is rightly sourced from the OEMs. And so it's very difficult problem. And what information should I display? In what form should I display? And who maintains those catalog? Lot of entries would become redundant. How do you archive that and not make the database heavy, because there's a cost involved again there. Lot of players in the industry, specifically in the grocery segment, where the SKU size is very, very high. The products are non-branded. Just imagine how would you digitize or create a catalog for a chana dal, which is not branded. Everything looks same. Every grade of chana dal looks same. How do you catalog that? A lot of industry players have spent so much money doing that, solving for this catalog, but I doubt any of them have been successful. But in Build for Bharat, we have seen very, very small technology companies with 2 or 3 players as an entire company size, making such a simple and scalable solution for Kirana stores. Kirana does not need a very, very complex cataloging solution. They do not need to be as high as catalog when it comes to Mintras and HULs or ITCs of the world. They need a simple catalog so that customer can connect them ki chotu ke paas dal available hai. That's all they need, right? Wherein people went so deep in efficiency and cataloging and complexity that eventually the product failed. Right? The innovation is now, the network is able to foster that innovation and make it faster so that the entire value chain is efficient and even the smaller players can participate. Just imagine this 2-3 this company of 2-3 people, can they ever participate in technology solution to Amazon? Maybe not. I mean, they will not even get impaneled. Right? They will have basic criteria कि 50,000 लोगों की company नहीं है, so you can't join Amazon for technology service providing. So this is how network is driving innovations.
Right, that's interesting that there is some solution. In fact, innovation need not always be at the very top level. It can be very, very simple. Thank you for sharing. So Ms. Maya, I would like to hear from you. What are the innovations that you've taken to tackle the challenges to HR and awareness here?
So talking about some of the challenges, the way you have first movers advantage, I think we are currently leveraging the late movers advantage in this field. So when you source the land for really building these retail outlets or so-called mobility stations, we are the first one to use the drone technology. So there are drones which are installed in terms of checking the footfall, the kind of vehicles which are really stopping by or traveling on that road. And that becomes my input to really decide and submit my feasibility study. And hence, I think we are 2.5x more profitable as against the other competitors, so to say. When you talk about a simple vending machine, I think all of you would have taken a tea, coffee from these vending machines. But the Wild Bean Cafe, which is one of our brand, we have Wi-Fi enabled vending machines. Of course, from the capex point of view, it would cost little higher side. However, what it does is that pan India, my officer can sit at the HO and really download the report in terms of understanding which one is working, which one is facing problem, what are the SKUs which are really working well. And that is currently working brilliantly when it comes to the kind of innovation which we are utilizing. When it comes to visual intelligence, whatever sites which are there. So in terms of numbers, when I'm saying 1,700 mobility stations, there are 300 which are under construction, and then there would be some 50, 60 which will be under rebranding stage. Now, how do I get an updated information about these? Because the people who are working there are not that tech savvy who would just update on an app to really share that information, or have a laptop to update the MIS Excel sheets and then send it to me. But the remote monitoring system really helps us to get a real-time status for compliance, accidents, update in terms of completions. So I think anything and everything what we are thinking in terms of future of mobility, the technology plays a key role, and I think that's the DNA. So we are okay to go late, but whatever solutions we will bring in would be there to last for longer. And talking about the people part, of course, from an HRMS point of view, some of the things what I think my co-panelists mentioned, we do also follow that in GOBP, again, adopted from the parent organizations. But I think the differentiator here is the process to practice maturity. So, lot of people who come would want to do courses, and the entire Coursera, I think all of you would have either ways access that. But what happens that at the phase 2, when you want to give an exam and download the certification, it pops up with that cost menu. All those we have made it free for our employees as well as their family members. That's one of the need which came up from the Gen Zs who are joining us. It is all about pride inclusion, or it is all about the kind of policies which they are looking at. So more than having the attendance or the role moment apps, we have a fitness app which has been launched. And then there are competitions which are run for the Gen Zs in the organization. So when we talk about community building, of course, every organization comes up with the different programs. But I think the differentiator here is that we have gone one step ahead and really talk to the people in terms of what is that they want, and then realign our policies and practices and also the benefits towards the changing needs of the workforce, which we are really inviting in our offices. So that's where we are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Maya. Actually, in India, perception is related to, beauty is related to premium. So if you see a mall, not everyone will get in. GOBP stations are so beautiful. So you don't know whether everybody will get in there or not, because they're worried about getting charged a lot. So that's one of the challenges I perceive. And thank you for sharing. So Reena, over to you. What are the innovations that you are taking to overcome the challenge? The awareness challenge that you are talking about in case of Echo.
I will talk just about the awareness is the only thing that we are solving while that keeps happening over the period of time. What we are working mostly is when we have created a product which is itself D2C and it's by itself is a differentiator in the market. We also need to ensure that processes are aligned so that our cost of running or settling a claim does not override the vision that we have in giving the best pricing, right? So that's the whole innovation of how ACO operates, differentiates from the rest of the insurance providers. Like while the traditional way of claim settlement, surveying, all this is there, what we have focused, the three things or four things that we have as a principle is we don't generally cold call the consumer saying, okay, buy ACO. There is no such database available with us. We only call them or assist anybody who could not finish the purchase journey on our website. Only those are the people that we call. So that way, what we are trying to solve is the funnel of who you want to sell an insurance. We don't want the mass to come and buy an insurance. People who are buying insurance, the customer or a consumer really well. So that's the whole differentiator of the product. So there are a lot of ways that we evaluate a consumer. You might be a 2 years good consumer with us, but you've been a high risk consumer. For us to further go ahead and serve you, you probably would be, not given a product down the lane. That's because you have been abusing the system which is given to you for a couple of years. So instead of bringing a customer on the board and then evaluating, considering digital insurance, there is no digital data available. Everything has been in a pen and paper. If you go and ask the history of how my insurance behavior has been, be it in the hospitals, which hospitals are fraud, who are giving fraud billing, you don't have all those data. So today what you're building as an ecosystem, you just give your vehicle number or a phone number and your insurance is issued. But behind that, what we are building pulling your vehicle details, pulling your challan details, pulling your claim history, whatever is available, similar to your health history. So that's the simplification that we are doing. And the second is, as I told you, that we are building a solution. When we build a solution, you know that to settle a claim, end of the day when it comes to, it's either a repair or a replace. That's the whole differentiator. And today, if you have any experience about insurance of a vehicle, you ever take it to a garage, they say, "Naya gaadi de denge aapko. We'll give you a new vehicle." Because they are not responsible for the consumer's money. They just like replace the karna, sir. Pura, just will repair kyun karna? We'll just replace everything for you. So I think what we have here is a very robust process to understand what needs to be repaired, what needs to be replaced. And those approval controls are very, very tight that if it has to be repaired, it cannot be replaced at any cost. That's one of the innovations that we have as a key control, which differentiates our business. Apart from all this, the major chunk is on our operations. Though we did not go with all the automations, etc., but the key core customer experience that we drive is not being robotic. Ensure we are available no matter whatever modalities that you have. Though we did not open all the modalities, we only have a digital modality. Wherever you go, you have to come online to tell us what's your problem. So driving the consumer behaviors through a digital modality has been one of the innovators. So you have a toll-free number that because regulatory asks us to do it. Even though they have a toll-free number, how do we go ahead and change the behavior? So the email modality, calling modality, or any other, you just took the vehicle to a garage and calling from the garage. How do we drive the user behavior back to a digital space has been one of our ways of tackling the consumer to come and do your claim by yourself. That's how we are trying to solve that.
So that's nice. So do you also see that over a period of time you will be this word of mouth will become a possible increasing, possible channel for increasing awareness?
That's how we scale it as well. So when we have our general insurance, that's our 60-70% of our business. Our health products live is mostly the repeat users. So since the inception of Acco, I think we have seen consumers sticking around. One, because of the pricing, and second is the ease of claiming. When you really need the product, you don't have to run anywhere, you don't have to depend on anybody. So the ease of claiming. And the third is most importantly, health when it comes to it. People are very choosy, and the audience who adopted our product are definitely not a very traditional people. Somewhere in between, people who are working class and who wants to secure themselves and their families. So here they want digital. They don't want people to call you. They don't want anybody to disturb you. They just want to do it by themselves. So that's our targeted segment to start with. But the scaling that when we are doing, we are keeping in the rest of the segment as well to cover them.
Yeah. So then thank you. Thank you. That's nice to hear. Saurabh your challenges are mostly operational. So would like to shed some light on what strategies you are taking to overcome them?
Yeah, I think on the manufacturing side, we moved into Industry 4.0, mode. Our newest factory is almost 3 times more automated, and from a point of view of productivity, it requires almost 1/3 of the resources. I think, and the way technology is advancing, the cost is coming down, and various manufacturing technologies are getting integrated. So that's giving us addressing bulk of the challenges, and in about seeing the way it is going in about 10 years time, we will have fully autonomous manufacturing setup, and that will address most of the challenges that we face on the manufacturing side. Moving to the channel adoption side, that's a software aspects involved, because the technology, the platform is there to address the problem, and it's more about adoption. I think there we are focusing more on awareness, training, and incentivizing. These are the 3 tools that we are using again and again, and we are seeing gradually the proportion is increasing, though it might take some time, maybe a couple of more years for the channel to adopt the technology that can really make their life and our life quite simpler. The third part is where we are trying to address the challenge of on the go-to-market or on the sales force side. There, recently in the last couple of years, a lot of innovation has happened in terms of bringing AI-based intelligence on the Salesforce mobile apps, which the channel partner and sales staff carry while interacting with the retailers. Today, there's a bunch of challenges over what, how, and how much and when, and it solves the entire problem. Like what Mr. Chandrasekhar spoke about, the HR part, the recruiter, AI recruiter. Here is an AI salesman which will say, what SKU, what quantity, when, and to which outlet, and it'll pop up, including the best offers. So that part, improves the efficiency, reduces the stock inventory levels and make it more, efficient. These are some of these interventions that's helping us address the industry challenges, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Saurabh and all the panelists for sharing their wonderful insights on this unlocking innovative horizons. Maybe we are already probably 10 minutes ahead, behind schedule. So let me just take, if there is one question we can take from the audience. If you do raise, then please tell who we are raising that question to. So anyone has any question? Any questions? Okay, so there is one hands up. So Robin, I guess. Robin, so who we are asking the question to? Okay, so is there a mic there we can give to him?
Good afternoon, fellas. I'm Robin Morgan. And my question is for all panelists, but specifically for Rashmi. What I want to know is the generative AI is being implemented everywhere, but a little bit too much. So much so that even CXOs, as you mentioned, don't know where to integrate them. So I just want to know what parameters should, as future leaders, supposedly, we're going to become, and generative AI will be an issue for us as well. What parameters should we consider in order to effectively and properly integrate generative AI in our products or solutions going forward?
Thank you so much. I think it's a great question, and it in fact is a repeat question. That exactly is what I think was my presentation also all about, was to how do we demystify what AI can do and what AI actually needs to do, right? So what we need to do actually is, and from a future generation and from future leaders perspective as well, whenever you talk about AI and whenever you think about deploying AI, I think, have a very clear mindset of what is exactly the problem statement that you're trying to solve for. If you were to do that right, okay, then there will be a purpose for the Gen AI or the AI solution that you're trying to create. And that would then actually be practical and it will be effective as well. But if you actually do not have a clear strategy or a clear idea of what is it that you're trying to solve for, and just like most of our clients come to us, we want to see what you are doing in AI, but they really don't know what they want from us in AI. I think that's the differentiator. That is the thin line that we need to probably be very clear about, and also try not to do too much. Okay, and I'll tell you why. The entire economy and you would have seen that last 1.5 years, how that hype around AI was so much that Teleperformance, being the largest organization in CX, in December, there was one AI company on the US stock exchange which actually declared fabulous results. It's an AI company which said that, that we have created a solution that will take away the entire contact center industry, that will take away the call centers out of the question and so on. On a single day in December, our stock prices fell 27%, the biggest fall that we ever saw. And now, 3 months after that, by March, the slow realization came into the industry that actually AI is not going to be that disruptive. So you'd not be worried about it. Don't be overwhelmed by that. AI is just another technology. When RPA came, that was the same thing. When Y2K happened, that was the same thing. So it is also going to be integrated slowly, and slowly, I think the awareness will increase, the realization will come through. But to answer specifically to your question, please be very clear on what is that problem that you're trying to solve for. What is that one thing that you're trying to innovate for? If it is your people, how do I enhance the people experience? If it is your customer, how do I enhance the customer experience? Plus also probably save the cost for the customer. If it is for your own organization, how do I save costs? How do I improve the bottom line? And how do I actually generate more revenue and profits? If you are very clear with all of these things, I think there will be a very clear path of what you want to do in AI.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing it. So I think we'll have to close the panel in the interest of time. We would definitely love to have more questions, and we would invite you to interact with our guest during the break. So we'll thank you all panelists for their insightful sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. But can I just take 30 seconds more? And I'm sorry, I'm actually tempted to do this. There is a reason why I actually, and first of all, thank you for inviting me. And there's a reason why I am in this attire, because I actually wanted to mirror some of you guys. And the reason, the incident which I want to really tell you about was when 25 years ago, I always dreamt of joining an IIM and doing my management studies MBA out of that. Unfortunately, I did not do that. I couldn't get through, and I did my engineering after that. But I'd still continue to do my MBA after that as well. And today, when I got an opportunity to come and speak to you and all of you in front of you, I thought, I must try and be one of yourselves. And that's why I tried and kind of came up with this. So thank you very much.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panel members for their valuable insights on the topic. And we can say confidently that we now have a trading that guides us in the right direction. I now request Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson, Corporate Relation and Placements, to extend the memento from IIM Raipur to the panelists and the moderator. Shri Chandra Prakash Jain, Shri Anjani K. Jajodia, Miss Maya Fouquet, Miss Reena Evans, we would like to take a moment to thank Shri Saurabh Kumar, who is joining us through the virtual mode.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to all of you.
Professor Sumit Gupta.
We request all the panelists and Professor Rashmi Shukla ma'am to gather for a photograph. Thank you. We request all the dignitaries and the faculty members to proceed to the IR lounge for high tea. The next session will commence at 4 p.m. The students are requested to remain seated while the guests leave. You all may leave.
In line with our commitment to a plastic-free leadership summit, there is a drinking water facility located outside the hall for your convenience. It is requested that if you do wish to proceed for a water refill break or a convenience break, you may do so now. Please do not, please refrain from moving out while the panel discussion is going on.
All the students are requested to settle down as quickly as possible. We will commence soon. Please settle down as quickly as possible.
Hello.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. We welcome you to the third panel discussion of day one of the 8th Leadership Summit. The topic for the discussion is navigating challenges of scaling up.
Scaling up presents unique challenges and opportunities for organizations. It involves not only expanding operations and markets, but also adapting leadership styles, managing resources, and maintaining organizational culture. Today's panel will explore these aspects and share their valuable experiences on overcoming the hurdles of growth and achieving sustainable success. To gain more insights on the topic, I would now request the distinguished panelists and the moderator to join us on stage.
I would now like to take the privilege of introducing our esteemed panelists. Our first guest for today is Shri Digambar Bahuguna, CXO SVP Customer Experience at Airtel. With a proven track record in enhancing customer service across India and global markets, Shri Digambar has played a pivotal role in elevating Airtel's customer experience. His strategic vision and hands-on expertise in customer service, sales management, and business development will provide valuable perspectives on scaling up customer operations. We welcome you, sir.
I now have the pleasure of introducing our second panelist, Shri Manoj Nair, Head of Applications at Fujitsu Global Delivery Unit and Head of India Global Delivery Center. With over 30 years of experience, Shri Manoj excels in customer acquisition and global service line development. His extensive background in managing complex IT engagements will offer deep insights into scaling operations effectively. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today.
Our third distinguished guest for the discussion is Shri Nilesh Biniwale, Managing Director of India Operations at Pattern. Renowned for his expertise in agile and DevOps transformations, Shri Nilesh has led significant initiatives in product development and operational efficiency. His experience in managing large-scale transformations will be invaluable to our discussion. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
Our fourth distinguished guest for the discussion, Shri Praveen Kamath Kumla, GM HR, Global Strategic Hiring and Redeployment at Wipro. With 3 decades of strategic HR expertise, Shri Praveen has excelled in talent management and global HR initiatives. His insights into scaling talent acquisition and organizational development will contribute greatly to our conversation. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you with us today.
Our fifth distinguished guest for the discussion is Shri Sharavanan MP, Vice President and HR Lead, Applications Offshore at Emphasis. With over 25 years of experience in HR and business, Shri Sharavanan has excelled in establishing business structures and aligning HR initiatives with business objectives. His expertise in HR strategies will provide a comprehensive view of scaling up from a human resource perspective. Sir, we are honored to have you here.
Our sixth guest for this discussion, Ms. Vandana Prakash Dandge, Chief Delivery Officer at Forces Inc. With extensive experience in digital transformation and project management, Ms. Vandana has led numerous technology and operational projects. Her expertise will offer significant insights into scaling up in the context of digital and operational excellence. Ma'am, it's a pleasure to have you here with us today.
I would now like to take the privilege to introduce the moderator for this discussion, Professor Dhananjay Bapat, With over 12 years of excellence in management education and a track record of academic excellence, Professor Bapat's insights into marketing strategy and brand management will ensure a rich and engaging conversation today. We welcome you, sir.
Now, I would like to request Professor Dhananjay Bapat to welcome the panelists with a bouquet. Shri Digambar Bahugunam. Shri Manoj Nair. Shri Nilesh Biniwale. Shri Praveen Kamat Kumla. Shri Sharvanan MP. Miss Vandana Prakash Danke. I would now request Professor Smriti Pandey, Co-Chairperson, Placements and Corporate Relations, to welcome Professor Dhananjay Bapat with a bouquet. Thank you, ma'am. I request the moderator, Professor Dhananjay Bapat, to take the panel discussion ahead. Thank you.
So, respected dignitaries, faculty members, students, it's a great occasion to cover on this topic of scaling up. This topic is very nicely designed, and you can relate with various aspects. Such as, for example, if I look back, I can relate in terms of my life cycle, in terms of where I scaled up. I also relate with the organizations I closely work. For example, I got an opportunity to work with Amul. I got an opportunity to work closely with National Payments Corporation of India, which is, I'm sure everybody knows about UPI. So I could relate that experience in terms of what would have happened when new product lines are added, when digitization making a kind of impact. You're trying to increase the customer base. You're trying to improve the supply chain. Likewise, and similarly, for example, because in the morning, they also talk about you should also have your own passion. So my passion is into music. So for example, scaling up in terms of how I take it, in terms of my journey into kind of in the area of vocal, maybe then coming into the keyboard, trying with guitar, trying with ukulele, trying with basuri at present. So there are different ways in which we can relate this topic, and I'm sure you all can relate with this topic. Now we are going to have this in 4 major themes. One is like, the way I have experienced, I've been shared, briefly. So I would also request the participants, panelists, to share about their experience, about scaling up. Briefly, each participant. Thereafter, I would also like to look into what are the triggers of scaling up? In a sense, like what are the metrics that they look at, which, you get a kind of a signal, now it's time for you to scale up. So what are those triggers? What are kind of preparedness? And at today also, we got a wonderful opportunity for a inaugural address. So there, how the present kind of a technologies, how the geopolitical situation, how different kind of the moderating aspects can affect the scaling up. So how how you consider this kind of environmental factors or other stimuli factors and how you respond to that. And then definitely I would also request eminent panelists to also share about their advice to the students, क्योंकि कहते हैं कि अगर आपके पास बहुत सारा धन निकल अगर चला जाए और कुछ ही धन है तो अनुभव जरूर खरीद लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर अनुभव वापस आ जाता है तो आप सब कुछ हासिल कर सकते हो. So we have the wisdom which is available, eminent panelist. So may I request Vandana ji to start with your experience about scaling up.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure being here among these young minds. I can feel the energy. It's nice to be back to our campus after almost 20 years. So it's been an absolute pleasure interacting with everybody here, and I wanted to extend my gratitude for giving such a great experience. In terms of the topic and my experience and correlation with it, right? So I started out my career in ERP, SAP consulting, and I did consulting for about 3 years. And SAP, the juggernaut that it is, right? I mean, almost of Fortune 2000 companies have SAP, right? And it takes a lot of time to do something. It's not as agile or as nimble, right? And I thought that I can't scale up here. What do I do to scale up? SAP themselves in early 2015-16, but undergoing a kind of a revolution. They bought a lot of SaaS companies like Ariba and Concur, but I think what was missing is that PaaS aspect to it. So I think that they struggled a bit there, and I could see that struggle. We were on the client side trying to deploy products, integrating with external systems, and having that platform to integrate with the external systems was a huge struggle, right? An uphill task for everybody. And I thought that, hey, this is not going to work out in the long term. And RPA, robotic process automation, was making waves then. It was called as the new technology, right? It can automate anything. You would not need human intervention. And that kind of caught my attention. And I joined Wipro to set up their RPA team in 2015. Scaling up RPA, I think, was a great experience. I came from consulting, landed in a services organization with almost no information. Now, if I want to understand what is the difference between automation anywhere or Blue Prism, I go to ChatGPT and ask, hey, what are the pros? What are the cons? But it was not so back then in 2015. To understand the technology, what it can deliver, and how it can impact your customers, and how do I go and sell it to my customers, right, was again a very tough task. So scaling up then became a challenge, but we did manage to eventually build a lot of use cases. And again, the Kira in me said that, hey, again, this doesn't seem very scalable. ERP is large, it's huge. RPA is too nimble, and it needs some intelligence. RPA right now comes in laced with AI and analytics. It was not the case about 10 years back, right? And I thought that, hey, if I want to solve this puzzle of how do I scale a business, I need to integrate ERP with RPA and maybe analytics and AI, right? And that is why I joined Accenture to lead their AI and analytics team. AI was just picking up then. This was in 2016, and we were trying to build use cases for AI. There was a lot of pressure on our customer side from their shareholders to show profitability using AI, or at least on the paper, I want to see that you guys are using AI, and that kind of passed on to us as their vendors to create use cases for AI. Right? And it being the white elephant in the room, it took a lot of work. The skill was an issue. In the earlier panel discussions, we understood that everybody wants AI, but they don't know what AI can do, right? You could do something by simple logistic regression. You would not need a very nuanced model for it. But how do I go and explain it to my client? Even if I want to build a nuanced model, will the client have data? Will they have the capability to process that data? These were the questions that we were grappling with back then. We built a lot of products, and interestingly, I decided to leave SAP or ERP consulting because I thought we were not scaling up enough, or there was no potential to scale up, right? And in the other organizations, I joined teams where we had to start from scratch, right? And the ask from leadership then was, think of this as a startup, right? So when we are in the large organization, we have said that, hey, please think like a startup, be agile, and try to work it out, right? But when you move on to a smaller organization that I have joined recently, courses, we've been told that we need to have more structured thinking. So scaling up, in a sense, right, is a problem for both large and small organizations in their own capabilities, right? What is important in the end is to have that entrepreneurial spirit to scale up for the right reason. I think this is something that I have learned from my experience.
So thank you, Vandana Madam, for sharing very interesting journey, as I could see, from SAP, where you feel that now it's getting saturated. You move to kind of a robotics, and then, I mean, all I think what I could gather is that you were so much connected to the critical and the futuristic or contemporary technologies, and that would have helped you a lot as well as your organization. I think now we have Shravan and Praveenji, both are, I think, from HR area, right? It seems like, I mean, right? In terms of human resource, your own experience in terms of scaling up can add a lot of insights here.
Am I audible? So, my own experience or observations working with startups or seeing startups growing, right? There are three pieces of any startup. Broadly, one is a product or a service that they want to kind of introduce to the market. Right? It may be a product or something very niche service that they want to tap into. Then to deliver those products, to make those products, they need people. That's next thing. The third one, to manage the mini process. At a startup stage, what happens when you're 20 or 200 or 30 people or 40 people? The organization is very, very nimble. Typically, because the decisions are taken on the fly, right? There is no process. Everybody owns everything. There is no specified role and individual place. That's the beauty of a startup, right? When they start growing up, when they kind of scale up, the things work out very differently, right? Because they start to grow at 200 people, 2,000 people, or their revenues are growing. Why they can want to scale up is a different question that we will maybe we'll address it in the next topic. What happens is they lose that nimbleness. One. Number two, the flexibility that was brought in at the startup stage will be lost. Example, right? In a startup stage, if I were to travel, very simple, if I were to travel, it's just a call away. If something has to be done, it's just a call away. I call the person, it gets done. But the moment you start scaling up, the startup started scaling up, they have put in certain processes in place, which the individuals have to follow. What happens in the event is the culture that the startup had is impacted. I'm talking from more people aspect here. The culture is impacted. People have the freedom. People have that empowerment to decide what they want to do. All of this now there are kind of box on in terms of the role that they will be playing
in terms of what they are accountable for, which was not there before. And typically people enjoy working during the startup period, and when it is kind of scaling up, there is a lot of resentment that happens. But is it bad? Not at all. For the founder, for the leader who's managing a startup, they have to have these process, rules, policies in place. Why? Because in a startup phase, you are trying to prove something to the market. You want to prove your product is useful to the customer. When you're scaling up, it is different. You've already proved, at least to the segment you've proved. Here, when you're scaling up, you trying to make system that will make those products or service repeatable, reliable at scale. There's a difference between making 10 boxes versus 100,000 boxes. Right? So when you're preparing yourself for 100,000 boxes, you need to have that product line in place. You cannot just have everybody kind of manufacturing those boxes. That's my own view on experience on what I've seen over a couple of decades, not decades, rather the last 5-10 years, on this what startups have gone through. This is purely from the people perspective.
So this is very nicely covered, particularly from the startup perspective. I'm sure many of the students also would be engaging in a startup or would be dreaming about the startup. So it's definitely a lot of takeaways in a sense, and it also raises questions to me. Two questions, which is reflective. One is the people who are there in the startup right from the beginning. So how do they react to those scaling up? And then people who join, at various stage. So what is their role, and how kind of acceptance of, which is a kind of reflective question on the base of what you have shared. You can, if in case you want to comment, you can.
In the startup, the founders will not be there once the startup starts scaling up. Or the people who join the organization at the startup stage. If there are 20 people, you will typically see people, 2 or 3 people sticking around. The reason is they have seen the company in a different pair of eyes. Now, when they start scaling up, they see it differently. They see that there is a bureaucracy that is setting in, but that's their own view. Understand? It is not actual in the reality, right? And in the event, the people will leave the organization, and the skill set required for a startup, vis-a-vis when you're scaling up, are very, very different. You need, in a startup, you need somebody who can take decisions on the go, who are flexible with their timing. But when you're scaling up, you will have people who you want them to follow the process, whom you want them to include the policies, whom you want to kind of ensure things are going as planned. Because the repeatability is the question, reliability is the question, and you're making a product at the scale. So these are the difference when you compare a startup versus a scale-up organization. Grown-up is more or less the next stage.
So now we have Praveerji, and Praveerji, I know him since year 2017. He's a passionate teacher. In fact, he is associated with HR-related courses. And wherever I could see him, he could, make a kind of impact whenever I get an opportunity to talk. So I would request, since you're associated with Wipro, so I would request you to share, your thoughts on this.
सोए हो क्या? हाँ या ना बोलो? Okay, very good. Then I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you 2 stories of scaling up because Baput sir is knowing me. वो क्या है ना घर में? Mother knows everything about you. Your secrets, about deep insecurities of your life. So I'm really scared to speak in front of Baput sir. Because उनको सब मालूम है मैं क्या करता हूँ यहाँ पे साला 6 साल 7 साल 8 साल से यहाँ पे पढ़ा रहा हूँ 3 credit course. I'll give you classical instances of scaling up as individuals. Unripe souls who are no direction in life, mugged up cat, and sat here as IIM students. I'll tell you your sob story first and how did I address that. Came from a village, vernacular medium, nobody to help understand physics, chemistry, maths when I came to first PU. Every second person in the classroom had scored better than me in terms of 90% and above from Canberra College. I thought this foreign language called English is easy to understand. Just to realize when I sat in first PU, I thought it's super difficult. And I failed in multiple subjects, having done extremely well in my village school, studying in vernacular medium. The first scale up of knowing people speaking this foreign language called English. Second realization, except you, everybody else has scored better than you. Third realization, competitive scores determines your success. And medicine did not happen to me because I lost 8 marks in my final exam, CET exams, and KMC did not come to me, Kasturba Medical College. 89 of my classmates got placed in RECs. Canberra used to get about 5 ranks those days in Karnataka, state of Karnataka. 89 of them got all kinds of seats in the best known RECs. Those days, the name NIT was not there. The rest of them joined medicine. Here comes the Pabam fellow, subservient to South Indians, staying in a village, traveling every day up and down in the train for about 1 hour each, not knowing anything in life to do, what to do, how to do. Because my father was 10th standard fail, my mom was 6th standard fail. They never knew where the hell this boy is going. I made myself admitted into Canberra Main College, scaling up to, just to realize I was great at PCB, physics, chemistry, biology, and I never understood the language of mathematics. Misery hits me hard. First BSc, I failed in maths. Every second kid in the block is a wizard in Mangalore. Mangalore is known for 2 things, business and education. Every wizard was scoring well and teacher was teaching differential calculus. And it was over a transmission for me. 3rd degree equation, not 2nd degree equation. Love life started because I wanted to impress on this lady who was the topper in the class, who was avoiding me all the time. I opened my neer dosa dabba every day to her, knowing very well that she is eating in PG. The neer dosa and coconut chutney attracted her towards me, and the entire class felt I'm in love with this lady. I went around with her as a tail from library to reading room just to understand the sources of the language called mathematics. I wrote my supplementary exam in October, scored 67. And I wrote 2nd year along with her, scoring 89. In the 3rd year, we had 3 papers of mathematics. Film baki hai. 3rd year of mathematics, all the 3 subjects I scored 100%. I was the top ranker in mathematics in the university. I continue to believe in the love story, which everybody believed in. Indira KP, who was the associate professor of mathematics in MIT now, teaches my daughter every day now. She continued her journey in doing MSc in mathematics and PhD in mathematics, and I did my journey of MSW. Scale number 4, I did my MSW. I did not do MBA. We had 3 days of theoretical classes, 3 days of practicum. Practicum. You go around, do the work in action. MSW Loyola में है, Chennai. Carve Institute of Social Science में है. TIS has modified their course curriculum now. They have social science. I have to compete with the best known Mount Carmel students and St. Joseph students to study, because every Catholic Christians, when they are born, the nurse gives the child to the mother and the child says, "Hi, mom." That's the level of articulation skills these Catholic Christians have, and many of you might be here one. I learned the language just to articulate well when I came to masters. I studied so hard by selling and reverse buying the raddi. You know what is the reverse buying of the raddi? I had no uncle those days. You have an uncle now, right? Uncle Google, right? Reverse buy the raddi. It was sold at 4 rupees and I got it back. Business World, Business India, Business Today, just to make my professor's life miserable in the class. Professor Krishna was teaching us labor economics. I made sure he doesn't lie in the class because I had paper cuttings, which was never attempted by the librarian or the reading room assistant, because nobody reads yesterday's newspaper. Nobody takes care of last week's Business India and Business Today. It was a pile lying in the reading room and it was a pile of gold for me. Having 2 meals a day, knowing the power of hunger, having thrown out of the joint family, I understood one thing in life. If I don't scale up, competing with Leena Nair, Keith Mendes, Santosh Bhatt, Sharat Kumar, and being the best in the university, you will have no place in the first round of interview. And the only interview which happened, which is AV Birla Group, I was given a fax order forever in the entire history of Roshni Leela, where I got an appointment order by fax. Scaling up 4. Scaling up 5, I joined an industry called Rajashri Cement. Your ability to perform all the time is integrated by your ability to say what you know and do what you know. I was beaten on an IR situation, industrial relations situation, wherein packing plant workers literally killed me because I was the nominated, as per the Factories Act of 1948, you have a nominated labor officer in the factory. I was beaten almost to die just to realize when I woke up, the slow moving fan in the government hospital, because it was a legal case. Scale up number 5, never depreciate your value just because you're scared by the environment in which you are working. I negotiated at least cement wage factory negotiations about half a dozen times in my 3-year stint there because I knew a language called Kannada. I'm a vernacular medium, by the way. And every other AVP and VPs hardly knew what is vernacular medium and the Kannada language, because all notification in Karnataka comes in Kannada and there is nobody to read that. I got all the bhav there in the DGM legal cell. Scale up 6, scale up 7, worked in decade in manufacturing, understanding IR extremely well, join into a monkey getting into a baboon status called IT. And I become a King Kong there because every second guy working in IT was a union leader called knowledge worker. Let me tell you, scaling up of 7, this is my last scale up, otherwise ye log marenge mere ko. Scale up of 7, I got the global award for the best people manager, youngest general manager of Wipro at the age of 32. Believe me, friends, I've story told you, I'm a dramatist. Believe me, har ek boond mein of my blood, there is sachai. If you keep up to your sachai, God is confused. What else I can give him? Explore the path. Let luck follow you.
Very touching, very inspiring, very motivating. This is the power of story. For example, you ask yourself, Newton's first law, second law, third law, idhar udhar dekhenge shayad. But stories like this, you will remember for a lifetime. And that is what I feel is a lot of takeaways, from this panel discussion. A big round of applause to, all panelists, for sharing their insights. And we'll continue. Abhi picture baki hai. So now, next, Nilesh ji, and as I could speak, he has two kind of a cities with which he is very fond, Bangalore and Pune. And we had a nice chat during a tea time. I would request Nilesh ji to please share your experience. And आप सब यहाँ पे आए हमको जगा दिया है. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank all of you to invite me here and give me opportunity to talk. So thank you so much. With 30 years of experience and you're crossing your age of 50, your biggest fantasy is having few people sit in front of you and listen to you. So thanks for massaging my ego. Thank you so much. I'm going to talk about the scale up and I'm going to talk about my latest scale up. I joined a company called Pattern, which I'm working right now with in June 2021. When I was working, when I got an offer from Pattern, I was working for a company called Schlumberger. I don't know how many of you have heard the name Schlumberger. It's a 100-year-old company, $350 billion company, 85 different countries it has got an office, 1 lakh people working for it. It's into oil and gas. So I was working for that company and I was doing a global role. It was head of technology, governance, and quality. People from 11 different time zones reporting into me. And I had, cloud under my budget. So the lady who was talking in the morning from Google Cloud, I think I must have met her because Schlumberger was the first company to take Google Cloud. So my team budget was $672 million. And at that time, Pattern was $500 million valuation. So when they gave me an offer that would you join Pattern, I said, there's no way I'm going to join it. I had almost 150 people reporting into me in Schlumberger, and Pattern had only 10 people, and they had asked me to take interviews of 7 out of those 10, even before I started, before I committed to join them. So I said, no way I'm going to join Pattern. Before joining Schlumberger, I used to work for a company called Allscripts, which was a second largest healthcare IT company, and I was leading their flagship product. It was funded by, I hope nobody's recording it. It was funded by Obama. We were not supposed to see this, but then it was a pretty big company and I enjoyed it there. All the DevOps and everything is something that I worked there. Before joining Allscripts, I used to work for a company called Microsoft. I used to work for SQL Server and SharePoint. Anybody who has worked on SharePoint? I'm so sorry. It was a bad product, guys. My apologies for that. But SQL Server was an amazing one. So I worked for Microsoft, and before joining Microsoft, I worked for a company called ImagePoint, which was started by CDAC. If you have known CDAC, CDAC is a company which was started by Government of India, and they created the first supercomputer when US declined us the supercomputer, saying that you guys can't use it. We went and we made it. Dr. Vijay Bhatkar was the one who made it. I had a chance to work with him. So I worked for ImagePoint. Before that, for 10 years, I had my own company. From 94 to 2004. And I started a first EdTech company in 1999, 16 years before Baiju. And I had one more company called mangalghatika.com 3 years before shadi.com. Of course, they failed. And I'm so proud about my failures. I really carry them as the badge. And sometimes I say my failures are much bigger than my successes. But then with this background, there was no reason why I should have joined Pattern. Then I thought to myself, why the hell did I leave Microsoft if it thinks it was such a great company? And while thinking, I realized I should have been working for Microsoft in 1984, 85. If I wanted to work for Google, I should have been working in 94, 95. It is important that you work for a company when it is creating its core products, when it is scaling from point A to point B, and not when it is a completely grown-up company, as you said. So it is important to be in a company at a right time, at a right place. And that was the reason why I thought my career is going to scale up if I join Pattern, which was at a right time, at the right place. When I think about right time at the right place, I really need to understand what exactly it means by right time at the right place. So if you talk about a scale-up company, there is a very good valuation guru called Ashwath Damodaran. I don't know how many of you follow him. If you don't, you should. He is one of the best valuation guru across the world. He's Indian and stays in California. So he has divided the companies into different scales: startup, a grown-up startup, a scale-up, a grown-up company, and a declining company. So he differentiates each stage. So the first is a startup. Startup is, if you have an idea, it's a startup. If you have a business model along with a startup, then it is a grown-up startup. And when you have a cash positive, then it is a scale-up company. So what does a scale-up differentiates is you have a culture of a startup and money of a grown-up company. Because if you really need to take a lot of decisions, your money backing is very important. And startup culture, which is an empowering culture, is one of the most important things. And I feel Pattern was able to give me this. One of the biggest thing in Pattern right now is you seek apology, not permission. Take a decision. If you go wrong, say sorry and move on. And that is what is scaling us big time. So if you have to scale in your career, you really need to think of right time at the right place, and also ensure that there is a culture of scale up within your company. And this is what has helped me to scale up Pattern. When I said I joined Pattern, there were 10 to 20 people. Right now we are 350 people. It is just 1.5 years back I'm talking about. And we need to get to 700 by January. So this is what my scale up story was about. Thank you.
So thank you very much for sharing very interesting lot of takeaways from what you shared. One is like, I mean, from a normal way of looking, maybe you would have rejected the particular decision of joining a Pattern, right? Yours is a very, that's where is some kind of a sense which is there, which is not there, available to a kind of a normal people, and people like you can, can strike that, okay, this is the right time, to enter. So timing, as you mentioned, is very, very critical, very, very important. And associating with the kind of the companies with which you were. And now we have Manojji, and he's also working with an eminent organization. And I would like you to share experience with regard to the organization as well as your personal experience as well.
Thank you very much, Professor. And thank you very much to all of you for being here today, and to the IIM Raipur management for inviting me for this event. So thank you very much for that. A very inspiring story from all of you to match to that now. That's a challenge. But I think each of us has got our own stories, and we should be proud of it. Okay. If I put it in, I used to work for a company called Tech Mahindra before I joined this company, Fujitsu. So there, we have experienced the way companies can grow beyond by being just for one particular large corporation. We used to do the work. From there, we expanded into doing work for multiple corporations. And from there on, where we expanded for one particular service line of IT infrastructure, which was not there in the company, and it was all application driven. And for this large, telco in the US, which starts with the A and ends with a T, you all would have realized now. So that company where we started buying stake into Tech Mahindra, and there we saw opportunities in the infrastructure space. So at that time we started, it was, zero revenue coming. And my boss at that time approached the CEO and told him that we see opportunities over here. He said, then why not? And then from there onwards, the journey started. And we started off with a very small, kind of initiative. They used to call it as the graveyard shift, because that is the nighttime jobs, which were the operation jobs, which were done by people in the US. So we started slowly, and it was in one small particular service that we used to do. It was in what you would have called it as a monitoring service, which is there. So from there on, we started, and within a span of 4 years, we were able to scale it up to close to around $250 million annual as a run rate. So that was something which I was associated with that. And then from there on, we were able to grow the infrastructure business to other, kind of telcos, which at that time, Tech Mahindra was telco driven. And then, of course, then the acquisition or the merger happened between Satyam and Tech Mahindra. And then that opened up more doors for us, where we started to get into the enterprise space, as you would call it, moving away from the telcos. And of course, that opened up more avenues for us and more geographies for us. And so that began to expand. And then this opportunity came along, which, though this was a large company based out of Japan, but the India operations was, not as much. And there was no, I think, any guarantee that it would scale. We were close to around, at that point in time, around 2,500 odd people. And even though it was a Japanese company, it was hardly any business we were doing with Japan at that point in time, because that acquisition which was done was from an American entity had done, and it was just running at that point in time, focusing on SAP was a key focus area for us at that point in time. So after I joined, it was again, to head the infra business at that point. It was a verticalized business at that time. And from then on, there was a huge push as to what we call as the utilization of the global delivery centers. And we began to ride that wave. And slowly we started to get, business, Europe business expanded. And Japan looked at it and said, okay, fine, we need to expand even from Japan. But the challenge is language in Japan. Even though we may say that everybody wants to globalize, but still there is a challenge of the language. And people who can speak the language, only with them, they are comfortable in giving the work. Okay. And even the end customers also are preferring to work with people who can speak the language. So at that point in time, we did not have anybody, who could speak the language. We recruited a few of them, but then that is not a scalable model. Then we started the training processes, okay, how we can train. And today we have close to around 2,500 people who can speak that language, and delivering business of close to around 3,000 odd people, and total strength of around 9,500 people is what we are today. And we are delivering not only expanded our geographies also beyond America, Japan into Europe. And also, we are looking at multiple technology areas beyond what we are currently, delivering only as an application or an infra into cloud and other spaces. The other opportunity I got was to be associated with the R&D of the company. Now, there was a huge push is that how we can, leverage the talent in India. And that's when an R&D center was established in Bangalore. And today it's a 350 strong people in the R&D center. And it's good that I could be associated with setting it up. And now currently being on the board of it, I'm able to understand how the R&D and how we can utilize that for enhancing our business. So this has been my journey so far. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
So I feel a lot of takeaways, particularly entering into a segment which were not used to, moved from telecom to a different vertical, as a customer. Then particularly also language, maybe language, it worked for knowing Kannada, it worked for you. And as I could draw parallels, and particularly Japanese, like, I mean, the language, right? So that if your employees learn, because I know one of my executive MBA student, he's attending the class from Japan. And maybe I had just an interaction. And in that interaction, he took me to a temple in Japan. I mean, he was there. And then I asked, do you know Japanese and how did you learn? So he said, yeah, I learned. And when I was given this opportunity and posting in Japan, I learned through YouTube and through all other means, whatever was available at my disposal. So it's very interesting. So language is very important. Thank you very much. And the next we have Digambar. For me, customer experience is very close, and I'm really following. In fact, I was looking at somebody who is with a designation chief experience officers, like chief customer experience officer. I was very keen because my research is particularly in this area, because the reason is that we are evolving, right? So earlier it was a commodity based economy, then it became a goods, Then service became dominant. We say there's a service dominant logic. And now today, everything is about experience, right? So whether experience in terms of an offline, experience in terms of online, there are different ways of looking at experience, like cognitive experience, emotional experience, behavioral experience, sensorial experience. So again, if you look back, even if you read Gita, sense, feel, think, act, and relate. Now, Krishna has talked about this, and this is a where, and he said that if you can control that, then you can achieve whatever you want. So this is where kind of a connection, I could draw in terms of experience. And today we consider that economy is an experience economy. So you can just share your thoughts on this.
Right. And may I ask you how much time I have? 10 minutes. Okay, how many of you are on Airtel network? Raise your hand, please. Wow, my God. So we have scaled up, looks like. Okay. See, I am not so, I can't speak so passionately as Mr. Praveen with double E because there was a spelling mistake. So he corrected, he is perfectionist. But I would like to share, I will put in two perspective. One is my individual story, and everyone has a story, and maybe it may inspire you because it required a hunger to get anything. And as I was really, really fascinated when I was hearing Mr. Kamath, absolutely great. I come from a very poor background. And when I say poor background is that I hail from a place called Uttaranchal, Pauri Garhwal. Have you heard? Like, okay. One point of time, and one evening, I asked my mother, I want to have something, right? And she didn't have right? Absolutely, she didn't. We didn't have even rice at home. So I come from that background. Sixth, when I was shifted to Chandigarh, because my father was in military and fortunate to, from MES Pune, he was shifted to Chandigarh. Sixth, when I have moved to Chandigarh, first time I have heard the letter called A for apple. That was my first, right? And as you mentioned that you come from a background, my language completely different because the way we used to speak in Hindi is absolutely different, right? Like Nepalis, like, Pahadis, different Hindi. And I have to learn Punjabi as well because I was in Chandigarh. And I have to learn what? English. It was really nightmare, I'm telling you the fact. And I got failed in the first, and what I have done is, first I came to Chandigarh on during my 5th class, and I tore my entire books and went back. I said, I can't do this. Sorry, I can't do it. Somehow my father energized me again, said it, let's go ahead, you can do it, etc. Because I was a topper in my school somehow in Uttaranchal. So I came back in 6th class, and I scored 33% in English, 33% in Punjabi just to score 6th class and got into 7. Somehow, because the hunger was there, because I have to prove myself, not to others. And we come from that poor background. It was there in mind that, okay, I want to scale up. I want to do something better than this gentleman sitting next to me. It has came from, I don't know, from nowhere. Somewhere it has come. I have to do better than this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. In 10th, I was the first in the class and got a scholarship. I was really amazed. My father, with the full of the tears, Sanskrit. Of course, I have left the Punjabi. I can't. I read. I can read. I can speak little bit Punjabi, but I shifted to Sanskrit, and I scored really, really high. Somehow we didn't have money to again for my further education. The father said, "Why don't you do a diploma?" Right? No. I mean, a 10th class student don't understand what is diploma, what is degree, right? I said, okay, I'll go for it. And I went for that. And my marks were really, really decent. So I got a electronic engineering as a diploma, and I got admission there. I did my 3 years diploma, but this gentleman, this gentleman was actually bothering me that he did his 12th, then gone into degree, where I'm standing back. So 10th with diploma, I said, I want to do my AMI. How many of you know the AMI? What is a percentile pass out? Do you know that? It's 3%. Because there was a passion, there was a hunger, I cleared my AMI. And with that thought, I said, okay, because back of the mind, it was there that I did not do a good in study. Even I was really good in studies. Because of the financial crunch, I could not do it. I said, let me study along with my, job. So started MBA, did marketing MBA. The hunger did not stop there. Did the finance MBA. And I was fortunate in organization, did well. So I am Calcutta executive course. And somehow in Airtel, again, the company has sent me for INSEAD, which is executive course for 1 year. And that happened when I crossed my 40. I'm 45. What I'm trying to tell you that the passion, the hunger, nobody can give you. It may be situation, but it comes within. I'm not saying you have to be jealous with somebody. Don't bring that stress at all. But create that passion and create that hunger. This is a scale up. Absolutely anybody can do it. You may be hearing or heard many stories like that. Okay, so this is all about personal. Now let's come to the professional. And I was, from the beginning, I thought I need to have a multi-level experiences. So I started my career with consumer durable. And somehow after 5-6 years of experience, I thought I need to get some more different experience. So I started searching a new job, which was not consumer durable. It was, you must have heard the brand name Xerox. Okay, let me get into a document management. At that point of time, the automation was not real, but I got into that just to learn a new things, right? After 5 years of work, I thought, let me try something which I have never done, because I was looking like I'm Bhishma Pitama of myself. I know everything. So I said, let me try something new. I joined a company called AO Smith, which is startup kind of concept. They have built up the brand in Bangalore. Parag Kulkarni is ex-Wipro. So they built up the brand. They put a plant, and I was about maybe the 50th employee. And I was asked to work on the consumer experience, absolutely from zero. Zero means zero, nothing was there. No CRM, no mobile application, no call center, no people. I was the first employee. Right from there, going to that, the brand today, and Mr. Kamath may be knowing much better about that brand because we sell a hell lot of things. And that brand sells really great in Bangalore, Hyderabad, and that brand has now bought Purit, right? From 60 crore when I joined this brand, today they are 1200 crore. There was one vision, because scale up can only happen when you have a clear cut vision in your mind. What do you want to do is a premium brand or a mass brand? Do you want to enter into blue ocean or Michael Porter 5 courses, right? I'm sure professors are teaching all this. Yeah. So it depends on what you want to do it. So create a vision, what you want to do is. That brand, we were clear. When I was joined, I said, let's make services a part of USP, unique selling point. And today that brand is sells only because of the customer experience. They have scaled up so well. The kind of digitalization what happened in 2017. And I was given chairman award at US that point of time. I visited US. They are available in 67 countries. That brand did so well from zero to getting a chairman award. And today they sell all their products just because of the one thing, the vision, which they said, we want to sell basis on the best services. So these are two stories I may have. Let me come to the Airtel now. How many of you heard about 2016-17 when the one brand, J, starting with J, hit the ground? How many telecom operators got closed down? There were 13, 14. Today, how many are there? 3. Right? And Mr. Sunil Bharti Mittal, absolutely respected man. He asked, and I was not there in that point of time, just 4.5 years for me. But we know the story. And recently when we went to Scotland, he briefed everything, how he had done it. It's amazing story. We were with tears in our eyes. Even being at this age, this stature, we had tears, the way he has told the entire story. What happened? But I can tell you that it again happened because of only two things: the passion, hunger, and vision. Right? The scale up is every day. Suppose you are a 100 crore company, you will become 200 crore company, 300 crore. Scale up will definitely happen. But I think the hunger to win in the marketplace, or hunger to satisfy a customer, hunger to make sure that everything what you're doing with the perfection make the scale up. That's what. And maybe we can pick up some question answer. I can talk about in case somebody has some question to be asked about how we have done it. Yeah.
So again, a very nice story, both on the personal front and the professional front. Both are very interesting. Lot of takeaways, I'm sure, to the students and to me. There is one Sanskrit Subhashit that says that aparikshitam na kartavyam, kartavyam supariksham cha. What does that mean? Is that uh, one has to evaluate and then only venture into action. If you do not evaluate and you venture into action, then it will not give the desired result. There is a morning you are told about Panchatantra story. There is a Panchatantra story also associated with it. So now, since we have students and I want students to have takeaways, maybe quick one round is that from all of you, is that what are the competencies at this point of time? Say you had taken certain decisions, you are executive with lot of wisdom. So what are the competencies that, again, it's not that you say one competency, it may not be applicable to all. It's not one kind of one solution to all. Maybe it is for them to take up what kind of competencies, depending on their capabilities, depending on their passion, depending on your hunger, that you can venture into. So quick, and then we can have a few questions, answers from students. Yeah. So yeah, we can go this way.
Yeah. All right. So before, I answered this, the competency part. Let me tell you the story. Will give you some of the competencies can answer that. So we were about 60 odd thousand, and then these numbers are approximately. I'm not sharing exact number. That is 2017, and SBM came and he said only one thing: stay with me for next 2 years. We'll change it. What is that competency all about? The competency was called believe. Okay, so believing on yourself is one of the competency when you are trying to do something. Do you have that belief you can do it? It brings a lot of energy. Second, the de-averaging is very, very important. When we say de-averaging, means okay, an example is that, let's say we are going from here to airport, it will take 30 minutes. And it's about, let's say, 15 kilometer, just a very high level. De-averaging means from here to airport, it will take 15 turns, 2 signals, thousands of tree, possibly thousands of car, 5 trucks, and you may have some securities in between. Getting into granularity of the information and then taking out something from it becomes a de-averaging capability. If you want to really scale up, you need to bring that de-averaging capability so that you hit to the point where you want to really make a difference. And that's exactly we have done when we change our scenario. Today, Airtel is about $18 billion organization. We have an EBITDA of about 52%, and hard cash is about $4.7 billion. Isn't it? We were bleeding at 2017. We were minus 50,000 crore when the J factor hit the market. So from minus 50 to 1, it's absolutely plus 50. So 1 lakh crore changes cannot come just like that. So de-averaging, be with the customer. Second, third was that we want to be in marketplace. We don't want to be sitting in office and making strategies, etc. We divided into 2 pieces. One is that who will handle the office background work, and who will go and meet customer. Be there, make sure the customer problems are absolutely taken care of. Let me also tell you that we are known as a telco company. We are no more telco company. We are tech company today. We do not only sell SIM or a broadband. We have a digital IQ services. We do a lot of 5G processes. If I name the brand, lot of the brands, whatever we heard possibly since morning, are taking our services. Let me give you a big brand names: the Microsoft, the Google, the Meta, right? So all are taking our services. They're our customer. We have to serve them better. So de-averaging, making sure you have a hunger, and making sure you are with the customer are some capabilities will definitely, and believing yourself will makes a lot of difference when you are trying to scale up.
Yeah, so very interesting takeaway. One is like, I mean, situations change. There may be setbacks in the life and for the organization, but then you move. And very interesting part that you shared about de-averaging and the belief in yourself. Manojji, would you like to
Yeah,
please
sure.
offer your
Yeah, thank you. So I think one thing is resilience, because the company where I'm currently working, it's an 89-year-old company, and they have gone through a lot of ups and downs, and there has been constant strategy changes. It was a product company, now it is looking to be a services company, and it is looking to look at scale up in terms of the new age technologies which are there, because you can imagine, the kind of legacy, how difficult it is to change. But then the current CEO believes, that we have to change, and there is a specific programs that we have put up, like called Yuans, which we are looking at, not just the technology, but also mapping it to what the customer needs are. For example, sustainability. Everybody, all the customers of us are looking at a net zero, kind of initiatives. So we have got products like sustainable manufacturing, which we are looking at that. So the resilience which is there, that becomes very important. The other important aspect is that how do you focus on the problem and not the solution? Because there may be an idea, but if you get hung up on that idea and not just move away and not look at what is the problem, and then the customer also, that you have to be identifying that problem and not going away from the solution which may not be valid for the customer. You need to be really be on top of it, in terms of some solutions may not work, but we need to move on. We need to fail fast. And that's what, and that is the biggest takeaway, I think, is all of you all and have to be quick learners. Today's day and age, we have to be quick learners. Whether it's a legacy company, whether it's a startup, it doesn't matter. It has to be quick learners. I think that will be my takeaway.
So three important takeaways as I could see. One is like a problem solution. Second, you mentioned about the resilience, right? So this is a kind of takeaway. I request Praveenji to please. Sorry, Nileshji, sorry.
Thanks. So basically, I do agree with what both of them said. Those are the competencies which are very much required. But one of the biggest competency that I think is important is how do you respond back when you fail sometimes? Coming back from a failure is one of the biggest scaling up that you will have to do. So how do you respond to the failure is one of the most important things. In fact, in Australian Army, there is an elite team which has been created to handle some of the situations, and they don't hire you if there is no failure in your CV. That is one of the most important things. And what has happened so far is when we are successful, we try to answer every failure with our talent. And I believe talent is the most useless virtue to have when you come at this particular situation, because everybody has talent. In fact, I give an example of Vinod Kamli versus Sachin Tendulkar. Hope all of you know these names. Okay, good. Vinod Kamli was more talented than Sachin Tendulkar. But when he was 21 years old, Courtney Walsh bounced him and he couldn't know what to do because he was trying to answer it with his talent. At the same time, Sachin Tendulkar was not able to play a cover drive after hitting 75 centuries. He went back to the whiteboard, he practiced it, and he did not play a cover drive for next 10 years of his career. He was able to really unlearn few of the things that he had learned earlier. So one of the most important thing is, what is your attitude when you fail? You go back, you think about it, you think about the process. And I've got a very good story to tell you about this. There is a kind of an eagle who is there in Texas. And that eagle, so every eagle has got a life of 40 years. This eagle lives for 80 years. And what's the difference? BBC has done a beautiful video on that, a documentary on that, and you can go back to YouTube and see that. This eagle, after the age of 40, what happens to this eagle is all his wings, because the feathers are too much, they become heavy. The nails that eagle has got, they grow so much that he's not able to catch anybody out of that. The beak grows so much that it bends down and he's not able to do anything with that beak. This eagle goes to a mountain, sits there, and with his beak plucks all the feathers, throws them out. He plucks all the nails, throws them out. And then he hits the beak on the stone, breaks the beak, and the new feathers, the new nails, the new beak comes in. Then he takes again a flight and stays for next 40 years. If we don't have that ability to do in our career, we will never scale up because we are used to address everything by talent. So that is one competency. Second competency is generally we say advise. I believe rather than advise, it is important to build our own processes. One of the biggest things that I learned when I was a kid, my mother was pushing me to study maths when I was 7th or 8th standard. And as every child, I decided I'm not going to study maths. I didn't like it. The exams came in, I gave the exams, and something happened which was not supposed to happen. I got 97% in maths. I went to my mother with that dekha karke dikhaya na kind of thing. And my mother was not very happy with that 97%. And I asked her, what the hell? You wanted me to study, you wanted me to get good marks. And why are you not happy with this? And she said, you got 97% marks. Always you're going to relate this success with the process of not studying. And that is wrong for you. If you don't associate right process with the right results, you will not scale up in your career. You will not do right things throughout your life. So it is very important to connect a right process to the right result. And just to elaborate this point, I would like to ask all of you one question. How many of you remember the catch taken by Sky, Shiv Kumar Yadav, in the World Cup final? All of you do that, right? Now, this guy scaled up. It was not talent that he took the catch. He studied and he realized that if he's going to stand on deep mid wicket or long on, 75% of the time the ball hits near the boundary and it is easy to convert it into a catch. Every practice session, he did 150 times that catch practice. It was not his talent. It was his attitude. It was his ability to look at the things and convert it into success. And that is scaling up. And that is what we need to have, looking beyond, connecting the process and practicing it again and again. These are a few of the competencies that I would think we all should really build it up. Addressing the failure, connecting the process, and looking beyond what is there currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilesh. Now, may I request Pravinji? Yeah, please.
सुबह से मैंने एक सुबह में when the first panel was sitting, I already written a blog on this, our summit and competencies. Will you please promise you go there and put your remarks? I've already done it. Competencies I've written and ma'am has been copied there. Please do it. I will watch. 350 hona chahiye. Capacity of the hall is 350. I need 350 comments. You better do it. Enhance my personality, social influencing skills, right? That's my selfish interest. यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं मिलता है ना, पुकट में सैटरडे संडे आके ऐसे दिमाग खराब करते हैं क्या हम लोग? थोड़ा बहुत दे दो यार आपस में. Okay, please do it. Okay. नहीं भूल नहीं जाता हूँ मैं. I'm a teacher. I can't forget. I act. I'm a dramatist also. So I act. Yeah. So I take everybody. American pause is the most dangerous, right? My dad used to know it without knowing the spelling of America. He'll just That's it. You just pee. My advice, very brutal, okay? Beg, borrow, steal, copy. It becomes your style after copying for a while. Everybody in sports and arts and games have copied in the first instance, including copybook cricket. It becomes your style when you speak. I've copied Professor G.G. Prabhu's physics teaching capability. He's my physics teacher, taught Schrodinger equations so well that I've just copied the language of Schrodinger equations. And people used to call me Junior G.G. Prabhu. I just go to him, touch his feet. Every time when I go to Mangalore, he just sent me a video this morning about something. I keep in touch with my professors. They are beyond my parents, by the way, if you want to like it. When you copy, after some time, when it becomes your style, people copy you. That should be your benchmark. Having said that, beg, borrow, steal, and copy, okay? People stop with steal. Okay, copy. The other aspects of competency building. Obsession for failure. Let me repeat, obsession for failure. That is when you move your ass. Until then, you don't move it. If you think that it's obsession for success, you are a biggest of the biggest fool. Success will not come until you fail. Have obsession for failure. When I was All India Radio artist, मैंने वो तबला पकड़ के All India Radio Mangalore के लिए चला गया. It is in the hilltop. The Bihari security guard, he stopped me and he said, artist कहाँ है? Salah, Salah उसने, what arrogance, right? He said, I was like carrying tabla. Saleh, I'm a tablist, yeah. Allow me inside. He said, sir, aap tablist ho? Because I was 13 years old. I went inside the recording room, and these are factual line items of life, right? I went inside. People delayed. Look at the, I have a Hindi word for this, but in public and recorded, I don't want to say this. Look at the arrogance of that director of that unit. He didn't come, and they did not start the audition for about 1.5 hours. This hungry child from the village was waiting for the director to come. And normally they tell you, play a tihai, play a rela. तबले की बात कर रहा हूँ, पता नहीं होता है तो मैं बाद में बताता हूँ. So 1.5 hours I waited. I went into slumber. When you are hungry, you get sleep. And suddenly, Akashvani aa gaya. I was so angry and agitated, right? A child who has practiced 6 to 7 hours. You know how I used to practice? My dad was a tablist. It was early morning in South Canara, deep well. He will take cold water at 4 a.m. in the morning with one lungi, not lungi actually, thin bath towel. Thin bath towel. He'll just pour it by lifting. He was a weightlifter. Pour it on my head. And you just shake your way out and you get up. Till it dries out, till 9:45 a.m. You have to practice tabla. That is grit. That is grit. Oh, biting the teeth, you play it to practice so well to perform inside the All India Radio. They gave me B+, first instance. Director came to the room. Child, you are not even 18. I can't give you A grade. I said, please try me out, sir. He said, okay, I'll make an exception. Come after 6 months. I was the only artist at the age of 14 who was A graded. Today, when I tell you this story, it's a pompous, nincompoopish story. Your belly in the fire and fire in the belly. shows up in action when you practice in real. Don't give up. Those brutal days of pain points you're going through in the first year, you're all part of the CEO gang in the next 30 years. Believe in yourself. It is not your parents, it's not your teachers, it's not jokers like us who will make a difference to you. The only person who can make a difference to you. Touch your heart. Say, you can, you can, you can, you can, you will, you will.
Thank you again for three inspiring keywords: benchmark, obsession for failure, and grit related to the action. Now, Sarvan, please.
So I hope many of you will end up working for a startup, or you will have your own startup. Is my assumption right? How many of you? How many of you have ideas to start a company? Good. 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 Why do you want to start a company? Be honest. Why? Anybody? What you want to showcase your skill, your product, your service. At the end of the day, money. Anything, any business with business, when you talk about business, money is the ultimate goal of business. So all I would say is build your financial acumen when you are starting a business. The reason why I tell you, I'm going to give you an example from what I have seen in my own close associates startup. It is a she. She started a company, okay, and then she started a company with another friend of hers. She had a 30% stake in it. She has invested 30%. The other person had invested 70%. Okay, and what happened? The 70% guy, he wasn't working in the startup. He has just invested. He is part of the board. He reviews every quarter. He kind of gives contacts. He kind of gives the guidance to the team on what they need to do. She used to burn midnight oil. She used to work 24 hours. She had compromised on her personal life heavily for 5 years. Okay. And there came a point that she wanted to exit the organization. All she got was 30%. Is that right? Is that right? She got a 30% of share, whatever she's supposed to get. What happened? If you really notice it, this 5 years, she had not taken a single penny as a salary. Okay. And she has been working hard to earn 70% for the other person. Understand this. So you may be passionate enough on the startup, on your company. It's at the end of the day, your company, your product, your service, all of it is right. Right? You may not have the appetite as a company to pay a salary to you. You may be paying lakhs for your team members. But my sincere advice to you is apportion that money. Maybe you may not take that salary now, but you should accrue that salary with interest after a certain time when the company turns positive. Otherwise, what is happening is you are spending 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to earn 70% for the other person who's just 24 days, 5 days in a year. So that doesn't look fair. That's why I said financial acumen, right? And there's another pitfall that I would want to talk about for a founding member. Typically, they have this mentality, okay? It's called unrecognized weakness that threaten the growth of the organization. What it means, okay, it may sound complex. It is not, right? Very simple. If you don't understand the taxing, how the tax happens, how does the TDS happen, how does the tax is collected, how much tax is going to pay, and you start a company, you will be hit hard tomorrow when the income tax office issues the notice. Right? So this is an unrecognized weakness, right? Because when as a founder, you're so passionate about the product, you think that this is a super duper product like a SpaceX in the country, in the industry. It is going to change the industry overall. But in that passion, you will fail to recognize there are certain weaknesses that will delay your plan for the company. So that includes finance, it can be in terms of finance, it can be in terms of the skill set, it can be in terms of the people who you want. It may be the skill that you're looking for may not be available locally, but you assume it is. So it's always you need to do a SWOT, see what are those that you need to kind of, as a founding member, as a founder, or being part of the startup, what you need to do to mitigate those risks. That's a weakness I'm talking about. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. And now may I request Vandana ji?
All great points made by my distinguished co-panelists. One thing that is not probably common across what everybody has said is staying curious, right? I think unless you are student for life, right, it's very difficult to grow in any faculty that you decide to grow in. I don't know how many of you know that Bill Gates takes these 2 weeks off every year, and he goes into hiding. He has I think a place outside the city where he goes and he consumes knowledge that nobody's business. He reads manuscripts. He reads white papers written by people in his organization. He continues to do that year after year. Right? He has not ceased from learning. I think Bill Gates, one of the richest in the world, that there is no really inclination of push for somebody like him to go ahead and continue to learn and stay curious. Right? But I think he's done that. And because he's done that, Microsoft has stayed relevant, right, from time to time. They go ahead and reinvent themselves. Another example, I think, no panel discussion is complete without taking the name of Elon Musk, right? We all know Elon Musk wants to go to the moon, he wants to go to Mars, but he's not a rocket scientist, right? What did he do? He read a book which was written by a rocket scientist to understand how a rocket was built. And he then went to that author and wrapped his brain to understand how do you build it. If I really want to build it and make a business out of it, what do we need to do? What kind of team we need to get? So staying curious, I think, is very, very important as we grow. And I think some of us, as you know, as we cross a few years, cross our 30s and 40s, staying curious kind of becomes a chore. Right? I think it is important that it is deliberate. We continue to learn something new. I think staying curious and being a student for life is one of the key competencies important for success in life. Right? The other thing that I think is staying calm. I feel it is fairly underrated in your personal and corporate life. Right? There could be multiple things that could be happening, conflicting strategies, conflicting egos, right? But unless you stay calm, right, you will not be able to think rationally. The rationality will go out of the window, right? The moment you are kind of rattled and you think, oh, what should I do? Why is this person accusing me? It is important that when we forget everything else, stay calm and think rationally. And I think that also brings me the example of Sachin Tendulkar and Sangam, right? That is another key differentiator, right? You stay calm and you think rationally and see what needs to be done. One more thing I think should help me is to declutter and think clearly. Right? How many of you have heard of Archimedes, the scientist, like the Archimedes principle? We all know how he kind of stumbled upon the Archimedes principle, right? It was in his bathtub. So unless you declutter and think clearly, right, there is no way that you will stumble upon things. Right? It is important to ensure that you are not constantly busy, constantly going through your stream of X, your Instagram, or your office email after all of you are in corporate world. It is important to kind of leave all of that aside, have focused time to understand what are the tasks that are there on your hand, what is the priority, and how do you want to go about solving them. I think in courses, my current organization where I work, we have made declutter and focus time a very critical metric for all of us to adhere to. It is important that you take a few hours out in your day, understand what is that your project currently needs, what is that your team currently needs, which is the priority, and try to solve for it. If you need help, go ask for help. FIDC things are the things that I use, and I think are and it's not that I'm an expert at these. I'm still trying. I'm still a student, but it's important to kind of be curious, stay curious for your lives, stay calm, right, and think clearly.
So thank you all the panelists. So now the floor is open for one or two questions. Yeah, from that side. Please give mic.
I'm Anand, PG Batch 2426. So my question regarding scalability was that from what our perspective comes for any organization of which is established, it comes that basically this question is directed to Mr. Praveen. So so basically, while Wipro was niche into goods, it scaled into IT as well. So keeping that in mind, even what Mr. Digambar said, that they have moved their parallels into service sectors, collaborating with many MNCs like Microsoft and Google. So what are your perspectives in those kind of scalability compared to the scalability of a niche domain in which you are already existing? So one is the new parallel that you might explore, and the other is this domain in which you are already existing.
I'll give you a short answer. I've been with the company for 2 decades now, right? So I've seen what it was and what it is today. Premjis will not agree with this, but this is my feeling being a talent manager, right? Talent come first. And we have done and proved it enough to the world. You have 100+ CEOs running the shop today, whether it's startup, mid-size or large-scale organization. You go back to their background, including Vandana. I thought she's a student, but she's from Wipro. You will invariably find talent did massive transformation for this organization. The second, customer.
So next question, please. Yeah. Side. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, sir. I'm Harshvardhan Tiwari, PGP Batch 2426. My question is for Digambar, sir. Sir, I believe Indian telecommunication market is a duopolistic market. We only have two major players, Airtel and Jio. And being one of the major players in this market, how does Airtel plan to scale up in this market?
Okay, so can I break this question into pieces so that are you talking about mobility or overall? What overall? Okay, so there are two ways to look at. Okay, one is the core product, which is called network, right? So core product, when we are scaling up, the difference between any brand, and I will not name the brand, is the services. Okay, and if any customer comes to us, however, our interaction we call is interaction, not the faults. From last 3 years, we have dropped by 50%, and the real term. Even we have a large complaints, I would say. But of course, you have a massive database, customer base is about 35 approximately, 35 crore approximately in India, mobility. We'll have complaints, correct? How fast you can work on it is the ability of an organization, which we carry today, right? That's what, you can scale up on one side of core products. Second, if you look at, I'll give an example of Amazon or Apple, let's say Apple or Amazon, whatever you like the brand. They have worked on the core, but they have created the ring between that core, right? So that you buy one product, you are ought to buy another product. Okay, you actually hold the customer so close so that you can scale up on a next product. I'll give an example of how we are moving. So we have a large data customer. We utilize the data with the data science capability. We understand the customer psychology, what he's going to purchase next. Again, our product, not the other product. And we pump those information in a very AI form. Somebody was talking about AI form. We call this generative AI, and it is based on that. Earlier, we used to send, let's say a customer is DTH, we'll send a DTH message. Mobility, we'll send a mobility customer. A broadband, we'll send a broadband customer. Since we have to now move to the second products, apart from the core, what we have done is we have combined their the communication patterns. What this customer is looking at, we have done a omni-channel kind of combination of messages. From there, we are scaling up the product, which is like a financial products. What we lend the money outside. We have a product called AI. We call this IQ. I'm sorry, IQ. That's not a core product of mobility. What it does is, for example, you want to get 100% assured delivery of any message. Okay. So what we do, we have a three ways to make sure it is 100% received to Mr. Praveen. I'm giving an example of Mr. Praveen. Now they have a services with us and they say, okay, I want my customer, his customer, to get the messages in any form. He or she has to be informed. We'll say, okay, go with one product called IQ. We'll give you that services. We'll try from backend 20 seconds, a message has to go to customer. And we understand from the data science, the message has gone or not gone. On 21st second, if we come to know that it has not hit the customer, we'll have a robocall going to customer. Possibly customer is also not available, correct? He's in flight or something. The message has not gone. Robocall, we call our bot call, has not hit. Third thing, what we do, we combine with a WhatsApp. And that WhatsApp message we will check for 24 hours. This is called assured delivery. So from the core product, now what is our core? Core is network. We got a new product, assured delivery. Similarly, on the banking side, the bank today, the customers are bombarded with spam messages, right? We call that we will control your spam. You buy our spam shield product, we'll control the spam. We will only trigger the right message to customer. Rest we will block and throw in the screen. So this is how the scalability towards the new gen, right? We are just not a telco at all. I would say we are become like a tech company. Is that answer you somewhat to the question? All right, thank you.
So last, can we just last question? Yeah.
Good evening, sir. My name is Shiva Mahire, PGP batch 2426. My question again is for you, Digambar sir. So I am a Airtel Black user and I am a happy customer. I'm satisfied. And I wanted to know how you guys ensure that satisfaction, because I don't see many ways, but now that I'm with Airtel Black, I'll be with it for long. And the question is that how, if I'm going to open a service-based startup, what are the key takeaways that I can have from Airtel and from your career that I ensure that gives me a positive result?
All right.
And sir, one more. And how is your target? How are you targeting? How is Airtel targeting differently from the competitors?
Okay, okay, got it. So I am fortunate to work. See, it's been 4.5 years for me, and I have traveled three different profiles in 4.5 years. So first was, and black, when you said black is a combination of mobility, DTH, and broadband, correct? You have all the products. Great. So I have worked when I joined this organization, DTH. And DTH services, when we provide DTH services, it is done through a third party, like the vendors available in the marketplace. We have control over them, but it is not the best. That point of time I'm talking about 2020. Okay. Then we had the mobility, which is we take certain days to set the mobility, and broadband also is. There are three different gentlemen going to a same customer place. Okay. So you suppose you want to create such product, you need to create a omni channel experience right from the digital, right to the person, human touch with one single person. I mean, just saying it is easy to say it, but it takes years to get it done. And I was fortunate to be part of the vertical which we have created to serve the black customer. 2021, we were about only 8,000 people who were doing this. 8,000 technicians, we call in engineer field. Today we have 30,000. And only these specific people are serving the black customers. It's a premium paid engineers who are going and serving the customer. So omni-channel experience, first at the call center end, what we have done is that the DTH customer going to DTH center or mobility customer going to mobility or broadband, we said, no, nothing doing. Only one customer who is black, we will route to one person who is highly paid. We call as a black relationship manager. That call has to land to one person, irrespective of any product. The omni experience happening at that side. Then our thanks app. We combined all the services. You would have seen the last 3 years, we have changed the app in a very, very different way. Today is a new gen app kind of thing. So the omni channel was also taken care of that. Third, which I mentioned about the right people, one single guy solving for DTH and broadband together so that, we need not to send two people. That's how we are trying to do it. Is that answered? Satisfied? That's why then we check the score, NPS. You said yes, so we are happy.
Okay, so my sincere gratitude to all the panelists. Please give a big applause to all of you and to the panelists for an amazing panel and discussion and the whatever you shared to the students, very important. So please take the proceedings forward.
By the time these two gentlemen and ladies coming, two things what my co-panelists said about fail faster, right? That's the one beautiful thing we do at Airtel. We try to fail fast. We don't want to fail, but if if something is going wrong, do it tomorrow, fail faster. Is a very, very important thing, and we get a lot of success out of this. That mentality of failing fast is really, really great. The second one, the speed is an essence, quality will follow. We do everything as of yesterday. So to scale up, this is very, very important. And this goes to when we were 2 lakh of network towers, we scaled to 3 lakh. It happened so fast. And that's the only reason we are able to launch the 5G services first in country that point of time when we launched it. Scaling can happen when you have a speed, but quality can follow. You can't ignore the quality. But that's the way we balance both the things. There are people who will handle the quality. There are people who will definitely go for scale. You can't stop them. So your combination of scaling with the speed and quality will matter a lot. I thought I just missed this to mention. Yeah.
Core value is ready, fire, and aim. You see a difference in what is normally spoken as ready, aim, and fire. Here we talk about ready, fire, and aim. It talks about you first finish off, right? You ready, you kind of execute. Even if you fail, it's okay. But we know you will correct yourself in the next instance. So that's the level of risk that we ask our employees to take. That's a level of risk that we ask our leaders to take, to say that, hey, you try this. That's how you will innovate new things. That's how you come out with new products.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panel members for their valuable insights on the topic and giving us a directional push as to how we, as future leaders, might navigate the challenges we face in scaling up. I now request Professor Smriti Pandey, Co-Chair, Corporate Relations and Placements, to extend the memento from IIM Raipur to the panelists. Shri Digambar Bahuguna, Shri Manoj Nair, Shri Nilesh Biniwale, thank you, ma'am. I now request Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson, Corporate Relations and Placements, to hand over the memento. Shri Praveen Kamath Kumbla, Shri Sharvanan MP, Miss Vandana Prakash Dandge, our moderator for this panel, Professor Dhananjay Bapat.
We now request all the panelists to gather for a photograph. Thank you. We now request all the dignitaries and the faculty members to proceed for high tea to the IR lounge. The next session will commence at 6. I request all the students to remain seated.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
कैसे चल रहा है? Back door.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Another
Thank you, sir.
session is lined up. Thank you, sir.
Students, it's preferred that you remain seated, but if you must take a break, take a 5-minute break. Be back in 5 minutes, please.
Good evening to everyone present here. We warmly welcome you to a featured discussion of the day on the topic utilization of local resources to create differentiators on competitive markets. In today's rapidly evolving business landscape, innovation is no longer a luxury, but a necessity for survival. Organizations must foster a culture of innovation to adapt, thrive, and lead. This discussion will explore the strategic importance of leveraging local resources to create unique competitive advantages. As the discussion progresses, we will explore how organizations can harness the potential of local talent, infrastructure, and cultural nuances to develop innovative products and services that stand out in crowded markets. To gain further insights on the topic, I would now request the distinguished panelists and the moderator to join us on stage.
I would now like to take the privilege of introducing our esteemed panelists. I am honored to introduce our first guest, Shri Anand Sarda, Sarda Energy and Minerals Limited and Director, Chhattisgarh Investments Limited. Anand Sarda, a second generation entrepreneur, earned his engineering degree from Purdue University and joined the family business Sarda Energy and Minerals Limited, leading cost cutting initiatives on the shop floor. He later pursued an MBA in finance at London Business School. Now, as Director of Chhattisgarh Investments Limited, he oversees fund allocation, manages investments in public and private companies, including startups, and advises upper management on financial and strategic decisions. We welcome you, sir.
I would now like to take the privilege to introduce the second panelist, Shri Dinesh Agarwal, Executive Director, Hira Group. Shri Dinesh Agarwal, with 22 years of expertise in electrical engineering, has been a driving force behind the Hira Group's success. Since the group's inception, he has played a pivotal role in overseeing the electrical and technical operations of ferroalloys units, sponge iron plants, and steel rolling mills. His technical acumen and dedication have significantly contributed to the group's growth. Currently, serving as the director of Godavari Power and Ispat Limited, Shri Agarwal is known for his hands-on approach in the technical setup of new plants. We are honored to have you here, sir.
I would now like to take the privilege to introduce the third panelist, Shri Ritesh Gandecha, co-founder of StratView Research. Our third distinguished guest for the discussion, Shri Ritesh Gandecha, is the co-founder of StratView Research, a B2B market intelligence and strategic research company based out of Raipur. Started with 3 people in 2016, StratView now has a team of 75 people serving clients in more than 20 countries from mid-sized companies to Fortune 500 conglomerates. Shri Ritesh leads the sales and business development activities at StratView and has spearheaded in building an elite clientele of giants like Airbus, GE, Safran, Thales, Parker Hannifin, 3M, and many more. He has been a regular speaker in leading aerospace and advanced materials conferences in the US, Europe, and Singapore. He is a Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Telecommunication from Pune University and MBA from Ford School of Management, New Delhi. Apart from work, Shri Ritesh loves spending time with family and friends, enjoys swimming and table tennis, and likes traveling and meeting new people. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
I would now like to take the privilege to introduce our fourth panelist, Shri Saurabh Agarwal, President, Real Ispat and Power Limited, Chhattisgarh. Our fourth distinguished panelist is an accomplished professional currently serving as the president at Real Estate Power Limited. With a strong background in industrial management, he has held significant roles, including director. He is the founding member, board member, and currently serving as a learning officer for the 24-25 term at YPO, that is Young Presidents Organization, Chhattisgarh. Shri Saurabh holds a bachelor's degree in engineering from RV College of Engineering, Bangalore, and a master's from Rochester Institute of Technology. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
I would now take the privilege to introduce the moderator for this discussion, Professor Sanjeev Prashar, Professor Marketing, IIM Raipur. Sir is a professor in the area of marketing. He has 33 plus years of academic experience teaching in postgraduate management courses, corporate trainings, and consulting. He has published many research papers and case studies in prominent international journals of repute. His research papers have been published in globally reputed journals like the Journal of Retailing and Consumer Services, Journal of Consumer Marketing, Tourism Economics, and Journal of Global Information Management. Case studies authored by him are available at Harvard Business Publishing, Ivy Publishing, and the Emerging Markets Case Studies collection. We welcome you, sir.
I would now like to request Professor Sanjeev Prashar to welcome the panelists with a bouquet. Shri Anand Sarda, Shri Dinesh Agarwal, Shri Ritesh Gandecha, Shri Saurabh Agarwal. I now request Girish Pahadia sir to welcome Professor Sanjeev Prashar with a bouquet. I request the moderator, Professor Sanjeev Prashar, to take the discussion ahead.
Thank you, Matthew. Namaskar. May I request the theater people to start with the first video?
Somewhere in the heart of India, there hides an untapped beauty. A land blessed by nature, graced by the gods, revered by its people. This is Chhattisgarh.
Yes, boys and girls, we do have our own Lady of the Mist, Chhattisgarh. Welcome to the panel, which is a very, very pioneer in its own character. Never in the history of leadership summits at IIM Raipur did we have very specific, the core team of entrepreneurs from within our own land, and that's Raipur and allied areas. India, the largest and the fastest growing economy before Corona, and after Corona again, India is the fastest growing economy. And we are proud of the fact. During Corona, when the world was silent, people were sleeping, people were dead, India grew like anything. And we all know 2020, 82 billion US dollars the FDI India garnered. The next year, 2021, we touched the peak worldwide possible, that is 84 billion. Until day, we are the best in the world. We have already surpassed China in terms of the FDI as being the recipient. Just around 9 years back, India was the 10th largest economy, and we chucked many countries off. We started with Brazil, we knocked Russia out, we knocked Italia out, and then France out, and finally, the biggest colony of world times, Britain also out, and we stand today tall as an apostle of being the 5th largest economy, and we are ready any time to knock Germany also out. That's what exactly the India. But who comprises India? Which all people comprise India? We are the states and union territories. And beautifully, we saw from the video, the heart of India lies somewhere close to us. Most of my friends over there, they are from first year, and they have just landed in Chhattisgarh, and they have hardly been outside 40 kilometers radius or diameter. But each one of you boys and girls, let me remind you, you are sitting in a state which has 23% of the total minerals of the country. You are sitting out there in a state which is 9th largest in area. You are sitting in a state which has 30 million population. You are sitting in a state where the per capita income is INR 152,000. Of course, we are 23rd, long way to go. But very importantly, let me remind each one of you to be proud of the fact that way back in 2016 and 17, Riteshji, the day you were starting, 2016, that time itself, ease of doing business, Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, Government of India, Chhattisgarh was ranked and rated 4th in the country. And that's where you people are now. We are more further important fact is, out of the 12 parameters, on 10 parameters, Chhattisgarh ranked or rather was rated 100 on 100. And that's where you people are. And there's a lot way to talk, lot way to listen. And that's the important fact today we people happen to have with us, that the real heroes of Chhattisgarh economy, they are in present of you, and they would be talking their own stories. I happen to have with me Anant, who is as young a hero, most chalked person out there in the state now, but as a senior person also sitting over there. Agarwal ji, any talk out there on any of the conferences across Chhattisgarh, Agarwal ji has to be there. And the new industry stratas are also there available, wherein you talk Chhattisgarh. Is it only minerals? Is it only coal? But then there is a research for the global networks also. And finally, Boss Saurabh, a man whom always people look forward to listening to you. And that's, we are privileged to host such a beautiful panel. Before that, I again invite my theater people. Can we see video number 2, just on the light side, so that we can start the discussions further. Video 2. Yes, full of surprises. And here we start the time now for the talk. I invite my dear, very, very dear friend Anant. Anant in the landscape of industries and Chhattisgarh.
Hi. So my name is Anant Sarda. I'm a second generation entrepreneur. Thank you for having me here. So you talked about hero. My father is a real hero. So Mr. Kamal Sada, because of him only we set up our family business, and that's why I'm on stage over here. So I'll just give you a brief on my short 8-year journey in the family business. Graduated from Purdue in the States. At 21 years of age, I returned back to Raipur and joined the steel and the mining part of the business. So we into manufacturing of steel, iron ore, mining, coal mining, iron ore mining, power, and renewables. So joined the Raipur factory over here, and we had a very strenuous program in which every young member, the next generation, um, gets involved in the business. So for a couple of years, I was there, and it was tough. I got many projects done under my dad, caused 2 strikes in the factory, but that's a part of learning. Took it sportingly and went to understood that there are some gaps in my skill set. So I did my MBA from London Business School in London. After that, we also had a family portfolio in the family office. So now, right now, I pivoted from a shop floor engineer to an investor, in which I'm basically handling my family's finances. So basically, all types of asset classes like public equities, your stock, even unlisted investments like private companies and startups. So it's been a journey, but still we are here to learn, and that's what keeps driving me forward every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Anant. Yes. There's always another school, and that's what exactly we say, dining table. We learn a lot of business dynamics, listening to uncles and everyone, and there's more than books. Dineshi, you are an institution per se, and that's welcome to the campus. Again, you reminded me you have already attended one day Harvard simulation with us earlier also, and today looking forward to for that each and every student over here, we want to hear your own story, how you have come down, what exactly you have all done for the state Chhattisgarh.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm not that educated like this, my son, Anant. This boy is like my son and my nephew's age. I have a very different story. I come from India. When I joined business, it was 1995. Taking you so back, might be you all, none of you were born by that time. Seems like it's a long story now. कुछ नहीं था हमारे स्टेट में, एक भिलाई स्टील प्लांट होता था और रायपुर में हमने एक नई यूनिट लगाई थी, इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली थी. इट वाज सेकंड यूनिट आफ्टर भिलाई स्टील प्लांट वायर रॉड मिल. And I just finished my engineering. That also I was not a very good student. I had a lot of health issues in Pune. So मैं नया आया था, and those days, if you are an engineer, हमारे पेरेंट्स ऐसा समझते थे कि ओहो मतलब मैं इसरो का साइंटिस्ट हूँ. तो उस समय से हमने जब अपनी रोज हमारी यूनिट बंद हो जाती थी क्योंकि इंजीनियर्स ही नहीं होते थे शहर में. एक इंजीनियर था भिलाई में, वहां से टाटा ने नेल्को ले रखी थी, तो वहां से इंजीनियर आता था. अगर प्लान में एक शटडाउन हो गया तो 24 घंटे 48 घंटे पता नहीं कितनी देर लगती. एंड देयर आई स्टार्टेड माई जर्नी. जो मैंने पढ़ाई की थी वो 6 महीने में मैंने 4 साल की पढ़ाई वापस कर दी. एंड देन आई बिकेम सम सॉर्ट ऑफ, मुझे लगा कि yes, what I understand engineering and all about. That was the story. Those days our sales turnover was around 60-70 crore, and today we are almost like 8,000 crore. Our market cap is now around 15,000 crores. And that is the story I started with. I'm a second generation entrepreneur, but at the same time, I am one of those few, we all travel together. Like हमने ferroalloys को देखा, what is ferroalloy all about, how it can be done. Then we came into rolling mills. Then we started with sponge iron. Then मुझे आज भी याद है 2000 का वो टाइम. फर्स्ट टाइम हम एक सेकेंड हैंड टरबाइन लेके आए थे. टरबाइन इज समथिंग बाय विच इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी इज जनरेटेड. 4 मेगावाट की थी. वहाँ एक भागीरथी पर कोई एरिया होता है दिल्ली में, उस वहाँ कबाड़ मिलता है शायद, तो कबाड़ में कीजिए के भाव से हमने वो टरबाइन लेके आए थे. तो वो जो बोलते हैं ना, बेगर्स आर नॉट चूजर्स, बट कई बार ऐसा भी होता है व्हेन देयर इज अ कंस्ट्रेंट ऑफ फाइनेंस, then God gives you a lot of wisdom, how to make use of your money in a very, you get wisdom. Wisdom is something other than your knowledge. विजडम एक अंदर से आपको एक इंट्यूशन देता है जो इंडियंस के पास में भरपूर है. और मुझे आप सब लोगों में जो जो हिंदुस्तान को एक चीज नहीं खोनी है, वो विजडम नहीं खोनी है. नॉलेज तो एज के साथ आते चले जाएगा, पर आपका विजडम जो कॉमन सेंस है ना, लेफ्ट ब्रेन और राइट ब्रेन का बैलेंस, वो नहीं खोना है कभी भी. सब कुछ वो करना चाहिए जिससे लेफ्ट ब्रेन और राइट ब्रेन का बैलेंस आए. मैं खुद आज की एज में भी करते रहता हूँ कुछ ना कुछ ऐसे एक्सरसाइजेस जिससे लेफ्ट ब्रेन और राइट ब्रेन का एक्टिविटी और बढ़े और ज्यादा बैलेंस बने. बहुत ऐसे आते हैं प्रोग्राम्स पे. अगेन वी स्टार्टेड द जर्नी. एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया था मैंने जो कि इट हैज बिकम आउट टू बिग. उस समय में है ना, बोलने की आदत नहीं होती थी कि कुछ कर लिया. तो दोज डेज ऑक्सिलरी कंजम्पशन इन अ पावर प्लांट यूज्ड टू बी 10%. अगर आपने पावर जनरेशन का प्लांट लगाया है, अगर आपने सोचिए 100 मेगावाट का प्लांट लगाया है, 100 मेगावाट का मतलब हो गया, 1 मेगावाट का मतलब हो गया कि आप 1000 यूनिट घंटे का जनरेट करते हो. तो 100 मेगावाट का मतलब कितना हो गया, 1000 इंटू 100, 1 लाख यूनिट आप घंटे की जनरेट करते हो. 1 लाख यूनिट को आप जनरेट करते हो तो 10,000 यूनिट उसको बनाने में ही वेस्ट हो जाती है. 90,000 यूनिट नेट आपका जनरेशन आता है. तो एक प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड का कैसे अवेयरनेस होता है. आई यूज्ड टू वर्क अ लॉट विद डीसी मोटर्स एंड ऑल. काफी इलेक्ट्रिकल सीख गया था. तो पावर प्लांट में मैं खड़ा था, नया नया पावर प्लांट लगा था, लोगों ने लगाया था. तो मैं देख रहा था कि हर जगह वॉल लगे हुए हैं. तो मैंने एक जगह पे देखा एक बॉयलर फिट पंप लगा हुआ है. उस पे उस समय में 30 kg प्रेशर का मेरे यहाँ बॉयलर लगा हुआ था. थोड़ा टेक्निकल बोल रहा हूँ बट काम की चीज समझ लेना आप. तो मैंने वो पंप देखा. पंप 200 किलोवाट का पंप था. उसमें उन्होंने थ्रॉटल करके रखा हुआ था. बोला इसको थ्रॉटल क्यों करते हो आप लोग. बोला सर कोई भी पंप वाला पावर प्लांट में रिस्क नहीं लेगा. 30 kg प्रेशर का पंप में 35 kg प्रेशर का पंप देगा क्योंकि वो रिस्क नहीं लेगा. इट्स अ पावर प्लांट. इट्स सच अ सीरियस इश्यू. देन व्हाट यू डू, देन वी थ्रॉटल इट so that the pressure comes to the proper point and volume is reduced. Now, why are you doing like this? What is the power that is being consumed? It is 200 kilowatt. Now, how many pumps we have? We saw 3 pumps are running. Well, one is spare. Okay, you do one thing. I checked about a drive, like which what you, or those days a drive was 10 lakh rupees. Today that same drive costs you 2 lakh rupees. That is the power of India that has come up. That is the power of volume that has come up. I used to know how to do a DC motor and a DC drive. I brought it from other unit. उसको 2 दिन में रातों रात हमने उस यूनिट को लगाया, उस मोटर को लगाया. बोला इसको थ्रॉटल नहीं करना, इसका आरपीएम कम करता हूँ. वो 3000 आरपीएम पे चल रहा था, 2400 आरपीएम पे चलने लग गया. पावर किलोवाट from 200 came down to 110 kilowatt. The system ran up in one day. 10% auxiliary consumption came down to 6.5% और पूरे इंडिया में फैल गई. और पूरे इंडिया में आज पावर ऑक्सिलरी कंजम्पशन 6, 6.5, 6.25 इतना ही होता है. 4% ऑक्सिलरी कंजम्पशन. इंडिया 2 लाख मेगावाट जनरेट करता है. 2 लाख मेगावाट का 4% हम पावर अगर सेव कर रहे हैं तो दैट कम्स आउट 8,000 मेगावाट ऑफ पावर. 8,000 मेगावाट ऑफ पावर मीन्स पर आवर. जस्ट इमेजिन हाउ मच यूनिट. 8 लाख यूनिट्स. 8 लाख यूनिट्स ऑफ पावर यू आर सेविंग एवरी आवर. तो कई बार ये प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड अवेयरनेस. मैं तो बहुत साधारण इंजीनियर हूँ, बहुत साधारण तरीके से पढ़ता हूँ, पर कॉमन सेंस मैंने अपने चाचा से, अपने दादा से सीखा है जो किसान थे. तो ये जो कॉमन सेंस हमारे गांव का है ना, इसको मत छोड़िएगा कभी. ये मैंने पाया है कि लर्निंग करना है, नॉलेज नया लाना है, कुछ पुराने को छोड़ना नहीं है. जो अच्छा है उसको पकड़ के रखना है और नया उसमें क्या किया जा सकता है इसको जरूर करना चाहिए. तो दिस टाइप ऑफ innovation can come up with lot of common sense with just your observation power. So few of these things are very very common in our group. We are known more for our innovation कि हम कैसे कोई भी चीज को एनर्जी कंजम्पशन हम कैसे बचा सकते हैं, किस तरीके से यूनिट को ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से चलाया जा सकता है. That is what we have done in last so many years and that is I find out सब कुछ कर ही सकते हैं. अब ये चेयर्स लगानी होगी कि अगर आपको ऑर्डर देंगे तो लगी जाएगी. इसको कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव कैसे किया जा सकता है, हाउ इट कैन लुक मोर ब्यूटीफुल, वो हमें चाइना से जैसे सीखने को काफी कुछ मिलता है. तो दैट इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ माई लर्निंग कि आपका दुश्मन देश भी हो, कुछ भी हो, लर्निंग के लिए जरूर जाना चाहिए उसके पास में भी और सीख के जरूर आना चाहिए कि उनसे हम क्या सीख सकते हैं. जितनी ज्यादा हम चाइना से सीख सकते हैं उतना हम शायद किसी देश से नहीं सीख सकते हैं. हमें चाइना से उनके कर्मण्यता सीखना है. वन ऑफ द अदर लर्निंग इज whatever data will come again and again. Today we are let's like $3.5 trillion economy. Let's say before I go into bed, what I mean to say before I leave this earth, maybe India will be $20 trillion economy. Numbers are numbers. But what it is that makes me, my inner growth also. Take care of that also. That is very, very important. How your mental faculties, your intellect, your mind faculties, and above that, your consciousness and your ego, how you are able to refine all these four. More and more you will refine these four things in you. They'll become your instrument in your inner growth. And more you have your inner growth. Outer growth is by natural. It has to happen. Gods cannot stop it to happen. It has to happen through you. Thank you.
Dinesh, your brief talk actually cemented my statement itself. You are an institution. And any which way you said, दुश्मन के पास भी जाना चाहिए. आप तो हमारे दोस्त हैं. And so we are here to learn a lot from you. Yes, definitely. And we always love to say, Vidya dadati vinyam, vinyam dadati patrata. He being a person with huge, vast experience, what is more adorable about him is his humility. Thank you, Dinesh. Yes. Chhattisgarh is a land of rice. We are the rice bowl of India. 44% of the land is a forest cover. 23% of the minerals come from India. For India comes from this state. However, we are diversified now. We are getting into a new gen. We are getting into the new economy. And one of our persons sitting out there on a panel, our esteemed guest today, Ritesh Ji, you come from this genre. Inviting you.
Thank you, sir. So first of all, I think I'm the odd one out here in this panel, sitting as a service company between the manufacturing giants of Chhattisgarh. So that's an honor in itself. Thank you, I am Raipur, for this opportunity. So yeah, I mean, so my journey is almost in entrepreneurship is almost 8 years old now, and I actually come from not from a business background actually. So my father was into a government job. I'm born and brought up in Rajnandgaon, and then but during my school days itself, I had that kida, you can say, of doing something of my own. Wanted to always start my business. So did my engineering, then did my MBA. Did not sit for placements in Delhi because I wanted to do something, come back to my hometown and do something on my own. So I came back after doing my MBA in 2010 to my hometown Rajnandgaon, where we used to be there, and then brainstormed with people, my family, what to do. I mean, because I did not had a job, I did not had a business to take care because my father was into a government job and he was also retiring that year. So I want to start, but there was no option. I mean, no experience, no background, no idea what to do. So I was blank. I thought, what did I do? I made a blunder, did not take a job. So, so I thought, but I wanted to start something in my hometown, in my home state only. That was, I was very sure about it. I did not want to move out. So everybody goes out and start companies in Bangalore, Pune, Delhi, Bombay, I mean, in all metro cities. I mean, so there has to be people who start. I mean, we have to start something from here. कुछ तो यही करना पड़ेगा ना. Everybody will go and go to the metro cities and start something. So what about this? How will we develop an ecosystem here in this state, right? So I joined. So I worked for 6 years. I joined a research and consulting company in Raipur in 2010. Took experience then. I mean, for 6 years almost worked, and then thought, yeah, I mean, realized that learned enough to do something of our own, and that's how we started StratView Research in 2016. And over the past 8 years, we have fortunately grown every year and is a completely bootstrapped, profitable company with no investments, obviously. We are a boutique research and consulting firm specializing in aerospace and defense and chemicals and advanced materials industry. And we cater to one of the best, I mean, some of the best companies in the world. For example, some 6 or 7 out of the largest 10 aerospace and defense contractors in the world are our clients as of now. And some 4 or 5 advanced materials company, largest materials companies in the world, we have been fortunate enough to serve them. In addition to some 100 companies whom we have served over the past 8 years now. And what we do is we we have two services. One is we publish market reports across these industries, not just these two, but these two is something which we specialize in. However, we also cater to some 3, 4 other industries as well, some allied industries to that. And we also do a lot of custom research projects for these clients having very specific needs. Could be market assessment, competitive intelligence, opportunity screening, M&A due diligence, target screening, and voice of markets, customers, etc. So yeah, so that is a brief journey about us. The reason for, as I said, for starting in Chhattisgarh was just wanting to do something here. And although there is no ecosystem for our kind of companies here, so it's a very challenging thing to actually get lateral talent here, because we get good quality people at the starting, at the entry level. There's a lot of talent here in Chhattisgarh as well. The colleges, there are a lot of colleges. We get good engineers, MBAs to hire from. But the challenge has been to recruit lateral people at the mid management level who actually can manage our teams. So that has been something which we have been trying to overcome, and have successfully done a bit of that by creating a team of about 75, 80 people now here, who's we are serving clients in more than 25 plus countries now. So that is what we are all about.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm sure more and more hearts and minds are getting hooked onto this side from that side. Huh? So that's where we people are. Saurabh always you are a man from the business family, happen to have academic institution one side and different business takes on the other side. Again, more important about your family, we all understand, is a conglomeratic in character, joint family, extended joint family, lot of family business values are already with you. So looking forward to listening to you now.
Thank you so much. Before I start, can I see by raise of hands how many of you are from outside of Chhattisgarh? Almost all. Fantastic. So the introduction of the state is more important than us, basically.
Yeah.
So that perspective is very important, because you are sitting somewhere that is unfamiliar to you. Okay. So as you said, speaking about my family, I would like to mention my dad, Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, who is a two-time President Award winner from Sri APJ Abdul Kalam and Sri Pranab Mukherjee, and we all take. So my family has always taken inspiration from his guidance and his management style. We all call him a management guru. So that's where all the management comes and flows to us, basically. So he has always been an inspiration, and thank you for mentioning the family values, because it all comes from him, and we are all following on his footsteps. I started local. I did my schooling from here. I did my engineering from Bangalore, RV College, and after that, I was presented with two options. I got admission in NMIMS, Family Business Course, and Rochester Institute of Technology in the US. So I selected the US not because of the college, but because of the country. I wanted to go, just like anybody in India, young students want to explore different things. So I wanted to explore the culture. So I basically went to the US just to be in that culture. And because I always knew that, since the family business, we are a very young family business, as to say, because family businesses run like, 50 years, 60 years. You've heard of companies in India that run for 100 to 150 years, AMG and all those things. And even the Reliance industry has been so many years back. So we basically started manufacturing in the year 2000. 2003 was the year that we started manufacturing. Before that, we were steel traders. So steel manufacturing, we started 2003. So it's hardly been 21 years basically that we've entered manufacturing. So that was always the case that, the company is growing. We've just started manufacturing. I always have to come back. So that was always at the back of the mind. So those 2 years I did whatever I had to do, apart from MBA. I tried to visit as many countries and as many places as possible to expose myself to that different level of understanding that opens my mind up. And then right after my graduation, I came back and the doors of my company was shut. And I was told that you will not enter here until we see you, fit to basically enter and do something in the company. So I was sent to a company who's one of the solvers sitting right here. So Anand Sada's elder brother, Mr. Pankaj Sada, I worked under him for 7 to 8 months. And as Dinesh ji said, कि छोटे time में बड़ा knowledge कैसे पाना है, so that was an institution on itself. So those 7 months taught me basically, steel manufacturing. MBA taught me management. This 7 months taught me steel manufacturing. होता क्या है? How is the companies in India, how they are very different than global companies? What do you expect when you do manufacturing in Chhattisgarh compared to any other place in India? So those kind of, differences and the actualities and the realities, the ground realities, basically. I was made to sit at the gate for 7 days, entering the truck invoices, basically. So that's how the training started, and it was quite rigorous, So from negative 25 degrees in Rochester, I was thrown to plus 45. So that was apart from the body adjustment, it's basically more of a mental adjustment that took place. So that was a fabulous learning experience. After that, as the company started growing, I started shifting from place to place because we have 4 manufacturing units as of now. And one of them is a greenfield plant that we have set up. 3 of them have been acquisitions. We have taken over plants and we've expanded those plants. So our company is basically known for overtaking SIG units and converting them into profit-making machines within a year. So that has always been our expertise, and we have excelled doing that. So it's a privilege to say that 3 out of 4 we've taken over, and instead of setting up our own unit. So I've shifted from place to place, handling new plants after new plants. I've gotten good at setting up new plants because of this. So any new challenge that comes my way, it's very easy for me to say, this is something that I can handle. So that is what we've been doing. Me personally, we'll talk about it later. What I personally have been doing in the company, I look after the entire operations, the purchase of the raw materials and the licensing of the sales and the marketing side. 2 lines about me personally, very quirky things interest me. So as Dinesh said, never stop learning. I've never stopped learning in my life. I love research, but I love research in very different topics. So right now, after doing all these things, I'm a motivational speaker and a life coach as well. I do research on human psychology, world history and ancient cultures. So that has been my, a quirky thing that I look forward to basically study more about. So these are the things. I'm an author, a poet, a writer. So all those things are my passion and my hobbies. So that's about me. Thank you.
And this speaks volume of what we have today on our panel. Thank you, Sauravji, for such a beautiful start. Anant, coming back to you. I know Kamalji, an institution. Pankajji, a big trainer now, even one of the trainees sitting live on the dais. And then there is Anant, fresh energy across US and UK. Anant, when you assimilated yourself into this particular family with a professional recognition, what challenges you had presumed or what challenges you ultimately really saw also?
So as soon as I was inducted in the family business, I had the same training like Saurabh did. Similar, we used to stay in different departments and we used to work under the heads. So like, it's not like, oh, I'm the owner's son, so I can do whatever I want. It's not like that. You have to gain your own integrity, your own place in the organization. So as soon as I came in, I had a lot of ideas. I was an engineer, so like I had so many ideas that this process can be changed. There can be some optimization here and there. And my father to push me in the management role, immediately in the first board meeting, he told me that he has come and he will reduce the labor this year. Like, because organization has to survive, and that time the state government had increased the minimum wage exorbitantly. So there was a little bit of an issue in the, as we are listed, so there's a little bit of concerns from the public markets as well. So in front, and I was given the dirtiest job to remove manpower. Well, I took it sportingly, and I suggested a lot of different ideas. I have optimized process flows by making new types of machines, designing machines. I have changed, I've done a lot of simulations, but the head of department was reluctant to listen to me. So there was a little bit of an ego, like Sir pointed out, um, as a 21-year-old, I am like in this field for 21 years. So the HOD should think to himself, I'm 50 years, I should do, I just, I have been doing this job till, for like 2, 3 decades. How can a young blood tell me what to do, right? And I cannot go back again to my dad or my brother, tell him that this guy's not listening to me. I mean, I wanted to take it sportingly. I wanted to do it all by myself. So one of the challenges was how to convince your head of department to listen to you, to make a place, right, in the organization. So very simple solution. Uh, I started doing a lot of forecast. So I tried to focus them. I tried to tell them that look at the numbers instead of just looking at me as a 21-year-old. You look at the numbers, try to argue with me over there. So that worked out very nicely. The second challenge that I've actually faced in the business was pivoting from the shop floor to an investor. The problem was that first it was very addictive. Whatever changes I was doing today, I was going to see the very next day. But in investing, as you all know, you never know how the stock is going to perform. And it's not under my control as well, right? How will the other company perform? What will happen to the share price? So that was, luckily, I was graduate from London, LBS. So a little bit of help I got there. But other than that, a lot of groundwork. Again, I had to learn from scratch, pivot to a new sector. Now everything is going well. I think the family office is doing very good. So yeah, those were the challenges I faced.
Anand, continuing with this, with you only, something you see that you want to bring in a new business altogether, you want to get into diversification. Do you foresee or do you hypothetically see there might be a clear-cut thought from a family saying that by abhi thode din ruko?
So recently we are in the process of acquiring 600 megawatt coal-fired thermal power plant called SKS through the NCLT route. So basically, it is a bankrupt asset. Like Saurabh, even we hope that we will turn it around very well. So the power asset is such that it's very close to our coal mines, right? And there can be a lot of scope there, sir, in terms of setting up data centers, because like Chhattisgarh has a rich connection of optic fibers from east to west and from north to south, right? From setting up very energy intensive power units like ferroalloys or maybe ferrosilicon or silica. I do not know. It's too early to say, but the mind is wandering over there. As I read about these companies a lot in the because of my current job in the bourses, it becomes easier to do a little bit of research and scuttlebutt as a primary way of going forward. But yeah, so those are the ways that we can think about. But right now, the entire concentration is getting the asset fully acquired. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Anand. And you beautifully reminded me, Chhattisgarh is awesome. Chhattisgarh is great when it comes to infrastructure and superstructure. Just to enumerate 2, 3 things over there. Let me remind each one of you people, 44% forest, and Chhattisgarh happens to have tree transit permits already done. E-Panjiyan, that's beautiful system. We already have full, not only today, even 2016, we happen to have in full swing. Industries Department online common application, we are already into 9th year, having totally put online over there. Legal metrology, we are again #1 in India. We are very importantly strong out there on central online portals for providing information on rates and tariffs. And if you see the number of parameters, most of my boys and girls over here, you would be put out there for a course called MIS, or you would be getting into Sumit Gupta sir's class later on in the final year electives also, e-business and e-commerce and e-governance and all. You will see how Chhattisgarh is absolutely onto the higher side. However, having said that, Dinesh Bhaiya, lot of challenges here and there. It's very, very glamorous to sit out there in the AC rooms and the auditoriums to say, hey, I am going to get a big job. But on the practical, hurdles are the part of life. Obstacles are always there. Dineshji, some good experiences from your life wherein you can just help us understand what went wrong or where it went wrong and how did you people manage it?
I'm a bit positive man. From what it was in 1995 and what India is today, I don't see negativity that way. What I see is as the growth will be there, for example, if they suppose just 20 years back, our houses used to be maximum 2 floors. And nowadays, if there is a joint family, they think of creating 8 floors, 2 floors for his brothers. So there is a different challenge of creating 8-floor house, different engineering, different structural engineering. And once demand comes into the picture, then their training comes after that. Then training comes after that, then you need the right people. And then this demand and supply is like, master and slave system of our Spanjaran plan. Yes, anything which moves around, there is a master, there is a slave. One will, another will follow it. One major challenge what I'm seeing all over India is at the same time we see a lot of data of unemployment. At the same time, we are finding tremendous problem with the skilling. Maybe this year with the government of India's budget where they have incentivized the industry to bring in more and more boys from IITIs and even diploma holders to join the industry as a trainee. And that may be the part of the curriculum of their courses so that they know about the industry. At the same time, they are being given certain amounts also. And at the same time, it is not giving a panic to the industry as they can be adjusted from the CSR fund. So it can be a win-win situation. एक जनरल मेरा ऑब्जर्वेशन था कि हम जब पढ़ते थे ना तो बहुत बार ऐसा हो जाता है कि हम पास होने के लिए पढ़ते हैं और जब हम ग्रेजुएट होके बाहर निकलते हैं ना तो हमारी डिग्री बस पहले इंटरव्यू तक के लिए काम की होती है होता ये हम सोचते हैं कि व्हाट यू आर बट पीपल आर लुकिंग फॉर व्हाट यू कैन ऑफर सो ये जो ट्रांजिट है हमारे अंदर में कॉन्शियसनेस में फ्रॉम व्हाट आई एम टू व्हाट आई कैन ऑफर देयर ओनली द पैराडिम शिफ्ट इज देयर. The moment you start learning in an institution or doing anything with this aim ki what I'll be able to offer, the more and more this becomes a part of you, more and more skilling will automatically happen because the subconscious mind will also start that way only. Otherwise, if you just want to think that you want to pass or you want to come from a certain education institution, आप अच्छे से बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को ज्वाइन तो कर लेंगे बट 1 साल 2 साल के बाद में क्रम्बल करना शुरू कर देंगे बिकॉज दो चीज कभी कम नहीं होती, एक आपकी उम्र और एक काम. जैसे जैसे बढ़ते जाएंगे ना आप, एक ही चीज कभी कम नहीं होगा, काम काम और काम. और आपसे ये उम्मीद की जाएगी अरे आप तो एमबीए की हो ना, आप तो आईएमसी करके आए हो ना, तो अगर दूसरे से 10 घंटे की उम्मीद है तो आपसे 14 घंटे की उम्मीद होगी. तो आप ये देखेंगे कि यू बिकम बेसिकली अ मशीन. सो ऐसा कुछ कैसे करें कि मशीन दिखने के लिए हो बट एट द सेम टाइम आई एम ग्रोइंग फ्रॉम विद इन. तो जब इस कॉन्शियसनेस से जाएंगे तो कुछ भी चैलेंज नहीं दिखेगा एंड देन एवरीथिंग इज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी. आई एम जस्ट नॉट सेइंग दिस थियोरेटिकली, आई हैव फेल्ट इट इन माय ओन हार्ट. आई हैव आल्सो वर्कड लाइक दिस. मैंने आपको ट्रेनिंग नहीं बताई थी मेरी जब ट्रेनिंग हुई थी 1995 में. देयर वाज अ टाइम फॉर 2 months that I thought it's better not to come home and be in the factory So I used to have one gadda there. I used to sleep at 12 o'clock. I used to get up at 6 o'clock. Used to brush my teeth there in the factory. And then in the unit only. Then around 11 o'clock for 15 minutes, I used to take for a bath. And then again, तो 16 घंटे के कि 17 घंटे के वो 2 महीने में I lost 8 kgs also. अच्छा है न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट ने पूछते हैं कि वजन कैसे कम करता है, तो बोला काम करना सीख जाओ. काफी अपने आप व्हाट इज अनवांटेड इन योर सिस्टम विल गो ऑफ. तो ये एक ट्रेनिंग का पार्ट है कि वॉट एवर इज अनवांटेड, इफ यू लव योर वर्क इट विल हैपन. चैलेंजेस आर लॉट इन इंडिया. चैलेंजेस तो अभी ये भी हो गए हैं कि फ्रीबी कल्चर को आप फ्रीबी कल्चर भी बोल सकते हैं. एट द सेम टाइम ह्यूमन डिग्निटी के लिए सर्टेन थिंग्स आर डेफिनेटली रिक्वायर्ड. प्रॉब्लम तब हो जाती है जब फ्रीबीज में तो आप रह जाते हैं, देन यू फॉरगेट दैट यू हैव कम इन दिस वर्ल्ड टू वर्क. ये नहीं हो सकता कि फ्रीबीज जो है उसके लिए. ये तो एक तरीका है कि you earn also at the same time. I have seen many people who earned lot of money and they wanted to retire at the age of 50, 55. And after 2 years, 3 years, not even 2, 3 years, they start messaging me, sir, I'm bored of my own self. My own personality is hurting me a lot. Give me some work, involve me in the work, doesn't matter what salary you want to give me. So just, it's again a change of consciousness. Start loving what you are doing. Take other activity also other than what is your main activity. For example, one of my major activities greening my city. I plant around 50,000 saplings a year. So that is also makes me energized. It makes me taking the challenge in a very, very positive way. So challenges will always be there. I'm telling you, what America is around $30 trillion. You go to America, you will feel India is better than America. Their dollar looks like, okay, they get 5 grand, 6 grand, 7 grand. साल का 1,10,000, 1,20,000 का पैकेज बड़ा कॉमन होता है. बट मेरा बच्चा बॉस्टन से पढ़ के आया है. When he used to go for a lunch, $7 में थोड़ा सा चावल और राजमा इतना मिलता है वहां पे, है ना. तो आप बहुत बार इनकम पैरिटी पे बड़ी मैटर करती है. एंड द टाइप ऑफ वर्क सेटिस्फैक्शन यू कैन हैव इन अ ग्रोइंग कंट्री लाइक इंडिया, वियतनाम और एनी कंट्री, इवन चाइना, दैट इज ट्रेमेंडस. So challenge will always be there. At present, skilling of India is a major challenge. How to take care of it? Government ने तो एक line दे दिया है. Now it is our chance. It's industry also who has to take this initiative. How to do it? I have taken a small, I have started one workshop. 20, 30, 40 people learn at the same time, then they become engineers. But it is not 20, 30 people. We have to think about every organization to think about 1,000 people a year. Then it will be something different. Let's say even 30,000, 40,000 people can be skilled, on different scale. Those guys can then further skill up them. तो वो एक पूरा वर्क कल्चर अगर इंडिया में बन गया इस तरीके से स्केलिंग का, किसी को फ्रीबीज में मजा नहीं आता है यू स्टार्ट वर्किंग. बहुत लोग बोलते हैं ना हमें नहीं चाहिए आपका इंसेंटिव, अभी हमें काम तो दो, हम अपने आप अपने कर लेंगे. तो ये भी एक चेंज ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस है. इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. चैलेंज को इसलिए मैं इसको बड़ा चैलेंज को देखता ही नहीं हूँ. ये है इशू और सब कंट्रीज के साथ था. चाइना के साथ भी था, साउथ कोरिया के साथ भी था. जब उनके ओलंपिक्स हुआ था, साउथ कोरिया के पास में बुरी हालत में था उस देश, और कैसे उन्होंने पूरा पलट गया. एक सैमसंग ने पूरी साउथ कोरिया को बदल दिया, ट्रेनिंग से लेके सब. हमारे यहाँ टाटास कितनी जगह पे काम कर रहा है एक साथ, यू विल बी सरप्राइज. कल मैं एक आपको छोटा सा डाटा दे रहा हूँ. इंडिया एक्सपोर्ट इन आर्म्स ओनली हैज गॉन अप बाय 31 टाइम्स इन लास्ट 10 years. तो वो पूरी इंजन जो होती नहीं थी सारे तो सीख गए हैं. हमारे यहाँ जब मारुति आई थी तो उसके जो पार्ट्स बनते थे वो कुछ लोगों ने उसके पार्ट्स बनाने शुरू किए, और उससे इतनी एक्सपर्टीज हो गई कि आज कौन सी कार है जिसका ऑटोमोबाइल का पार्ट इंडिया से नहीं जाता है. इंडिया हैज बिकम हब ऑफ ऑटोमोबाइल पार्ट्स. सो ट्रेनिंग तो होगी, बट वो फिर सप्लाई डिमांड ऐसी चलती रहेगी. और आएंगे IIMs, और आएंगे ट्रेनिंग, साहब जैसे लोग और आएंगे, हमें ट्रेन करेंगे. और हम तो ये भी चाहेंगे जिस दिन 80 का भी होऊंगा तब भी आऊंगा, सर क्या सिखाएंगे बताइए, मुझे ये बहुत कुछ सीखना है आपसे. दिस इज अ पार्ट ऑफ लर्निंग आई फील.
Dinesh, so very apt, so very pertinent, and so very inspiring. Yeah, why should we hire you? I am an MBA, I am BTech. That's not what exactly we are going to hire you. We are looking forward to what would you bring to office. And for God's sake, don't answer my Royal Enfield. We are looking forward to an answer that's called skills. And this is what exactly, Sir Dinesh ji, sharing with you a very simple, pertinent thought. Engineering is knowledge. Medicine is knowledge. Chartered accountancy is knowledge. Law is knowledge. What about management degree? And there is a crisis wherein there is a very, very cliched statement, Sharma ji ka beta. Just because Sharma ji ka beta is getting into IIM, so should I prepare CAT, and so should I get into IIMs. And their fallibility is very high because degree is not what is going to sustain you people over the period of time. Many of the people go to IIM Ahmedabad, go to Kolkata, go to Bangalore, ask the people, where are they after 5 years? A big issue. Because what exactly matters, Dineshji, you rightly said, it is that dignity of labor, readiness to work and really, really bring up, add up, impute up the skills. Thank you. And now coming down to Ritesh Bhaiya, the big simple thought. Someone from a service background, not much talks on the dining table about money. Business ideas also restricted. Many times it has happened. We come from that generation. My parents, my father was an Air Force officer. My mother also worked out there. And whenever we would say, we would start something and the father would look at us, Agarwalji, our families, what happens is my father would look at us and say, Jo khana mil raha hai, kha lo, nahi to ye bhi nahi milega. And there we have. So you come from similar background somewhere. What challenges you happen to have at the start of itself, starting with the sourcing of an idea, screening out the idea, bringing in some taps here, money here, and some people there.
Yeah. So, whenever you don't have that lot of background in terms of knowledge and ideas on what or how you can start, and especially today's world, we are seeing there are so many first generation entrepreneurs coming up in India, every city, right? There's every tier 2, tier 3 city, you will find n number of people starting their own companies. So that restriction, that hesitation of not starting your business if you don't have that background are gone are those days. I mean, now there's no hesitation to start, because you don't need money at all to start. Frankly speaking, we do not start our company with tons of money. We were just three people. Just one challenge we had, that uh, we have to leave our jobs. That was the risk we took because we wanted to start, and we thought, I mean, we so and that's how I took 6 years to realize that now I'm confident enough to start something on my own, that I'll be able to sustain it. If not, job is always an option. So that mindset we had when we started, and fortunately we were so we learned so much over those years when we worked, and realized that this is something which we can crack. So we started slow. We understood the market especially in the first year, but right in the first year also, it took some 5 months to get our first client. But right from the first year, we were profitable. We made money in the first year itself, and within 9 months of starting the company, we started with a 200 square foot office in Shankar, and within 9 months we shifted to a 2000 square foot office in Telibanda with a team of 15 people. So what we planned slowly and steadily started working out, and then the next challenge came was, we realized after a couple of years into starting that there is huge competition in the market. So, I mean, not Raipur, obviously, because we're just sitting here, but we don't serve anything to here or in India for that sense. So, but there are more than 100 companies just in India doing same thing what we do in Pune, in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, in Noida, in Mumbai. So after an year or 2.5 years, we realized that this market is very competitive. There's many small, mid-size, big companies active in the market and offering similar kind of services. So that was the biggest challenge: how to sustain, how to be competitive sitting here. So then we started studying the market, and we realized that most of the companies which have started over the past 5 years in cities like Pune, Hyderabad, and Bangalore, especially when the competition increased after 2010 in this market, most of them were very generic market research companies, especially into B2B, like serving every industry, whatever they could. And they were not focusing on quality. They were very aggressive in terms of marketing and sales, and that's where they put their entire energy into. So we published market reports which takes around, for any topic, it takes around 6 weeks to 8 weeks to prepare a report. And we came to know that there are companies in metro cities in India which are publishing reports in 3-4 days. So we realized that they're actually producing shit. I mean, they were not focusing at all on quality. So that's where we realized that let's be slow, but let's keep focusing on quality. I think that is where there's something where we can differentiate. And the second thing was, most of the companies which they were trying to uh, offer their services to every damn industry. So every industry, whether it is chemicals, materials, automotive, IT, tech, electronics, packaging, healthcare. So they wanted to cater to every industry. So we thought that if you want to sustain, if you want to differentiate, let's drill down to some couple of industries where we are good at, and let's do some quality work in those industries. So let's create a brand of being a good quality research company in those industries where we serve. And that's how we started our journey of being a specialist or a boutique research company in the 2 or 3 industries where we specialize in. So over the past 5 years, we have just focused on doing that. And we traveled to every big trade show or expo or conference happening in those industries where we want to cater to. We publish white papers, thought leadership reports, synopsises and everything only in those industries where we want to specialize in. And now we're trying to create our own name in that industry. And the result is that now StratView is a good known name in the industry we serve in. Every mid-sized to big company in the world knows uh, more or less what we do and what kind of services we offer. Most of the big companies we have already worked with, and they are aware of what kind of services we offer. And about 30 to 40% of our business comes from repeat clients. So that's how we overcame our challenge of beating the competition, sustaining ourselves, at the same time trying to grow and creating a brand which actually focuses on quality and offering specialized services. That's what we did.
Thank you. To start your own, it takes energy, but not much resistance because there is no one at the back who carries the legacy. But you, Saurabhji, you have a situation wherein the legacy team is also there and new energy coming from your side. Was there any time where there was a mismatch or incompatibility, or you found, okay, there's a gap between what they think and what I have?
Just before I answer that question, I just wanted to share an experience of what I heard from here. It's a very comic story, joke type का लगेगा आप लोगों को. But this was an experience that happened with me when I was handling one of the smaller units, and we had to hire a managerial assistant. And the HR person was absent that day, so I was the one who took all the. So 25 candidates were lined up. And the first one entered, and I have a whole new different way of making interviews. So what's up, chal raha tha, and then suddenly I put in a question like, what is today's headline? And I waited for the candidate to come up with an answer. He struggled with it in his mind. I can see he's struggling. He has not read today's newspaper. He has not read yesterday's newspaper. He doesn't know what is going on. I can see it in his eyes. So suddenly he comes up with, sir, Rohit gadde se bahar aa gaya. And then the second candidate came in, and again during the interview, I put in this question again: what is today's headline? So sir, Rohit gadde se bahar aa gaya. So this went on happening, and 15 out of 25 candidates, kid you not, 15 out of 25 candidates told me कि Rohit gadde se bahar aa gaya, today's headline. The 25th person, I stopped while he was leaving my cabin. And I told him, yeah, just a second, who is Rohit ko gaddi mein gira kab? Right? So because later I found out that that was the popular news going around in news circles, local news circles, and in social media. So that was the day I realized that the struggle. So the thing is that it doesn't matter where you're getting educated, but what are you focusing on is important. And it was like the main struggle is, as Dinesh said, the skilling of India. Like, that focus, that discipline, and that skill. set development is hugely needed. And to answer your question now, so coming back from education and entering into the family business, you have so many new ideas that you want to right away get started, right? So Anant started designing machines and he started implementing these new things. So it was a very similar kind of a mindset. But then as the flash thing was there, so there is a Indian way of doing things and there is a structured way of doing things. At that time, I mean, today we are getting structured by the day, but we are talking about 15 years back and 15, 20 years back. So there was a lack of structure, to be very honest. I mean, steel industries here had a lack of structure. And you do your MBA, you study supply chain management, human resource management, and material management, and innovation and development, and resource management, raw materials. So you want to implement all those structures in place. Now, something that is working beautifully in a controlled chaos manner. Now, introducing structure into it is the biggest challenge. And you will get resistance. And it will be difficult for the person to change his working culture. Like, today I tell you that, from tomorrow you have to walk a certain way. You will not be able to do that because you've been walking like this for 25 years. Right, 25, 28 years. So how can you just change the way you walk? It is similar to introducing structure into a controlled chaos that is working already. So that becomes a challenge, and I took it up as a challenge, and I made it a point that this will be my forte. Introducing these structures, management structures in place, and everything should flow in a certain order. So that was the first operational thing that I took up, and I perfected that. We had to identify people who are willing to take up the change because it's all about change. As we have said, we are the largest growing economy in the world right now, and change is something, globalization is something, the change of technology is something that we have to take up. Otherwise, we will be falling short of other countries who have already maintained and gone up to that, right? I'll give you a very beautiful example of a wonderful thing that happened. So this is the thing, that I criticize about people and, candidates coming for interviews or whatever. But I'll give you another beautiful example, the other side of the coin, as you might say. So we had this vacancy in the IT department that, generally IT department have like hardware and software, and there are like computer engineers who do very small things like fit your computer and mouse and keyboard and all those things. And then software, so ERPs and resource planning. So ERP softwares were introduced in manufacturing plants, and it was very basic. So how do you advance that? We are living in a world of AI, and we are running Tally in some departments, so that doesn't go hand in hand, right? So you have to somehow upgrade yourself. So what we did was that we made it a point to hire some software developers who write codes. अब बोले क्या इनकी जरूरत ही क्या है? Like the steel manufacturing, we know the process. Everything is there on written. It is working for so many years. इसकी क्या जरूरत है? So that was like a big question. But then we stuck to it, and we developed a team of code writers, software developers, and we started working on 3-4 things. So apart from the software that is run today in the company, the ERP software, we started attaching modules to it now. Because we found that if I want a sales portal to be developed and an app to be developed for GKTMT, right? So the growth of GKTMT as a brand has been a fabulous story for our company. And to have an app of GKTMT was the thing that I was involved in. So I was like, okay, what are the best TMT apps in India? Believe me, I could not find one. So how is that possible? In the secondary market, definitely not. In the primary market, I went to Tata and GE to look at what they are working with, right? So either they work with SAP, you might all have known about SAPs, it's a very popular company, even we work with it. And there are some other giants software, so they definitely involve those. But even they don't use an app because they don't care about the distribution network. Theirs is all completely sold out thing. They don't have to focus on the retail market, right? So the retail market giants did not even have an app till now. So I was like, okay, fine, we'll come up with one. I have a good team now. I have confidence in my team. It took us 2 years, 2.5 years to come up with a mock of a software, and we did the market trials. It excelled. People loved it. The distributors and the dealers, they were like, we've never seen anything like this. They can punch in the order right from their home 24/7, looking at the opening rates that we do in the morning. We display it as a notification on your app. You can go, you can punch in your order, you can open up your own LO, which is the loading advice, LA, and even place your own trucks right from there. After placing the truck, the app also tells you where your truck is, whether the loading has happened or not, whether the billing has been made or not, and whether your truck has left the gate. So all those notifications come into the app, and then even your payment can happen through the app. So everything has been, even the account section has been involved and everything. So it took us a whole lot of time to do this. A whole lot of sweat has gone into it. But we have people right here who are willing to do the job, who excel on their fields, and you just need to have that motivation and the structure in place, and you'll achieve wonders even with people from Chhattisgarh, getting educated locally as well. So these are the people who have done wonders for the company.
Yeah.
We have an example like this. So the challenge is definitely, that discipline and the skill, but we've seen positives on the other side as well.
Beautiful case study for all my students who plan to get into operations and supply chain. Thank you. Before I come back to the panel on dais, I would look forward to one or two hands, quick questions, and then we talk. Yes, my friend out there, kindly loudly shout out to whom the question is directed, and then.
See, good question. So steel market is largely governed by China. Everybody knows that, right? And the stalwarts are here. I mean, we as Sarda, if you're talking about, right? I can tell you our strategy towards how we stay competitive in this scenario. It's a part and parcel of life. There are economic booms and busts, right? So अभी चाइना में बुरा हाल है, वो है. It's a part and parcel of life. अब वो चाइना से नहीं कर रहे हैं, अब वो वियतनाम से कर रहे हैं. There are different ways of importing inside India and bypassing the laws set by the government, right? And custom is also having a hard time in identifying कि ये Chinese steel है कि नहीं है, whatever, right? So we do not um, focus there. Our focus is that हम लोग strategy of the group has been an integrated way, like Godavari as well. We have invested a lot of money in our own mines, right? So coal mine, iron ore mine, which you have done it from the very beginning. This is the foresight by my dad that ये mining की requirement रहेगी बाद में. So first of all, to safeguard against that kind of price shifts, right? We have first integrated it backward, right? Second thing, what we have done is that we have instilled a lot of cost-cutting measures, like your Six Sigma, lean manufacturing. We have gotten a lot of consultants, and also the team. We have fostered a culture in the organization to come up with solutions. So something from my father, we do not follow a direct management. We delegate every task to the employees down below. So we say that, for example, अरे यार तुम कोयला ज़्यादा use कर रहे हो इस process में. Do something, इस कोयले को reduce करो, right? Per ton of steel. तो वो delegate हो गया. They find out the solution by themselves. कि how can they optimize? Because we are mild steel producers, we do not have a brand like GK or Goyal TMT or like anything. We are just B2B hardcore commodity producers in steel making and ferroalloys, right? So वहाँ पर cost cutting because of economies of scale and the strategy of the group, like the backward integration or the horizontal integration, going to different product lines. क्योंकि कभी कभार एक product का price may be better than the other product, right? So you shift to other products, you manufacture them. So the flexibility in the processes. So these are some ways where we can compete better.
Thank you, Anant. And we can take one more from this side. Yes, the last boy out there. Yeah, please, you do. Just wait.
Let me tell you, the steel making in India is as competitive as that is in China. Anti-dumping comes up when the cost of the production is more than the selling price. It's a communist country where a lot of other things happen. So no country will, because India has its own aim to take the production to 300 million ton. And we have already seen in Corona times how certain countries, they can have their all ill will, and China is under radar of every country. Nobody wants to have one supplier. Now everybody is looking for other country other than China. So sooner or later, some duty is going to come up. This has happened in 2018-19 also. इसमें बड़ा सिंपल सिस्टम है कि अगर आपकी कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन से कम पे अगर आप बेच रहे हो तो नहीं कर सकते हैं, वो आप विक्टिमाइज करो आपके अपनी इंडस्ट्री को. इंडिया के साथ में खूबसूरती ये है कि इंडियन स्टील इंडस्ट्री ने काफी केपेक्स किया है एंड दे आर ऑलमोस्ट सारी इंडस्ट्री अपना 80% 90% रेवेन्यू वापस केपेक्स कर देती है. एंड आवर सिस्टम्स आर वर्ल्ड क्लास, चाहे वो ऑटोमेशन का सिस्टम हो, चाहे प्रोसेस सिस्टम हो, चाहे कोल कंजम्पशन का सिस्टम हो, चाहे टोटल मतलब जिसको बोलते हैं कि कार्बन इनपुट्स, टोटल एफई इनपुट एंड टोटल आउटपुट का रेशो, इट इज एट पार विद द वर्ल्ड. अगर हमारे पास प्रॉब्लम हो कि हम उसमें पीछे हों, तब तो ये डर की बात है. बट वी आर एज कॉम्पिटिटिव एज एनीबडी एल्स इन द वर्ल्ड. सो सूनर और लेटर गवर्नमेंट का जैसे मिटिगेशन होगा, दिस थिंग्स विल बी टेकन केयर ऑफ.
Thank you. We should not jump over the time. So one last question this side.
Hello.
And we come back.
Good evening, panel. My name is Harshit Sharma, PGP batch 2426. My question is for Ritesh, sir. Sir, I am also from Rajnandgaon, Chhattisgarh, and it's pleasure to meet someone at such a high level. My question is, sir, StratView is still young, so how are you planning to scale it up? And also, apart from quality, what are the other strategies or other different factors that you are different from competitors, sir?
Thank you. So first question was on scaling up, right? So as I said initially that we call ourselves as a boutique research and consulting firm. So we are not a generic kind of market research company like you've heard of B2C companies like Nielsen or IMRB or even big research firms in general like BCC and all those. So when we have decided to be a boutique research and consulting firm, it means that we want to become specialists in the industries we are catering to, right? So we do not want to become like a 1,000, 2,000 people company, or maybe we can in the coming time. But what our focus is on becoming is a lean company, but which is very specialized in the industries we cater to. For example, every big mid-size or above mid-size companies in the world should know who StratView is and what they are offering in their industry. That's what our aim is, to become the well-known, the most known brand in the in our industries. So scaling up is very much in the cards, but we have always been focused on being slow and steady and keep focusing on quality and not disturb that factor, because when you are creating a brand, especially in services, it is very important that you focus on quality. If once we start getting a negative impact of the work we are trying to cater to, or the outcome we are delivering to in the industry, and if they don't start coming back to us, it's a problem, because when we are catering to only few industries, there are a very limited number of companies. So for example, in aerospace, if you're talking about it, there are some 500 600 companies we're trying to cater to. In materials, there are some 1,000 companies when you add chemicals as well globally. But obviously, not all of them invest so much in market research. Only a reasonable sized company does about $100 million or $200 million revenues, especially in the Western world and in countries like Japan, Korea. Mostly where the culture is more into investing in R&D. So that R&D also involves into market research as well. So when that is something which we want to do, we always focus that we want to scale up, but at the same time we also want to maintain the balance between scaling up as well as quality. We don't want to be very aggressive in terms of expanding and then not and then compromising on the quality of work we are doing. So that is the first thing. And the second thing was apart from quality, what we are doing, right? So apart from quality, yeah, as I said, the second thing is being specialists, calling. So quality is something where we are trying to do good work, but second thing where we are trying to differentiate is trying to from the competitors is trying to become specialists, or trying to be called as very niche market. So for example, there is one industry where we are doing a lot of research, market research, and serving big players is composites industry, which is one of the advanced materials being used in aircraft, that is the Boeing 787 and the aircraft 350. They are all more than 50% composites by weight, that is carbon fiber reinforced plastic and glass fiber reinforced plastic. It's also being used in wind energy, high-end automotive, nuclear, marine, a lot of marine applications, construction applications, etc. So that is something again where we are trying. We've been specializing a lot in that industry. We have served the best of the best companies in the world, have done very complex projects, market research projects for them, are well known for producing a lot of good market reports in that industry. So again, apart from quality, what as I said, we are trying to do is we are trying to develop a niche out of what we are doing, so that if companies in that market are trying to look for a good company for doing market intelligence or tracking the market or doing some research, they should look up to StratView only. That is the idea, or that is the mission of when we want to differentiate from others.
Thank you, Ritesh. Before I sign off and hand over to the compares, I'll take just 1 minute and I invite Saurav, one word of wisdom to the budding students.
Well, at this stage, forgetting about the academics and everything,
Yeah.
general, please don't fall under a particular category. It should not be easy for me to label. So please keep your minds open in different areas. You should always focus on what your area and the dharam is, that basically what we say, that focus that I'm talking about. But according to your personality, please do many different things, research about many different things, get exposed to many different things. Just don't be a student of IIM.
Thank you. Anand.
Well, as a fellow MBA, I can say that learn how to sell yourselves. You can be the dumbest person in the room, but if you know how to sell yourself, I'm probably sure you'll go a long way ahead, especially at this part of your stage in life. I know so many of my friends, who weren't very academically inclined, और यार उनसे बात करके लगता था कि कहाँ आ गया हूँ मैं. But they know how to sell themselves, and they are in top consulting companies or top banks in the world. They're doing good stuff. So yeah.
Thank you, Anand. Ritesh.
I think the most important advice I want to give to the budding, students is please stay grounded, humble, and value humility. Because we've seen that the most successful people in the world are the most humble ones. You see, sitting here is Dinesh Agarwal ji, so successful, but yet so humble and always grounded. So you meet any successful person, anyone who has, scaled up or who has started from zero and become hero, they are always humble, grounded, and humility, except Elon Musk. He's an exception. You can leave him. He's a genius altogether, but he's an exception also. But majority of the people you would find is they are very grounded and humble. And I think we should value that. always remain grounded and humble. That is what I want to suggest everyone.
Yeah, thank you. So we should close it from the seniors' perspective. Dineshji, over to you.
I have a different view, seriously. Be balanced. Have your outer inner being balanced. Learn how to meditate. It will really help you to become billionaire, I'm telling you. Birds should have two wings. Birds have two wings. Have you seen a bird flying with a single wing? A bird with having two strong wings can fly to any level. Learn how to meditate properly. It will give you a lot of perspective from inside. More and more, the intuition enhances, more and more the ideas come from within. Then when you, from your intellect, from your mental faculty, when you give power to that, then you are just like a bird. You can fly to any level. That is what I have experienced in my life. When I'm sharing you a special project I'm doing for last 2 years, and I was really struggling. Should I do this? Should I do this? Should I do this? Should I do this? I was struggling for months time, for a month. And all of a sudden, early in the morning at 4 o'clock, looks like my subconscious mind automatically give me the entire vision what needs to be done. And you won't believe it, in other 6 hours. But at 7 o'clock it was, I was waiting for 9 o'clock. I started calling all the consultants in all over India. And you won't believe that unit is on the verge of getting production. It is one of its kind unit in India. And if I still ask, did I do it? No, something else guided me from my within. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now I invite the MCs to take over.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panel members for the valuable insights on the topic and for sharing with us their enriching experiences. We are sure some of us have now set benchmarks for ourselves professionally. I now request Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson, Corporate Relations and Placements, to present the memento from IIM Raipur to the panelists and our moderator. Shri Anand Sarda, Shri Dinesh Agrawal, Shri Ritesh Gandecha, thank you, ma'am. I now request Professor Smriti Pandey, Co-Chair, Corporate Relations and Placements, to present the memento from IIM Raipur to our panelists and the moderator. Shri Saurabh Agarwal, Professor Sanjeev Prashar,
Thank you, ma'am. We now request all the panelists to gather for a photograph. Rashmi ma'am and Smriti ma'am, please join. Thank you. We request all the panelists to join the audience, please.
yes, thanks, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you too.
As we draw day one of our leadership summit to a close, we reflect on the incredible discussions we've had today. We began with the journey of self discovery, exploring how understanding oneself is the first step towards impactful leadership. We then dwelled into unlocking innovative horizons, uncovering the creative thinking that drives progress and transformation. Following that, we tackled navigating challenges of scaling up, gaining insights on overcoming obstacles as businesses grow.
And just now, we wrapped up our final discussion for the day on utilization of local resources to create differentiators in competitive markets. This panel provided us with valuable perspectives on how leveraging local resources can carve out unique competitive advantages in today's dynamic markets. It's been an inspiring day filled with valuable insights and thought provoking conversations. We extend our heartfelt thanks to all our speakers and participants for their engaging contributions. Your perspectives and experiences have set the stage for what promises to be an exceptional summit.
As we prepare to continue tomorrow, we encourage you to reflect on today's learnings and think about how you can apply these insights to your leadership journey.
We look forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow for another day of exploration and inspiration. Until then, have a wonderful evening ahead and let's continue to stay curious and driven.
Thank you, everyone.
Students, please remain seated.